Mic check, 1 2 1 2. How's my mic? Hello, hello. Welcome back. Nice to see everybody. Happy Saturday night, guys. Woo! Day 4 of our deep dives. I'm super excited for the flashlight video tonight. I am well rested and ready to rumble with the flashlights. Welcome in. Thank you, Facts Not Feelings, for donating cooter ships. Or Facts and Truth, not Facts Not Feelings. What am I talking about? I'm getting Truth Not Feelings mixed up with Facts Not Feelings. Hey, UA. Facts and Truth Only, please, gifted 5 cooter ships. If you were a lucky recipient of those cooter ships, make sure you thank Facts and Truth. Welcome to Cooterville. Come on in and cross your legs. Gypsy's eating dinner. Hey, Michelle. Hey, Maggie Marie, NFT, Sherry. Hello, Miss Sherry. Another year older today. How do you feel? Crafts and crime. Angela. Should we watch in the dark with the flashlight? Yes. Angela, yes. Kathleen says that Bobby is a busybody. She was more interested in her neighborhood than a missing child. Seems like her interest is very involved, right? She's pretty worried about what the cops knew, what they saw in those videos, etc., etc. Hey, Lucid. Hey, Sin. Close that cooter. Bodie McBoatface. Rebel. Meg. Misty, good to see you. I know there are a lot to play back, but I did chapter them to make it a little bit easier. So the first thing I want to do before we open up the panel this evening, and hopefully our lovely ladies will join us tonight. I'm not sure what everybody's got going on. I know Clue is wrapping up a live right now, so hopefully she will come over and join the panel. We got UA is tackling TikTok and YouTube tonight. And Southern-ish, I have not seen yet. Your neighbor had a dog named Cooter. Aw, he was the kindest dog ever. We're nice cooters over here, aren't we, Chris? Why is there a random mannequin? I don't know, but we're going to listen. Let me pull it up. We're going to listen because now we know a lot more than we did before analyzing binoculars, right? We know that binoculars said, and if you didn't hear this, we can say 100% that binocular Bobby said that one of her twins was out in the search area when they weren't supposed to be, and that they were picked up on like the heat signature or whatever. And they were told to go home. They were told not to do that. So she said that herself, that happened to one of her twins. Did you guys catch that? What's up, Striker? Striker, may you receive the most ads tonight. May you receive the most ads. Oh, did you guys also see that Blue Gumballs did he did like a response to our shit. We'll go over that another day. Thank you, Cricket. Cricket just sent me a $20 cash app. Happy holidays. Happy New Year. Hello, Northern Beans. Yes. So that is, we can say that with a fact. That Binocular's son, high positive vibes, you're invisible. That Binocular's son, one of the twins, was caught out in the search area and was told to go home. So we're going to listen to see if we hear that on this dispatch audio. Thank you, Sophia. Hey, Southern-ish. You're at the hospital still? I know, Joanne. It's crazy, right? It's crazy, right? Hey, Ange. Hey, Lisa, Blue Gumballs. Hi, Maggie. I'm sorry. I have no control over the ads. I don't have them on any crazy setting. I checked. I did actually check for you, Striker. I don't have it on like aggressive or anything like that. There is actually an aggressive setting, believe it or not. Oh, you're Seth. Positive vibe. Okay. Hey, Seth. Seth. All caps Seth. He didn't do a poem this time, UA. He kind of just talked about it. He kind of tried to, make excuses for why he thinks about men in assless chaps. Green-eyed PI. I'm looking at twins, in my opinion. I don't want to implicate any kids, but you know what? I mean, she put her twins out there playing flashlight tag. I mean, in all fairness, she put her twins out there playing flashlight tag. Thank you, Green-eyed, for your super chat. She put her twins out there. She put her twins out there when they weren't supposed to be out there. Oh, what did I think about the theory about the Waffle House? Snowflakes, did you see I pinned it? Snowflakes had a crazy theory. What if, and this is a what if the girl at the Waffle House that Sebastian got the number was this dude's girlfriend? And what if she thought she was speaking with Sebastian and she wasn't, and weird things were being said? That was her theory. That is wild to think about. Snowflakes, that's wild. Okay, let's get into the dispatch. Let me know what you guys think. Let's go through it right now. Oh, and by the way, this is courtesy of Jessica Danielle on YouTube. She did a great job putting this together. Now, this doesn't have all of the side calls that we heard in the other one. This is actually has a lot of, this goes through the whole day. So we're going to start at 6:39 a.m. And then I believe this goes through till like 5 p.m.
1008 Stafford Court, 1008 Stafford Court, Hendersonville. Caller advised that their 15-year-old male is not in the bed. We have white male, 3 blonde hair, approximately 5 foot, 120 pounds. I was going to be wearing a black sweatshirt, black sweatpants. 2 male does have a form of autism. This is the first time it happened. I'm going to be in the home before midnight. The doors are locked at this time.
10-4 now.
Central to 47-180, 412. Juvenile left his son at the house. The mother is driving around looking for him in the Victoria Place subdivision, and she is driving a baby blue Infiniti.
Let's get there and see what's going on. Do our own search of the residence. We'll go from there. I'm in the area. Check one hold up. Just seeing it.
You can text the assist line and route to the missing juvenile.
I took Personal Medical Center ER, Sumner Station ER, Sumner Regional ER, and Skyline, all clear of the juvenile.
By 7:47 a.m., they had checked all the hospitals. No Sebastian. And then at 7:47, the code red was launched, which is the alert to the immediate area, I guess, the immediate community, whatever their phone calls or texts go out.
The advice the code red has been launched at 7:45.
Next big track back up, going into the construction site over here, back towards the beach.
It's awful muddy. Do you see any footprints, anything? Couldn't have any shoes.
I do have some footprints.
Right there where you're standing?
Yeah, leading right over here to the retaining.
No shoes, just footprints?
He literally dove into it. Max led me straight to the retaining pond. He dove into the water.
Have you seen any prints around it?
Okay, so remember when Binocular Bobby said about this, that her kid watched it, right? Her kid watched this happen, and then she kind of made it sound like she watched it happen when Max dove into the pond. And then she said that her son said that the dog jumped in and then he dried him off with a towel. And her son was like, why did it do that? And Max's handler was like, he's never done that before. Are you guys picking up what I'm laying down? Do it, Suds. Treat yourself. But listen, I have a video. I haven't released it yet. We're going to cut into this really quick. Yes, and her kids were washing off muddy boots in the driveway. Now, this is a video I haven't released yet. I just put it together today. But I'm going to share it right now because I think it fits in with all of this. Now, hold on.
It's really hard to have evidence if certain protocols aren't being followed. You have to start back over from day one.
Did you hear that? It's hard to have evidence if certain protocols aren't being followed. Now, hear me out. What if the damn dog handler, for whatever reason, didn't follow the protocol? I mean, people fuck up. I'm not saying he did. But is it possible that protocol was possibly fucked up by Binocular Bobby's twins? Is there more to this? I mean, why would he say that? What protocol is he talking about?
It's really hard to have evidence if certain protocols aren't being followed. You have to start back over from day one.
Now we're going to, when we go back to the dispatch audio and we hear like, I don't know, listen.
So Monday, my kids were out with law enforcement because at that point it was, we need all the neighbors come out, help us, look everywhere, whatever. So they were open to everybody. My kids jumped into one of those razor things and drove all up and through the property and stuff. And then my other one.
The fuck? I didn't catch this last night about her kids jumping into a razor and driving around. Did this compromise the scene when they were initially searching for Sebastian? Because if you go back in the dispatch, they had to reconvene back at 1008 Stafford and start over. Protocol, like not having civilians help search. Yes. Okay, so listen to this, and then we're going to go back to the dispatch.
At that point, it was, we need all the neighbors come out, help us, look everywhere, whatever. So they were open to everybody. My kids jumped into one of those razor things and drove all up and through the property and stuff. And then my other one walked with the canine unit in the construction zone. He walked all the way through that. They literally, I had to call them at one point in time and tell them, y'all need to come home and have lunch.
Next big track back up, going into the construction side over here, back towards the beach.
It's awful muddy. Do you see any footprints, anything? Couldn't have any shoes.
I do have some footprints.
Right there where you're standing?
And look at the time, 7:54. Yes, a Razor ATV. An ATV, yes, like a gator. And this is 7:54 when the dog dove in, right? Ellie asked neighbors to search their own properties, right? But these kids were all over the place.
Yeah, leading right over here to the retaining.
No shoes, just footprints?
He literally dove into it. Next led me straight to the retaining pond. He dove into the water.
Have you seen any prints around it?
So Bobby's timeline's not adding up, guys, because Bobby said that the dogs came that afternoon and that her oldest son was on his way to work at 8 o'clock and notified her and her twins that something was going on at 8 o'clock. But if we go back at 7:55, Max had already dug into the pond. Make it make sense, Bobby Binoculars. Was your son on his way to work at 8 and called you and you were sleeping and then texted the twins and they woke you up? Or were the twins already out there watching Max dive into the pond? Which one was it, Binoculars? Inquiring minds want to know.
He just into the water.
Yeah, do you see any prints around it?
There was a few footprints in some of the softer dirt headed straight this way on the track that he was running.
You know, going back to day one, so Sebastian goes to sleep the evening of February 25th. It's on the morning of the 26th that your ex-wife finds that he's not in his bedroom. She is the only one said to be home, and Sebastian could have vanished sometime in the hours from when she last saw him go to sleep and from the time she opened the door. There's a window there overnight. Your best guess, Seth, based on how well you know your son, what do you think happened to Sebastian?
He's not the type to put on. He's not the type to leave the house without.
Oh, what was he going to say? I feel like maybe we've been lied to. He's not the type to put on shoes? Have we been hearing the opposite of the real Sebastian? I'm wondering. He's not the type to put on. Then he's not the type to not go out without shoes. What? Listen again.
What do you think happened to Sebastian?
He's not the type to put on. He's not the type to leave the house without putting on socks and shoes. As for running away or leaving, he didn't take his backpack. He didn't take his switch. He didn't take his phone. I mean, just doesn't make sense. And he's not one to wander. He's never eloped before.
Are you leaning towards a potential kidnapping?
Anything is speculation at this point in time, because there is no, as they have said, evidence that leads towards foul play. But there's things that just don't add up. His mother was the last one to see him. She's responsible for this, either through negligence at the bare minimum.
Has she been a good mother to Sebastian?
Not in my opinion.
What do
This
you
is the
see
third
that's
time that there's been an issue. You know, my son's come up missing now under her watch. Time before that, her and Chris let my son get molested and raped in their apartment. And the time before that, I did a well care check because she let a known sex offender who, yes, did their 9 years in prison, but she left my son around that person. You don't do that. If you're a parent, you don't do that. You're supposed to protect your kid. You don't put them in where they can get in any type of harm's way.
All right, so let me repeat what I said about the timeline. Binocular Bobby. Hold on.
It's really hard to have evidence if certain protocols aren't being followed. You have to start back over from day one.
Are we being clue bombed? Did Clue end her live? Thank you, Clue and Cletus, for the bombs.
So Monday, my kids were out with law enforcement because at that point it was, we need all the neighbors come out, help us, look everywhere, whatever. So they were open to everybody. My kids jumped into one of those razor things and drove all up and through the property and stuff. And then my other one walked with the canine unit in the construction zone. He walked all the way through that. They literally, I had to call them at one point in time and tell them, y'all need to come home and have lunch.
Next big track back up, going into the construction site over here, back towards the beach.
That was at 7:50 a.m. In Bobby's interview, she states in both interviews that her oldest son, whose name is Sean, was on his way to work at 8 o'clock. She was sleeping. Sean called Mom. Mom didn't answer. So Sean texted the twins. This is at 8 o'clock a.m. Sean saw the police activity. That's what prompted him to try to call his mom. So Sean texted the twins and said, "Wake up, Mom. Something's going on in the neighborhood." So Binocular Bobby gets up and gets on the phone with another neighbor who tells her what's happening, even though she never tells us what's happening. But she says this is all at 8 o'clock. She was still in bed sleeping. But then she says that her twins were with L.E. on the construction site. Her twins witnessed the dogs jump in the fucking pond. She went so far to say that the twin watched him dry off the dog with a towel. But her time isn't adding up because Max tracked back up at 7:50. Old Sean hadn't even left for work yet. So how were her twins in the construction site before Sean left for work?
Big track back up, going into the construction site over here, back towards the beach.
It's awful muddy. Do you see any footprints, anything? Couldn't have any shoes.
I do have some footprints.
Right there where you're standing?
Yeah, leading right over here to the retaining.
No shoes, just footprints?
He literally dove into it. Max led me straight to the retaining pond. He dove into the water.
Now, do you see any prints around it?
There was a few footprints in some of the softer dirt headed straight this way on the track that he was running.
Going.
Right? Crazy. Blue is the clue, but can't be asleep because she stated she saw KP Flyer in group at like 7:30 a.m. I don't remember that, Blue. Wow. Wow. It is sounding really sus. And then it takes me back, to this.
It's really hard to have evidence if certain protocols aren't being followed.
Is it possible that Sean was actually disappointed with the first response? And is it possible that Sebastian really did go without shoes?
What do you think happened to Sebastian?
He's not the type to put on. He's not the type to leave the house without putting on socks and shoes.
So then, if we think about Bobby a little further, we have the car sitting at Kellen, excuse me, and Stafford. By Bobby's account, for 3 to 5 minutes. We see some sort of activity on the surveillance cam. We also see flashlights, or what look like flashlights. But what's important is at the intersection of Stafford and Kellen, not only is that where the lights were picked up, and we see that footage, but that's where the very next day, Binocular Bobby had a vigil for Sebastian Rogers, right at that intersection. And they stood in a circle right there. when they weren't supposed to be out. The police had to tell them to go back home. And not only that, Binocular Bobby said she planned that vigil a week ahead of time. Was that just a slip? Was it a mistake? Did she misspeak? How did she plan a vigil a week before for a child that hadn't gone missing yet? I don't know. I don't know how you make that kind of a verbal mistake, but let's go back to the dispatch. And now we're going to put on our listening ears for any sightings of Binoculars kids in this audio. Vanessa, I hope you feel better. That's what she said. That she planned it a week ago. Wild. Seth has everybody blocked. Seth blocked Seth. The live last night was wild. Before he went missing and she didn't even know he existed. Hey, Clue. Thanks for the clue bomb. Oh my God, I was chatting in Mobs thinking it was Jay playing Mob. It felt like it was the Twilight Zone, and then I put my glasses on. Jesus Christ. Did she plan more than one vigil, Busy Bobby? I'm not sure. But we're going to listen to the dispatch now, and then we're going to open up the panel, hopefully get the ladies up here, and talk about the video and the flashlights and flashlight tags and whatever the fuck else. This weird, wild shit that we've uncovered over the past few days is just, I'm mind blown. Do we have any confirmation on the fire ant story? Only Uncle Taco and Seth, right? Did Katie or Chris ever tell the fire ant story? I don't know if anybody other than Seth or Seth or Taco told the fire ant story. Me too got the memo. Thanks for being here. Seth blocks anyone in chats against him. I've never addressed him or commented. Right. He goes into chats and sees who doesn't like him or who's making ill statements, and he blocks us. So yeah, Clue. Max went into the pond at 7:54, and Bobby said that Minnie Shawn went into work at 8 a.m. She was still in bed at 8 a.m., but Max dove into the pond, and she said her twins were out there. So Binocular Bobbies has some splaining to do because her timeline's not adding up.
There was a few footprints in some of the softer dirt.
Katie confirmed the ants happened, but he wasn't scared to go out without shoes. Thank you, Clue. The light shoes could be like swimmy shoes or beach shoes. Kids could have been planning a prank on Seb. Like they wanted him to play with them, finding it funny, in my opinion. Flashlight game. Thank you, Green Eyed.
Headed straight this way on the track that he was running. Do we have a picture yet? That's simple. What was that heat signature at?
Where the riprap is, where the trees are, 25 feet maybe out in toward the middle.
Hey guys, the construction zone, there's another pond. There's somebody standing in the woods. It looks like a person. It is a person, we know, but there's another pond. He's standing back there by himself. Past the construction zone, in the same area back there. Yeah, the north end of it, yeah. On the machinery goes straight back. There's a person in the woods by that pond. There's the house on the other side of the tree line.
If you listen carefully, this is going to turn into two people. And you also need to remember that this dispatch audio can be edited before it's put up in the archives. So some of it sounds garbled to me. I don't know if that's just their connection. Clue, you guys listen to the scanner a lot. Does some of it sound like that? Do you think it's kind of redacted? Cat the dog Just want to apologize to you and your peeps about having a smart mouth last night at the end of live. Love y'all and thanks for hanging for so many hours. No big deal, Kat. No one wanted it to end. But thank you for your super chat. Thank you for being here. I'm glad you came back.
Going back toward beach or going on the back side?
Yeah, on the backside, and he's not moving. He's just standing there by himself in the woods.
It's Hendersonville 517. I'm on the northeast corner in the cemetery across the tree line. Am I close?
No, he's backside.
Nikki, if you can, do you have anybody there with you?
Stand by. Let me see if I can find it on my map. I got my drone grounded for the moment, and I'll see if I can do it. Better gets over it.
1 to 2. I'm in my truck. 2, there's 4 of us on foot coming across the yard. Start directions.
Hear that? Listen.
I'm in my truck. 2, there's 4 of us on foot coming across the yard. Start directions.
Someone's coming across the yard. 2 coming across the yard.
In my truck. 2, there's 4 of us on foot coming across the yard. Start directions. 19's on the same.
Straight in.
Oh,
straight.
there's 4 of us coming across the yard, is what he said.
On foot coming across the yard. Start directions. 19's on the same.
Straight in, straight in. Keep it on. Go left, go left. Please come back. You passed it. There's no right. Won't be there's one. Walk with you going.
Did you hear that? Like, that sounds like it's redacted. Listen to that bit again.
Right. Won't be there's one. Walk with you going. Into the woods. It's woods. You should be about 15 foot from it.
What's the child's first name?
Should be all over it, whatever it is right there. The 2 people walking the woods.
The 2 people walking in the woods. Did you hear that? At first they said it was 1 person, and then it gets garbled, and then he says right there, the 2 people walking in the woods. She has twins, Gypsy. She has twins. Listen again. I think it redacted, Planet.
Left. Please come back. You passed it. There's no right. Won't be there's one. Walk with you going. Into the woods. It's woods.
Right before he says it's woods, it's almost like it's redacted.
You should be about 15 foot from it.
What's the child's first name?
And it's funny because when he says you should be about 15 feet from it, and then the guy's like, what's the child's first name? Almost like they're going to say Sebastian, right? Like, is that him?
Should be all over it, whatever it is right there. The 2 people walking the woods. It's a mannequin. Sorry, guys. Look just like a person from the air. Hendersonville 66. What's the name of the child that we're looking for?
First name is Pat.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
First name is Pat. Last clothing description was black sweatpants with a white stripe, black long sleeve t-shirt with a print.
Nikki, how many drones do y'all have up? 1 at the moment. I've got mine grounded so I can get Sartopo up. I'll be back in.
Now, mind you, it's 8:20. Binoculars said that her twins woke her up at 8. This is 20 minutes after. This is actually a half an hour after Max dove into the pond.
Here momentarily.
29 Central on scene. Put 2 out here with me.
10-4, has anybody been there since the initial? There's a whole bunch of people here now.
4 in the morning. Can you help me listen to the radio on the north end until we wrap this up, please?
Yes, sir.
Brandon, you've got Hendersonville Mounted Patrol coming up there, and Joe's sending some more cars if we can start from the beginning, from the original house, and set up a new plan up there.
Okay, did you hear that? They're setting up a new plan by 8:30 a.m. SF, I think he is saying the 2 officers in the woods should be close to the heat signature. Gotcha. Okay, but SF, does that part sound redacted to you? Let me go back and play that part. It sounds like after he says that there's, someone in the woods standing by themselves, at 8:15, and then it gets garbled before he says, in the woods, in the woods. Because Bobby's timeline's not adding up. She said that she wasn't woken up until 8 a.m. when her son left for work. No one was awake before then. She made a point to say no one was awake. And then now we have Max diving into the pond at 7:50. But apparently, her son hadn't even left for work yet and notified the family that there was police activity on Stafford.
Start directions. 19's on the screen. Straight in. Keep it on. Go left. Just come back, you passed it. Right here. There's one block where you going. Into the woods. You should be about 15 foot from it. What's the child's first name? Should be all over it, whatever it is right there. The two people walking the woods. It's a mannequin. Sorry, guys. Look just like a person from the air. Hendersonville 66. What's the name of the child that we're looking for?
First name is Seth.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
First name is Seth.
SF, I don't know if you were here earlier, but she also said that her kids jumped into a razor vehicle and drove all around in all the yards and stuff.
Last clothing description was black sweatpants with a white stripe, black long sleeve t-shirt with a print.
Nikki, how many drones do y'all have up? One at the moment. I've got mine grounded so I can get Sartopo up. I'll be back in the area momentarily.
29 Central on scene. Put 2 out here with me.
10-4, has anybody been there since the initial?
There's a whole bunch of people here now.
4 in the morning. Can you help me listen to the radio on the north end until we wrap this up, please?
Yes, sir.
Brandon, you've got Hendersonville Mounted Patrol coming up there, and Joe's sending some more cars if we can start from the beginning, from the original house, and set up a new plan up there.
So at 8:35 a.m., they were already reconvening with more agencies. The mounted agent, whatever, the horses were coming in. The recording is dependent on the listener's time zone. But this is put together from the 6:39 a.m. when the first call came out. So the times on this is the times that it happened. But at 8:35, they were already going back to the house, and there was more people coming in, right? But we had Bobby saying at 8 a.m., her son saw so much activity that he, called his mom.
10-4, that's what we're doing now, sir. Thank you.
$1 US. A neighbor advised that he's found the child under his son's car, which is across the street, 2 doors up. So be sure and search under cars and under things, which is across that he's found.
Thank you.
$1 US. A neighbor advised that he's found the child under his son's car, which is across the street, 2 doors up.
Across the street, 2 doors up, he found the child under his car.
So be sure and search under cars and under things.
Who do you want to go with this other K9 search and rescue?
I just talked to the GC, the construction by Kerri's going to start getting the word out to all his crews that are out here working.
Everyone, 4 to 1,000.
So it's 8:55, and they just talked to the general contractor who's going to get word to all his guys that are out there working. So we also had construction workers out there working. My question is, what time did they get on the scene? What time did the construction workers arrive? Did they see anything? SF, I had not heard that. I have all the surveillance and know exactly what her kids did and when. And you should keep asking questions of her and LE about her story. That's all I can say right now. Damn. SF coming in hot tonight.
Coming in hot, just like the fajita.
We can get a game plan and reconvene.
Hey, Target, can you put a drone right over top of this trash can, this dumpster, see if there's anything in it? 188. Van 184 is going to send you a picture.
You send out a code red for 1008 Stafford.
Code red was sent out at 0745 this morning.
2-4. We will stand that any good. Can we retry that, please?
Well, Binocular Bobby said that the dogs didn't arrive until the afternoon. Binocular Bobby said the dang dogs arrived in the afternoon, but Max dove into the pond at 7:50 a.m.
10-4, love it.
188.
Go ahead, sir.
Can you come to 1008, please?
3-4.
12 to any units that are going to be assisting with 1008. Please come to 1008 Stafford Court now, please.
Start at the beginning of Kelly Lane 1000. We're going to work our way north of Kelly Lane.
Okay, now they're going down
I'll
Kellen.
get these two houses right here, and we'll take the right side. The white Ford truck, that's the Hendersonville officer's house that's with me. No, that house hasn't been checked. The next house up from is see the white Ford in the driveway.
We log a neighborhood Facebook page. Post was made. 1023 check. No motion on camera.
Unit on Stafford. We've had an additional caller call in that was in the net stating she saw someone that made with a description on Hogan's Branch. Male with sandy blonde hair with a bag wrapped around his head. Child stated he had on a reflective jacket approximately 2 hours ago.
This is the kid with a bag, seen with a bag wrapped around his head.
Hogan's Branch. Male with sandy blonde hair with a bag wrapped around his head.
I would search around there too. A bag wrapped around his head.
Child stated he had on a reflective jacket approximately 2 hours ago.
30 command.
Approximately 2 hours ago. And what time was that at?
Post was made. 1023 check. No motion on camera.
See, he said a Facebook post was made. 9:42. 9:42.
We've had an additional caller call in that was in the net stating she saw someone that made with a description on Hogan's Branch. Male with sandy blonde hair with a bag wrapped around his head. Child stated he had on a reflective jacket approximately 2 hours ago.
30 command. 139 World End has a camera, but nobody's answering the door.
He had some ties at White House High School, and every time he got in trouble, he wanted to go back to White House, so I notified White House PD, and we're notifying this early.
10-4. 10-4, that was the camera, is correct.
It's 10-4. Nobody's answering, nobody's home.
In reference to that address, please run a registration check on Tennessee tag.
This is where they check the Tennessee tag on the BMW. A black BMW.
Tennessee.
Factory 2012 BMW, 750 black in color, registered at that address. Confirmed NSR.
Greg, when you can't see it, you can find any information. Let's see if we can look up on a phone number or something. We would appreciate it.
Command units that are at Stafford Court. When you check a residence, please give me the numeric and unit numbers that have checked it and whether or not you made contact with anybody.
Made contact with 1000 Kellen Lane. He checked all of his cameras. Nothing was on. No answer at 102 or 103 Kellen Lane. 105 answered, hasn't seen it. Nothing on the ring doorbell.
10-4, and you're saying 102 is at 1002?
1002, I'm sorry. Did you ask if he had any light purple hoodie?
I don't know if the parents will know, but just find out if he owns a light purple hoodie with him or something like that.
Can I ask?
Okay, this is even creepier. What color did the girl in the freaking creepypasta wear? Purple?
I don't know if the parents will know, but just find out if he owns a light purple hoodie with him or something like that.
Can I ask?
Mom doesn't advise us to call them.
Yeah.
They were at Dragon Square last night, just bowling at them. Do you have a unit go there to make sure that he hasn't returned there?
1015 had ring cameras, but didn't pick up anything.
517 Hendersonville is with me. 1000 contact and seen anything, either nothing on ring doorbell. 1012 Kellen Lane through 20. All 1012 go through the.
So at 8:30, let's go back to the Seth timeline. He said he arrived there at 8:30, and that was when they were all like reconvening. And he said that he sat in his truck for 30 minutes just watching.
The lady at 1032 Kellen runs the neighborhood Facebook page. And
There we go. That's our Bobby. The lady at 1032 Kellen runs the neighborhood Facebook page. That would be our girl, Binoculars. In the creepypasta story called Flashlight Tag, the victim is wearing purple.
The lady at 1032 Kellen runs the neighborhood Facebook page, and she's updating it to request people to look in their crawl spaces and hidden areas. Hey, on at 1000 Kellen Lane, did y'all happen to check the crawl space? I will have to check my list, but if it wasn't locked from the outside, it was checked.
1018 Stafford. They are reviewing their camera footage right now. I need some check contact and they got the cameras checked. No, that's fine.
184 your low volume. They got cameras checked.
It will 1018. And I'll be out at St. John Missionary, 1085.
Resident at 1028 Kellen Lane states that he just saw a kid with a black shirt, black shorts, had a phone in his hand coming across the construction.
Bing bong. Now we know who that was.
Bing bong.
One of the twins.
Black shorts. Resident at 1028 Kellen Lane states that he just saw a kid with a black shirt, black shorts, had a phone in his hand coming across the construction. When he made contact with this gentleman, the subject went straight back to the woods at the top of Kellen Lane.
Did you hear that? Didn't even talk to the kids. Ran back into the woods. She already said her kids were picked up on the heat sensor because they were out when they weren't supposed to be out. Why was he wandering around the construction site and shit? I mean, what the fuck? Listen again.
At 1028 Kellen Lane states that he just saw a...
And look where 1028 is. Look at the little red dot. The little red dot is 1028. And he's seen a kid in black walking across the construction site who goes back into the woods.
Kid with a black shirt, black shorts, had a phone in his hand coming across the construction. When he made contact with this gentleman, the subject went straight back to the woods at the top of Kellen Lane.
I just talked to him. He's the one helping.
Well, thank you.
I just talked to him. He's the one helping. 2 houses
So,
away from Bobby is 1028, says Clue. Why would they be letting this kid help? Is this what Seth's talking about with protocol? I mean, I'm just asking for a friend.
made contact with this gentleman.
By the way, the twins are a year older than Sebastian.
Subject went straight back to the woods at the top of Killing Lane. I just talked to him. He's one helping. Well, thank you. 12 all units. When you're done with your assignment, please come back to 1008 Stafford. 1023, 24, 18, and 16 Stafford. Over in cameras. Nothing's been called. Operations had started at Willow Bend Drive. St. John Baptist is clear all the way along.
That's what I'm saying. Were protocols not followed? It's possible. It's possible these kids were running around when this shit was happening. It's not impossible.
And then dumpsters and both six buses have been cleared also. They're making that.
10-4. Are you going back to Stafford Court?
Still on search, but general area.
1026. Killing Wayne, no contact. 1028, made contact, nothing on their cameras. And 1030, contact, nothing on their cameras, and nothing in the treehouse behind the house.
Wait, what was the address with the treehouse? Hold on.
1028, made contact, nothing on their cameras. Killing Wayne, no contact. 1028, made contact, nothing on their cameras.
1026, no contact. 1028 is also the guy that saw the kid in black. And you know what? If you were woken up by your twins and your twins were like, oh my God, this kid lives on Stafford and he disappeared. Why would you have your kid out running around in the woods? It wasn't a crime scene. It was a runaway. But are there protocols? I mean, let's face it. If they're trying to get a scent, they shouldn't have other kids running around. Period. I mean, even someone who doesn't know the profession knows that. It's common sense.
Cameras. And 1030, contact, nothing on their cameras, and nothing in the treehouse behind the house.
10-4.
68.
1030 had a tree house too. Remember in the story about the doll house or the dog house? Sorry, not the doll house, the dog house in the story?
Man, all houses on Killing Lane have been checked.
And Ray, those woods on that side of Long Hollow, we've been unable to fly to due to the distance with the drones. So those big woods that's south of the house, we haven't been able to chisel. All properties on Vandywood Court have been checked. We're starting on Honeysuckle now.
Yeah, that's 3293 Long Hollow Pike. Beyond the creek and checking that cave behind the house.
I'm almost back to the house. Meet my partner.
We crawled back into the cave as far as I could go before it got muddy. No footprints, and it's collapsed only in about 10 feet.
10-4, but you're out of it, correct?
Sounds like.
Trooper Grinder has himself and a few troopers. They're going to hit the roads outside of our immediate vicinity and just look for him walking down the roadway somewhere. 3301 Long Hollow Pike has been cleared. Stone House, several outbuildings have been cleared. They're unlocked if anyone else wants to look. I just sent you the endangered poster. If you can put that on our social media, please.
So the endangered poster came out at 11:12 a.m.
12 to 188.
Great.
Did y'all check inside each one of those buses behind TW Hunter?
10-4, so we check them all.
Okay, well, we're about the three closest to the building. We asked Transville to respond to the area of National Pike and Carrying Road. There's a juvenile in that area wearing black pants. And
Here we
a red
go.
T-shirt. I'm shaking back and forth like he had autism. It was just reported to us.
You hear that? There's a juvenile in that area wearing black pants and a red shirt and shaking like he has autism.
pants and a red t-shirt. I'm shaking back and forth like he had autism. It was just reported to us.
Outside of Long Hollow from Killen Lane to Center Point has been checked.
Can you check the field houses that are up on top of the hill by the practice field back behind TW Hunter? I don't see that anybody has tracked through there on foot.
10-4. The blind and my starting location's clear. Residents in blind at 3221 Long Hollow Pike is clear. And from my starting location to Shackle Island, I've left the entire creek bed and then up to is clear.
Yeah, shaking like he had autism. Remember how Binocular Bobby described her kids as quote unquote normal? Who called that one in?
Myself and 182 have been behind TW Hunter, all the way behind Beach football field and baseball field, up in the fields, checking tree lines all the way to the cemetery behind Beach County Presbyterian. We're still here so far, cleared. Myself and 182, we've not made ourselves around to the front of the schools and the side of the schools yet. We're still in the back.
Very mobile units on Long Hollow Pike. 3 is.
Go ahead, 3.
The bus and the shed have been checked at 3220.
10-4.
10-4, thank you. Can you and your partner stop at Willow Bend and go house to house, Willow Bend, check all those, please? See more people have driven through it, but it doesn't look like anybody went house to house.
10-4.
Every house on Honeysuckle has been checked. People that answered the door have only seen the trash man this morning, nothing else.
The people that answered the door have only seen the trash man this morning, nothing else.
The White House and Red Barn adjacent to TW Hunter, 2105 New Hope is clear. 3417 THP has joined in with myself and 517 on Willow Bend to check houses.
10-4.
The big holding pond has been cleared by Hendersonville Fire. They're going to rehab at Shackle Island for a bit, then go to the one over by the cemetery.
10-4.
Field houses behind the beach, soccer field's been searched. We're going to head over to the side field house across the street from the fire hall. 106, 108, 110, 112, Willowbrook, all check, no contact with any homeowners, and none of these houses have crawl spaces.
Beach football complex.
Are you all still searching that area?
Yes, sir.
Made contact with a realtor at 114, hasn't seen him, and all the rooms have been cleared. 116 made contact with that homeowner. He said he has seen that child walking in the neighborhood in past times, but not recent.
Hear that? He has seen that child walking in the neighborhood in past times, but not recently. What if they searched the landfill not because of Sebastian's garbage?
Bing bong.
He has seen that child walking in the neighborhood in past times, but not recent. The main field house next to the freshman annex has been completely searched. All clear. It's got beach softball, beach football. It's the one next to the beachgoing church between it and the freshman annex. It's the main football complex.
Me and Marshall's back here in the back of the cemetery back here.
No contact with anyone, and his truck is not here either.
So I think the lady's here trying to get in her driveway in your cars, and is the key there by chance?
It is, but it's locked.
Okay. Well, she's trying to get in the driveway.
Go ahead.
We haven't made a process.
Call came in at 6:33 this morning.
Great, thank you. You may do it, man. We just put another canine on the ground at the house. See if we pick up anything.
Okay, so after 12, we have canines, new canines brought out, okay?
We are breaking off fuel gallons for fuel.
And if you remember, Binoculars had to call her kids home to eat lunch. She said they were out there all day. Thank you so much, Kim. That's nice of you to say. Thank you.
Review.
The creek worsens to New Shackle Long Hollow and the bridge there, full been checked.
What's your location?
I'm looking by 109 in Thornton's right now. I just got a phone call. Kid matching the descriptions, hiding under the bridge, lower station camp behind the market.
Hear that? 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I just got a phone call. Listen to this again. This is now 4 p.m.
Yeah. I just got a phone call. Kid matching the descriptions, hiding under the bridge, lower station camp behind the market. I'll be en route. I'm close. Did we get somebody else on the other side of their nursery to come down?
Is it possible, guys? God, and I hate saying this, but is it possible that Sebastian was really, really scared and just kept hiding? Is it possible that maybe that was him, like, seen under the bridge? Was he evading them? Was he, like, do you get what I'm saying? I don't know. Or is it a real sighting? Or is it fake? But what does he mean? I got a phone call. From who? Someone who already had his card? A neighbor who got a card that morning? Like, how did he just get a phone call?
Did we get somebody else on the other side of their nursery to come down? She stated that he could be on that side.
446, where was he last seen at?
Just under the bridge. She stated that when she went down to turn around, he was gone.
When she went down to turn around, he was gone. Well, you guys remember they played Eye of the Tiger to get him to come out. If there was a sighting, maybe they thought they could get him to come out by playing the song, and maybe he really did get turned around in those woods. But who was he scared of? And why? Why was he out there in the first place, right? Like maybe it was a prank gone bad. Maybe it was a prank gone bad.
446. Did you talk to the client? She's still
Hey, Killer
on the
Looks.
bridge. Sure.
Yes, and you're not in trouble. You're not in trouble.
White female, black leggings, I believe. Blonde hair. 447, 446. You seen any tracks that way? I'm taking Creek Clover. See any track. 446 to 447. Hold your location, please. I'm on foot now.
10-4. I know they've got the dog up there.
The helicopter's coming back to you. 158 Upper Station.
The residents say the ETA, approximately 5 minutes ago, somebody walked through that gate right below you.
Hear that? Approximately 5 minutes ago, someone walked through that gate right below you.
Helicopter's coming back to you. 158 Upper Station.
The residents say the ETA, approximately 5 minutes ago, somebody walked through that gate right below you.
There's somebody in black. Yeah.
There's somebody in black. Oh my God. Upper Station. Wait, let's go back a little bit and see where that starts from, UA.
10-4. I know they've got the dog up there.
The helicopter's coming back to you. 158 Upper Station.
The residents say the ETA, approximately 5 minutes ago, somebody walked through that gate right below you.
There's somebody in black. Yeah.
There's a deputy at 158. I saw somebody black on the tree line. I don't know if it's one of our guys.
Yeah, there's two law enforcement guys walking back here off the tree lines. Let's go through there. 12 to 24. How long have they lived in that house?
A year.
Where were we at before?
Cambridge Farms, Gal. 449 Remington in Cambridge Farms.
White male, gray t-shirt, white pants. They didn't get to see his face, kind of shaggy blonde hair.
We'll be out at Lower Station, Scarlet, and Big Station with a white male juvenile, a four-wheeler in the creek.
Male juvenile with the four-wheeler in the creek.
Bing bong.
What in the hell is going on? You have a kid missing and you have your teenagers out there in black? That doesn't even make sense.
White male juvenile, a four-wheeler in the creek.
Who checked out with the juvenile on Station Gal?
This is not going to be our missing juvenile. He's with
5:18 p.m. 5:18 p.m. Juvenile with a four-wheeler in the creek.
On Station Gal.
This is not going to be our missing juvenile.
All right, let me go back again.
158. There's somebody in black. Yeah.
Up there.
The helicopter's coming back to you. 158 Upper Station.
The residents say the EPA, approximately 5 minutes ago, somebody walked through that gate right below you.
There's somebody in black. Yeah.
There's a deputy at 158. I saw somebody black on the tree line. I don't know if it's one of our guys.
Yeah, there's two law enforcement guys walking back here off the tree lines. Let's go through there. 12 to 24.
How long have they lived in that house?
A year.
Where were we at before?
Cambridge Farms, Gal. 449 Remington in Cambridge Farms.
White male, gray t-shirt, white pants. They didn't get to see his face, kind of shaggy blonde hair.
We'll be out at Lower Station, Scarlet, and Big Station with a white male juvenile, a four-wheeler in the creek.
Who checked out with the juvenile on Station Gal?
This is not going to be our missing juvenile. He's with his father in the creek.
I made contact with the male, the caller, and him and the trail called about. It's not our subject.
It's not our subject. It was Bobby's twins. And you know, you can go pretty far on an ATV. Just saying. I'll show you guys what a razor is. It's like a four-wheeler, right? Hold on. I'll pull up a picture. Right here. Dude. Is that what the lights come from? That's literally like bigger than a four-wheeler. Grit says, I'm going to stand 10 toes down on my opinion that her kids were involved in a hazing game gone bad, and they are playing the runaround to confuse LE. All in black, just running around. Cover up, cover up. Well, her son's Jeep is loud too. She even said, my son's Jeep is loud. He did say with his father. Yes, he did. Now that we've listened to that dispatch, we're going to listen to this one more time. Here we go. See if this has new meaning to you.
It's really hard to have evidence if certain protocols aren't being followed. You have to start back over from day one.
So Monday, my kids were out with law enforcement because at that point it was we need all the neighbors come out, help us, look everywhere, whatever. So they were open to everybody. My kids jumped into one of those razor things and drove all up and through the property and stuff. And then my other one walked with the canine unit in the construction zone. He walked all the way through that. They literally, I had to call them at one point in time and tell them, y'all need to come home and have lunch.
Next big track back up, going into the construction site over here, back towards the beach.
It's awful muddy. Do you see any footprints, anything? Couldn't have any shoes.
I do have some footprints.
Right there where you're standing?
Yeah, leading right over here to the retaining.
No shoes, just footprints?
He literally dove into it. Max led me straight to the retaining. He dove into the water.
Do you see any prints around it?
There was a few footprints in some of the softer dirt headed straight this way on the track that he was running.
You know, going back to day one, so Sebastian goes to sleep the evening of February 25th. It's on the morning of the 26th that your ex-wife finds that he's not in his bedroom. She is the only one said to be home, and Sebastian could have vanished sometime in the hours from when she last saw him go to sleep and from the time she opened the door. There's a window there overnight. Your best guess, Seth, based on how well you know your son, what do you think happened to Sebastian?
He's not the type to put on, he's not the type to leave the house without putting on socks and shoes. As for running away or leaving, he didn't take his backpack. He didn't take his switch. He didn't take his phone. I mean, just doesn't make sense. And he's not one to wander. He's never eloped before.
Are you leaning towards a potential kidnapping?
Anything is speculation at this point in time, because there is no, as they have said, evidence that leads towards foul play. But there's things that just don't add up.
Me and Seth have not agreed more. There are definitely a lot of things that don't add up. So the link is pinned. If anybody wants to come up, let's start talking about this, the lights now. I mean, this is making more sense than a lot of things have in the past, right? So if anybody wants to come up, the link is pinned. What do you guys think? So her son's name, her oldest son, who was the one that left for work, that was at 8 o'clock a.m. according to her. Look, I don't know what them kids were doing. I'm not saying they were doing anything nefarious, but they were in the middle of an active search for a missing child, right? This was a red alert. They sent out red alert system notices to the neighborhood. And she's got her kids out there in black, fucking around when this kid disappeared. I mean, did they think he was in the woods? And if so, why? What's up, Clue?
Hey, can you do me a favor?
Yes.
Play the beginning of that video again where Bobby starts talking.
The one I just played?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Let me pull it up. Oh, binoculars. All right, here we go.
It's really hard to have evidence if certain protocols aren't being followed. You have to start back over from day one.
So Monday, my kids were out with law enforcement because at that point it was we need all the neighbors come out, help us, look everywhere, whatever. So they were open to everybody. My kids jumped into one of those razor things and drove all up and through the property and stuff. And then my other one walked with the canine unit in the construction zone.
Okay.
He walked all the way through that.
My kids jumped in a razor. My other one walked with a canine.
Right. Because she has so that would mean that somebody was back from work or maybe didn't go to work, right, Clue? Because there's only 3 Trace amigos or kiddos.
Mm-hmm. Because it's real interesting, right? That whole timeline thing is fucked, right?
The timeline ain't timelining.
Mm-mm.
And the math ain't mathing.
It's not. Because according to her, her ass was still sleeping at 8 a.m. when little Sean, was on his way to work and noticed, the ruckus over there in front of Proudfoot's house. Called Mama. Mama was sleeping, so she didn't answer. So he texted the twins. Go wake up, Mom. Something's up.
If you're so scared, like for 2 weeks, no one left our house.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you think the biggest, moment of fear would be right when it happened?
Yes.
Why do you have your kids out there without you running around everywhere?
By themselves, too. Like when Ellie encountered the one kid that he's like, oh, it's not the juvenile that we're looking for or whatever.
He's the one helping.
Right. I mean, it was.
Yeah, he ran into the woods and then they made contact with him and they're like, oh, he's not our missing subject. He's helping.
Right.
I feel like they were just looking for someone who wandered off and got lost.
Wouldn't the kids, the twins, wouldn't you want your twins, at least if you're going to hypothetically have your kids out there in the middle of a search for a missing teenager, at least send your 2 of them together, not split up?
And she says, my kids were out with them. It almost does sound like she's saying all of them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It does. It's very weird. Let's listen to this again.
Out with law enforcement because at that point it was we need all the neighbors come out, help us, look everywhere, whatever. So
that's not what they said, though. They said check your outbuildings, check your own properties. They didn't say drive all across the neighborhood, drudge through Drake's Creek. No, they didn't say to traps across the freaking construction site. They said to check your outbuildings and your crawl spaces and under your vehicles.
And Clue, they would have had also a description of what he was wearing on that red alert, right?
Should have, yeah.
So
I will say,
for them to be in all black, like this, what he's also allegedly supposed to be wearing for the kid that's missing. You get what I'm saying?
I'm gonna give this one to Big Sean, when he is talking about the protocols, because that cop makes it sound like he's the one helping, like they're okay with it, right? And I think if I were Big Sean, I'd probably be a little upset too.
Yes.
Yeah,
that's why that whole comment from him took on a whole new meaning. Like when he said if certain protocols were being followed, maybe they'd have some evidence. But if this was a shit show.
But something tells me, though, that's not what he's talking about.
No.
I try to give him so much. Okay, I don't try, but sometimes I'll give him grace. And I think he's talking about what Bullhorn hollers about, luminol and all that.
Yeah.
I just, it seems like it's just not.
Look how she's trying to tell us too. So they were open to everybody helping, but we know that's not true.
Right.
Not if they got yelled at.
Right.
Who is it?
Right. Was your kid caught on the heat sensor being somewhere he wasn't supposed to be? Or were they open to everybody just roaming the hood? And someone else had a good point. In the early morning, if they didn't know who Sebastian was, how did they know who they were looking for?
And then also, I don't know if there's a way for them to trace the calls, but the kid with the bag over his head, how do you, if they have a bag over his head that came into like 911 or whatever, or LE, how do you know what color hair he has if he's got a bag over his head?
I mean, it could have been sticking out. You know what I mean? Could have been a clear bag.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know, like, what kind of bag.
Well, I mean, yeah, I'm just saying, like, it just seems like, was that a wild, like, sending somebody down a goose? Like, on a wild
I mean, it
goose
could have
chase?
been. But then again, was he running around? Was he scared? That's the thing. I've always discounted those to being fake call-ins. But that red alert went out at like 7:45 in the morning. And then this lady gets the red alert and says, oh, I saw this kid 2 hours ago. And that would have been, I think that was at 9 something. So that would have been 2 hours. That would have been like just after 7. It's wild. I've just never really considered the bag on that. I thought it was weird, but I thought somebody was just throwing them off.
I think it could be either. Either it was true, or somebody throwing a fake call to throw him off. It'd be interesting to trace back to see.
Sarah with an H. Are her kids involved with FFA? So the oldest son, who has already graduated, I think he's in his 20s, his girlfriend is the president? Officer. And she is the one that presented Seth with the certificate for Sebastian at one of the vigils. So yes, indirectly, her kids are affiliated with FFA. There's just too much.
Clue.
They were open at that point. My kids jumped into one of those razor things.
Was it their razor thing, or was it somebody else's?
The way she said those, maybe it's...
Yeah, like she's those razor things, and she's trying to explain it's big. Whose razor thing was it? Was it theirs? Was it someone else's?
Yeah, I don't know. I've never seen one out in front of the house, but doesn't mean they don't have one. You know what I mean?
Right.
And drove all up and through the property and stuff. And then my other one walked with the canine unit.
So they split up. Right?
Yeah.
This is a scary moment. This is intense. It was traumatic, she said. That first day was traumatic, but she had to call her boys home to feed them lunch. She didn't even know where they were.
In the construction zone. He walked all the way through that. They literally, I had to call them at one point in time and tell them, y'all need to come home and have lunch.
Next big track back up.
And here we have, remember she said she even saw him dry off the damn dog with a towel?
Yeah.
Do you remember her saying that?
Yeah.
Okay. And that was clearly had to be after 8 because she wasn't even awake, right? The kids weren't out there yet. But Max dove in at 7:50.
7:54, I think, is when we...
Going into the construction site over here back towards the beach.
It's awful muddy. Do you see any footprints, anything?
It's awfully muddy. And we have her kids washing off their boots in the driveway with LE.
Couldn't have any shoes.
I do have some footprints.
Right there where you're standing?
Yeah. Leading right over here to the retaining.
No shoes, just footprints?
He literally dove into it. Max led me straight to the retaining.
Wait. He's literally... Oh, dove into it. Talking about Max. Okay. I thought he was saying like...
You know, he did say dove. Yeah.
He dove into the water. Copy. You see any prints around it? There was a few footprints in some of the softer dirt headed straight this way on the track that he was running.
You know, going back to day one.
That's always been such a weird statement to me on the track that he was running.
Yeah, Max.
Is he talking about Max, or did someone possibly see him running? Like, that's
Right.
always been...
You know, that's a good point.
He's into the water. Copy. You see any prints around it? There was a few footprints in some of the softer dirt headed straight this way on the track that he was running.
I think he's talking about Max, but you never know.
It is weird. I'm not going to lie.
I will say these the little Sean mini Sean or little Sean and his girlfriend really do like taking their Jeeps down in Drake's Creek.
Yeah.
Driving through the creek.
Yeah, I saw that.
Isn't that where those pants were found?
Yeah.
By Terry Lynn?
Mm-hmm.
Jay Kells says, who called in with blonde hair, black leggings, with the tip of the kid under the bridge? TL? Thank you, Jay Kells.
Yeah, that was another one. Like, I'm like, how do you see somebody under the bridge? Because the bridge, like, to see somebody under there, you have to kind of walk down where Jay, like, walked down a hill, you know?
So Bobby also said, B said, I think Max was locked onto a scent and was running and dove into the pond. But according to Bobby and her son, he said, wow, why did the dog just do that? And the handler said, he's never done that before. But the woman who called in the sighting, they said was in a van. I'm pretty sure. They said a van. And when the lady turned around and went back, he was gone. Donna, what are you talking about? Why are you screaming? It's not Bobby FFS with mad faces. Why are you pissed?
Take the link.
Yeah. Such an instigator.
Well, I mean, for real, she's like, a response would be nice. Well, come up if you have a question. I can't catch every comment, you know?
Catch the link.
That's why it's pinned.
Believe it or not, it is.
I said, what's your problem? She said, you. Come on up, Donna. Bring that UK ass up here. Let's have some tea and crumpets. What's your problem? What's not Bobby? What are you talking about?
Let's go. I'm interested. I'm all ears actually, and I have my co-head sniffer of BS right beside me.
Because I super chat? Did I miss it? Sorry, Donna. I apologize. I didn't know. I missed it. I'm sorry. Thank you. On Google Maps, there is a picture. I know. On Google Maps, there is a picture of a black BMW on Seth's drive or his neighbors. Thank you. She says on Google Earth or Google Maps, there's a picture of a black BMW in Seth's drive or the neighbors.
Like, you want to know, so, like, someone has to remind me of this. Am I not crazy that, like, one night Terry Lynn was pulled over and her tag was run, but it came back to a BMW?
No, you're not crazy. It came back to a Mercedes.
Okay, a Mercedes. All right.
No, it was a BMW.
Well, she was in a Mercedes then, right?
Oh, no. Well, Terry Lynn's came back to a Mercedes, but the tag they ran in the dispatch was a BMW.
Yeah, and I wonder where that was. So, like, if the radio hadn't been, like, go on this specific channel for this, is that just another random call? Like, they're running just like a another person's tag, or was it someone in the neighborhood maybe that they were trying to find out, who they were, where they worked? You know what I mean?
No, what do you mean? No, I'm not picking up what you're laying down.
Like, why would they just be running a random tag? Is it just like a random call?
Oh, yeah. It was almost like when they were going door to door.
Right.
In the midst of that, yeah, I don't know where they saw the car, where they got the info. There's no like context to it. They just
Right.
run
It
this
just like
random tag.
Yeah, can you run tag? Blah blah blah.
Mm-hmm.
So was it maybe they couldn't get someone to answer the door, and they're like, let's see if we have a phone number for this person?
Right.
Or somebody may have said like it. Maybe there was a tag on camera, like on a surveillance camera.
Oh, like on a video?
Yeah.
Hey, I was wondering, could
Hey,
it have been
Alabama.
hey, I was wondering, I was sitting here thinking, when the dogs hit on a scent, it hit from Sebastian's like front door, right? They didn't have like any clothing that they had gave him for a scent. Could it be that those twins was at that house and maybe they were actually hitting on their scent?
I don't know. I think they did get an article and then use that to follow his scent. And I believe Chris said it went out the front door if you're walking out of their house to the left and around the house that way. If I remember correctly.
I think I remember that too now.
But I do want to say that it was said that the dog or the trail actually kind of zigzagged. Don't quote me on that. Mm-hmm. Like it wasn't like it was running in a direct, like beelining somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Like, so if that's true, and I don't remember where I heard that, so don't hold me to it. But if that did happen, I want to say it was Chris that was describing the trail that the dog took out the front door, and it zigzagged around in the back. But if it was zigzagging, doesn't that sound like kind of a game of tag, if you will?
Yeah, I would think that.
Yeah, see, Sane Outlaw remembers. Chris did. I think it was him. Because someone asked, like, to narrow down, like, where did exactly the scent, the dog go from the house? And I'm pretty sure he said that.
Oh, someone said it was on that phone call with narc divers.
Oh, yep. Good memory, Sane.
There was one instance I do remember. I think it was when Terry Lynn was pulled over that the plates didn't match the
car
she was in.
Mm-hmm.
That's weird.
It matched a Mercedes.
Hello. Stay quiet. Hello. My 5-year-old's wanting to say hello. She's not going to quit. Say hello. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. What was I going to pull up? Oh, I have something else. More audio. Okay, so what I did was I got to find it though. I took the dispatch and I just played it. Like I went into Broadcastify, into the archives, and I just played it. So like anything else that was coming in, I know Jessica Danielle, like kind of, like not everything was in there in the one that we listened to last night, even. There was more stuff.
Okay.
So I don't know if you guys want to listen to that or if you want to talk about these lights. What do you want to do?
Either one. I mean, we can do both. I mean, whichever one.
I'd kind of like to listen to more of the audio to see if there's anything else in there, like early on.
I think it's really suspicious what these kids were doing, like when they weren't even supposedly aware of it at the time, according to the, and then I think the lights too are definitely suspicious. It would, in terms of, I think they kind of correlate to a flashlight game.
Let me see what this is. Hold on. Can you guys see it? Oh, no. There we go. I don't know what this is. Let me play it a second and see.
Do we have an estimated time of start for the search process?
Call came in at 6:33 this morning.
Great, thank you.
Heading missing juvenile, 1008 Stafford Court, 1008 Stafford Court, Hendersonville. Caller advised this morning they woke up and their 15-year-old male was not in the bed. We had a white male, 30 blonde hair, approximately 5 foot, 120 pounds. I was going to be wearing a black sweatshirt and black sweatpants. Juvenile does have a form of autism. This is the first time it happened. I was going to be in the home before midnight. All the doors are locked at this time.
10-4 around.
47. I asked the call taker to ask if the juvenile has a phone. Break. Central to 68. I am Mrs. Fire Call.
It is.
Central to 47, 184 and 12. Juvenile left his son at the house. The mother is driving around looking for him in the Victoria Place subdivision, and she is driving a baby blue Infiniti.
I'm in the area. Check long haul out. Just same way.
You can take me off the assist fire. I'll be en route to the missing juvenile.
Max pick track back up. Going into the construction site over here. Max pick track back up. Going into the construction site over here, back towards the beach.
That's important behind you. It's awful muddy. Do you see any footprints, anything? You shouldn't have any shoes on.
Hey, yeah, this is all dry, hard packed. I do have some footprints over here.
Right there where you're standing?
Yeah, leading right over here to the retaining pond.
No shoes, just footprints?
My shoes, but Max went straight into the pond. Max led me straight to the retaining pond. Over behind Willow Boulevard, he dove right into the water. There was a few footprints in some of the softer dirt, headed straight this way on the track that he was running.
1247, what kind of shoe does he wear?
Size 10.
So to any units that are going to be assisting with 1008, please come to 1008 Stafford Court.
Yeah, can you just hold up the parents or know just find out if he owns a white purple hoodie with Homer Simpson on the phone.
10-4. Anybody that's at the residence, can they ask the parents?
Mom doesn't advise that she can recall one.
Okay. They asked if, I want to say it said a purple hoodie with Homer Simpson on the front.
Light purple.
Light purple with Homer Simpson on the front. So I wonder where they found that. Because that was pretty early on, right?
Mm-hmm.
12 Central.
12, go ahead.
Can we make sure that this has been rolled out to Hendersonville and Gallatin? Also, they were at Dragon Square last night, just bowling at some game. Can you have a unit go there and just go around and make sure that he hasn't returned there? Make sure he didn't want to continue his day. 47 to pound.
47.
1011 and 1015 have ring cameras, but didn't pick up anything.
517 Hendersonville is with me. 1006, no contact. 1008, made contact. Haven't seen anything. 1010, contact. They hadn't seen anything either, nothing on ring doorbell.
47 to pound.
47.
1023 and 1024 both have ring cameras, so no one's home.
10-4.
Sounds like there's a lot of Ring cameras on Stafford, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But they're saying didn't pick up anything. But a lot of people do have the Ring, maybe the doorbells or something.
Command units on Stafford. I'm going to the command post if you say anything.
Yeah.
Out here.
No, I just wanted to real quickly give a little disclaimer for chat because it's I don't want it to get out of hand. It's been 10 months that we've been looking for this kid with basically three options: the mom, the dad, or he left on his own, or was lured out. We haven't had anything. So for people in chat to be thinking that we're accusing Bobby or her kids of anything, in my opinion, that's not what we're doing. We're looking at evidence. We're not evidence. We're looking at what we have, putting pieces together, which honestly for 10 months we haven't had much of. And it could just be that this could be an explanation as to if he did walk out of that house on his own willingly. This could be
Honestly, I
why.
don't see many people upset. I have to question anybody who would be upset about us playing dispatch and the neighbor's own words. To me, that
Well, no,
says, like, why would anyone be upset about that? Like, you know what I mean?
yes, no,
Most
there's
people are here because,
like defending,
yeah,
defending Bobby and stuff like that. And I'm like, she doesn't need to be defended. Like nobody's, maybe if they're
look,
holding things back
Bobby
from
put
law
herself
enforcement, but
out there.
nobody is saying exactly. But
Bobby
nobody's
put
saying
herself out
anything
there,
that
and everybody knows that.
this could possibly explain why he left the house. It could go deeper than that. It could go further than that. We don't know. But for 10 months, we haven't had shit. And now we finally have a possibility of why he could have chosen on his own to leave the home. And I just don't want that to get lost on people. That's all.
Right. That's
Well, I mean, people play back my words all the time. So if you come on the internet and you speak, then
So what's really crazy to me, Clue, is going
I'm
back
not
to the
sticking up for
Ring,
the hoe.
going back to the Ring doorbell footage, right? We heard from Bobby that a neighbor said, "Oh yeah, I saw Sebastian's silhouette because my Ring camera picked it up." But then we have no sightings of him walking out the front door. So his bedroom light is going to trigger someone's Ring, but him walking through the yard isn't? Make that make sense.
I can't.
I
mean, what the hell? So was there really even a silhouette? Because I don't believe that someone's Ring camera made his bedroom light made their Ring go off. That's weird.
That's going to be a really annoying, like I said before a couple nights ago, that would have your camera be that sensitive to where you would get like a notification or it would go off on that is going to be one heck of a annoying feature that you're going to be constantly having. I mean, if neighbor's lights.
Yeah, that's true.
Who's going to have it set that?
I mean, the wind blows and a leaf moves on a tree is going to set it off.
Exactly.
So how the hell did he get out of the house?
I will say too.
Well, so I will say this much, right? In that instance, you would be looking at a light source, right? Whereas if he came out of the house and didn't use a light source, it's not going to trigger a camera. Like, so when
because
that
it's
ring
so
picks
dark,
up,
right?
Right. And when that ring picks up, it's changing. It senses like a movement or something because that light comes on. Whereas, again, if you walk out and you aren't using
But you know
a
what,
light
Clue?
source,
You know what, Clue? I don't think a light source is going to trigger it. I think motion is going to trigger it. So was someone outside that triggered their camera to start recording where they saw Sebastian come to the window? You get what I'm saying?
But I mean, so that light coming on is a motion. Do you see what I mean? It is a motion of sorts because it's changing the atmosphere that the camera is looking at.
I get what you're saying because it would pick up like a headlight. You know what I mean?
Right.
Wild. I have my ring set to not pick up anything in the road. That would drive me nuts. Yeah, it would drive me nuts too. But was
I
there
mean,
more going on in the neighborhood? Was there really a ding dong ditch 2 years ago?
so I will say this. In that neighborhood, I don't think it would bother me if it picked up cars going down the road because, quite honestly, there realistically shouldn't be that many.
Right. It's a
It's like
cul-de-sac.
right, and it's a slow. You're gonna have people coming home from work. You're gonna have possibly when like people walk their dogs. But I am gonna say again, it is dark as crap at night in that place without a lot of house lights on outside.
Yeah, I think we forget that it's like pitch black, right? Like you can't even see
Oh
your
yeah.
hand in front of your face type thing.
But
Like
her kids were able to see the night vision people and
Yeah.
allegedly.
well, I will say I do believe that side of the neighborhood where they are is probably a little more lit up because they also have that new construction neighborhood
Right.
to the back of their houses, and that neighborhood actually does have street lights, so the ambient light itself makes that street brighter than Stafford.
Yeah, brighter, but I'm just wondering it's not giving off it still doesn't fit the narrative that she's trying to claim at certain points in time.
Well, I can tell you when I've been in there at nighttime, it's not hard to see like the road, right? Like if I were to drive without my headlights on, I could see the road very easily on Kellen, but at the back end of Stafford, you would struggle.
Do you think that it's possible, Clue, since you've spoken with Katie, you've spoken with Chris, that he had snuck out before and they're just not telling you? Or do you feel like they've been 100% upfront? What's your like gut feeling with that? Like, do you think there could be more to Sebastian that they haven't revealed? Like 2 years ago, okay, that's coincidental. 2 years ago, they had a ding dong ditch. That's when they moved in. Could have been Sebastian.
I mean, I'm not going to say no. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if they're being upfront and honest.
Dude, could he have snuck out? Listen, I just had a thought. Could he have snuck out before without her knowing because she sleeps like a rock?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hasn't it
Recently
come out that
hold
he
on.
did sneak out?
Has she said like, and like, God, I mean, he could have snuck out and I didn't even hear, because obviously he got out and she didn't hear this time.
Well, the neighbor said that he had seen him walking in the neighborhood before.
But we don't know what time that
that's
was. Was that like after school? Was that,
I remember hearing after school, not at night, but I do recently remember it kind of being confirmed that, he was supposed to stay inside until Katie got home, but the people in the neighborhood had seen him, going out during the afternoon.
Because it sounds to me like they said in the dispatch, he would have been in by midnight. Doors are locked. Right? Something about midnight.
What? On the dispatch? It said midnight?
Mm-hmm. Let me replay that part. Right when they talk about Katie calling in, that's part of the initial information. Hold on.
Oh, maybe because that's when she went to bed.
Right. So did she make sure the doors were locked or something? Like, there's something with that. Listen. Hold on. Okay, here it is.
Heading missing juvenile, 1008 Stafford Court. 1008 Sanford Court, Hendersonville. Caller advised this morning they woke up and their 15-year-old male is not in the bed. We had a white male, 30 blonde hair, approximately 5 foot, 120 pounds. I was going to be wearing a black sweatshirt and black sweatpants. Juvenile does have a form of autism. This is the first time it happened. I was going to be in the home before midnight. All the doors.
Going to be in the home before midnight. All the doors are locked.
She says last known to be in the home.
Is that what she says?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Juvenile does have a form of autism. This is the first time it happened. I was going to be in the home before midnight.
There we go.
Clue, the other thing I thought about is like, I wonder if, because now obviously it's a little bit different than maybe, I wonder if, I don't know when the first time you went out there was, and if they started adding, like if the neighbors had started adding lights outside after this happened, because as according to Bobby, they were all, they should flip them upside down and they were invaded, and so I wonder if the lighting now on Kellen, or when you first saw it on Kellen, was reminiscent exactly of the lighting the night he went missing, if that makes sense.
So when people are awake in that neighborhood, it's kind of like any neighborhood, right? They'll have like lights on in their living room, dining room, whatever, maybe outside lights on or whatever. But for the majority, I think when they actually go to sleep, everything just shuts off, right? And I don't think it's any brighter now than it was. I don't know. We were out there on day 7, and Stafford for sure, I don't think is.
Yeah.
Like, it's just as dark out there. Like, when
there's no street lights in that subdivision, right? So it really is just varying on people's security lights and things like that, which ones are on, which ones are not. And that really dictates how dark it is in that subdivision.
Well, in that case, let's look at this. This was posted by JLR on 3/24. So March 24th, you can see that they have a lot of lights outside. I don't know if they were on that night, but as you can see, there's the corner here above the van. There's 2 above the garage. And then there's 1 right here over the front, like by the front door. So if those were on at night, like I don't know if those stayed on or what, you know what I'm saying? But that's a pretty damn bright floodlight there in the corner.
Yeah.
In the backyard.
That's what I was wondering. Like, did the neighbors all of a sudden, because, according to Bob, like, they were invaded and traumatized, like, nobody's walking their dogs. Like, did they start putting more lights on right after this?
Girl, that is such bullshit. Like, I'm sorry, but we have not talked to one person who was like, we're scared, we're terrified. This is, you know what I mean?
But Clue, would that explain if these fucking lights were on that side of the house? Would that explain why he didn't walk over that way? Like it was dark on the other side? Possibly?
Possibly. If I'm not mistaken, I think though they said those lights above the garage stay on all the time. On Nancy Grace, maybe? Was it?
There was
Nancy Grace. They say that the lights above the garage stay on all the time. And she said something about solar lights.
Yeah, like I think in the landscaping in the front or something.
Yeah.
Little solar lights. I just wonder how many people keep like garage lights on all night in there.
I mean, we have a floodlight on every single corner of our house that stays on all night.
I mean, we've been over.
But people are coming for you. If I were you, I'd have lights on my house all night too.
We've been in that same at night several times, and I mean, I would say it's safe to say we've seen varying levels of outside light on.
Yeah, 100%. Like,
it really seems to depend on the time.
Yep, we were out there last night doing that in that cemetery or whatever, and I mean it was lit up, but
Yeah.
it's Christmas, right?
Well, and it was earlier in the evening too.
Yeah.
Potato said Katie said no lights were on, and then Chris corrected saying those always stay on. And Nancy Grace.
I think Bobby said she didn't have cameras, or like that's what she says, but
Well, if I knew her house number, when I listened to dispatch, I could see if they.
I do. I know it.
What they said. Did you?
Crimson.
Well, did you notice what they said in the dispatch? Did they holler? Did they holler out her address?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, they did.
Yeah, right. Wait.
No, they didn't.
Not yet. I don't think. I think they do at one point. I bet I could be wrong.
Well, I thought that they mentioned her when they said this neighbor runs the neighborhood Facebook page.
Facebook group.
They do.
I don't think they said anything about cameras with her house, though. I didn't notice it.
Let me find where I found the camera thing. Okay.
How important would that moment have been in your life? I run the neighborhood Facebook page.
I know.
I am that person.
I mean, very important. They did say 10:32. Okay, that's what I thought. Someone's.
Okay, here's another thing for you. So the initial call, they say he was definitely in the house before midnight. Last known, right?
Mm-hmm.
Last known to be in the house before midnight. But then we have on the missing flyer, last seen in the area of Stafford Court on the 26th. So they found something. So they found something after the initial call of Katie saying he was last known to be in the house before midnight, because that would be the 25th.
That's what I've been saying, dude. I think that they have him somewhere on surveillance. They have to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, couldn't he have been one of the people that we just heard described in the dispatch?
I think we're going to find the timestamp of when they did mention her house number, because I'm not 100% cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs on that one, because someone else, we're going to look for that to give to you.
Clue and Jay, do you guys remember? I don't know if we got to it yet or if I missed it, but there was a sighting of someone that was of interest, I guess you'd say, on the dispatch. And the officer said, no, he, like something to this effect, not verbatim. No, he's cool. I spoke with him last night, or he was around last night.
I dealt with him last night.
Yes, exactly. That's okay. So that's a little strange, don't you think?
I didn't hear that when we played it tonight.
I didn't
tonight either, but I've heard it in the past. It's there somewhere.
Yeah. I did remember that too.
Dealt with him last night. Now that's really interesting. I would love to know more about that.
They were trying to get the video camera footage for the night before too. Remember how Ellie came back and wanted the camera footage for the night also before he went missing?
Mm-hmm.
Hypothetically, could you possibly have some teenagers hiding out in bushes playing flashlight tag with Sebastian that explains maybe the thud was like the knock on a tap on the window, like, hey, like, we're ready whenever you can sneak out type thing that Katie heard. Sebastian responds, waits for mom to go to bed, just saying. And then if you have, let's say hypothetically, you have a very over-interested mom that is working with a certain creator on YouTube to come up with a narrative as to explain the lights video, and she starts, let's say that person hypothetically pushes a narrative that there was someone with what appeared to be a body slung over their shoulder. I'm just saying.
Wait,
I
what?
missed that.
Wait, what? Back up, Terrelyn.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Hi, Southern.
What? Hey, y'all. I've driven through a flood, and y'all are gonna get this tomorrow. Clue. It's bad. This weather is horrible. Like flooding everywhere.
Oh no.
But
We sure
what I
have
just don't have.
bonded the last few nights, ladies.
We have, but this has been very
Yeah.
good. And I was in my car and I'm like yelling. I was listening and I was like, I can't be involved because I'm driving. But anyway, I did want to say hi. Um,
Hi, Southern.
I just want to say this. Hey, Gray, how are you doing? It's funny to me. One thing that I was listening to with all of this is I don't understand the narrative from the beginning when it's talking about how Chris has ties with law enforcement. When you go back and you listen to all of the searching and like all of the stuff that's
Uh-oh. We lost her.
That was weird. Y'all hear that noise?
Yeah, she
Like a
just got
snake?
portal, dude.
It's like she got zapped by like one of
Are
those
you
bugs.
okay?
Kinda like you
my
hear it.
phone, well, my phone got wet, so I don't know.
Oh
If I sound
God.
like I'm drowning. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's
No, you're
bad.
fine.
It's
You're
really
good
bad
now.
here. So I'm just saying that, like, it's weird that I don't know where the narrative ever came out that Chris has all this pull with law enforcement when they're doing everything possible. I mean, look at the span of this day that we're looking at. They've been searching all day and they're looking
Mhm.
at everything. They're not leaving anything unturned. They're not. Now, I don't know. Oh, listening to this Bobby timeline, this is really making me sick. That's why I was mad because I can't believe that's so wrong. Like her timing is so wrong. It's all wrong. And I just wonder if she's been questioned. Like, has she not been questioned? She
Yes.
called in enough to the TBI.
Yes, TBI was in her home. She said she sat on her couch and was interviewed by a female agent.
I can
And
tell
Mm-hmm.
you
Southern,
I can tell
sorry.
you that that neighborhood has been questioned.
Thoroughly questioned. Okay. Well, I mean, I would think it would have, but I mean, you never know. I can't tell from her
I don't know if you
narrative.
were here earlier, Southern, but
Yeah.
SF said and something along the lines of, "I didn't know some of this, but keep asking questions." So
Oh,
there's
I
that.
got you. I got you. I may have missed that. I might have been clocking out or something.
It was a good little tidbit.
Yeah,
Well,
it
I think
is.
that makes me so angry when people come in here and they get like irritated and if they like about questions being asked, right? Because it's
Mm-hmm.
like we've spent 10 months questioning
Why
the crap
shouldn't
out
we
of Chris and
explore?
Katie,
Yeah.
questioning
Exactly.
Seth, questioning
Yeah.
his family, their family, you know what I mean? And it's like, okay, obviously Ellie doesn't have anything on any of them, or I really feel like one, two, or three of them would be in jail.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And I think people should appreciate the fact that we're looking at a different angle. I mean, why get mad about it?
Right. Well,
Mhm.
you gotta question who would be mad. You know what I mean?
Well,
Yeah.
I think if you look at the things that are said by law enforcement as they stand, he was last seen in the area of Stafford Court on the 26th.
Yeah.
They can't arrest anybody until they find him because they obviously know he left and they don't have any indication of where the hell he went.
On
Mm.
his own,
Right.
Right.
obviously.
And I would say that it's reasonable to assume that since there is no sign of him, he was probably most likely picked up. But again, they can't do anything about that till they find him or get some indication that leads them to where he's at.
You're right.
Then by that logic, which is completely logical, shouldn't everybody leave Katie and Chris the frick alone? Because
Yep.
Yeah,
he obviously walked
Absolutely.
out, whether he
Yep.
was meeting somebody or he did it on
But
his
they
own,
won't though
or
because they don't
I
have any
know, I know,
answers, right?
I
There's
know,
no
I
evidence
know,
that
it sucks.
they have no evidence that they didn't do anything. So as long as there's no evidence that they didn't do anything, they're gonna keep going at them.
Well, the thing is, too, is I mean, look, I've said this before. I mean, I didn't know my older kid snuck out of the house. I had no clue. He'd come back in, but
Right.
I had no
The only time
idea.
you'd know is if they didn't come back and they weren't there in the morning.
You're exactly right. And that's one thing about him. I mean, look, it doesn't make him a bad kid. Doesn't make anybody not want to go look for him. It just means, hey, he's a kid. He's like, he wants friends. I still think this has a huge thing to do with all of this. I really do.
the
Um,
friends.
yeah. just wanting friends, just wanting friends. And these
Yeah.
kids, I think they were all around that neighborhood all the time. I do. I think they were around there a lot. And if Bobby didn't know where, like, she doesn't know her kids are out there with law enforcement that day, that morning, before she's even awake, then how does she know where her kids were in the nighttime? Does that make sense?
Well,
If her kids are out there already with law enforcement, supposedly, and she's not awake yet, right? Then how does she not know what her kids are doing at night? She doesn't. She's not the helicopter parent, but she acts like she is.
Oh, damn. Grits has a good point. It would also be hard for them to identify Sebastian if there were more than one person shown on different cameras and all dressed in black.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying. That they're
Why would
dressed
they be
the
dressed
same
like
way.
that too? It's weird.
For flashlight tag, maybe.
Well, no, I'm saying
And
like
yeah.
the morning he's missing too. Like you saying your kids are out wearing what's very similarly as the last known description
Well,
of this person.
if they were
to
involved
be
in
fair,
some fuck shit, they're not going to change their clothes that quickly. You know what I mean? That's not
Oh,
going to be what they're thinking about.
They're not that smart. You're right, Gray.
no. I'm just saying, like you're gonna want to.
Hold on.
Now,
Let me play a little bit of this and see where we're at.
Okay.
This is like,
Yeah.
this is
I
long.
think the thing where it shows where it was there was 1032 was mentioned.
You sent it to me.
Yeah.
This is actually 3 hours long because I played the whole day dispatch, like just raw audio. But I just
wow.
want to see where I'm at right here. This is where they see the heat signature, I think.
47.
And you can see the little needle, like, hang on.
47. I got a call taker to ask if the juvenile has a phone. Right. Central to 16.
Good.
In the area, Steam Plant Road and Newton Lane. Caller very back of truck is on fire. Pulled around the side of the road. Caller's no longer answering call taker's questions.
A truck was on fire that morning.
apparently.
Is that usual?
Yeah,
Is that typical?
You want to hear something?
Hmm.
I got a cement thing.
Oh, Lord.
Here we go.
Hold on.
Over that ditch. I mean, it is deep and it's wide. I've walked over it 1,000 times myself. My sister used to live behind it.
It's low, UA.
I've walked over that ditch myself 1,000 times. I physically could not. But don't you think that if she was in the military and went through the training that she went through, I'm hearing that she's strong as an ox and very smart. Katie, yes.
What do you think? What do you think happened though that would have made her not call? Like, if it's not like an accident. If an accident happened, I think she's, you know.
No, I think she drugged him, and either drugged him to the point of knocking him. Because the question is how they. After we know about what happened with the whole light thing, and now we've got it confirmed as a fact where the lights went. But I know that my kids were over in the construction area, and let me rephrase this before anybody assumes anything. My kids were not standing next to the dogs when they jumped in the water. They were at the top of the hill, on top of the dirt mound, and could see the dogs from where they were standing, but they were not walking with them. They were over there in the property with them.
Oh my God.
The dogs jumped into the pond. The handler had to pick up and drag the dogs out of the water because it's like quicksand. And when he came back out of the water and they walked back up to the back of the property where our house meets the construction area, my kids were out there and asked, what happened? And the handler said he jumped in the water. And my kids were like, what do you mean? How, why did he jump in the water? Well, not only did he tell my kids that, but he told my neighbor down the street the exact same thing when they came door to door asking for video footage and do you mind if we search your property? Her husband asked him, the dog was right there. Her husband asked, did you guys get any hits? And the guy said the exact same thing.
Bing bong. Just saying.
Wow.
Wow.
I'm just going to tell y'all this, everyone on YouTube. If there is any person that you need to watch on these streets, it is Crimson. That bitch is sneaky.
Hey.
She don't care. She'll dress up like a homeless person and infiltrate your camp. She don't care. Like, that bitch is something else to me.
But that's a good
I love it.
catch you got there.
I'm telling you, hold on. Let me say something. That is only when my little radars and gut says something ain't right with this. My little sniffer over here is like, I'm sniffing something's off with this situation. Just saying.
Well, yeah, I don't think you're going to record anybody. You're not.
Nope. That was just hey, that was because when she went on JLR, I had a visceral, like, physical reaction to that.
Uh-huh.
And I heard too many stories, like we had played last night. I heard everything, all this stuff, and I was like, "This isn't, she can't keep her story straight." Mm-hmm. So, this was the day Mob Crew came out with the jammer theory and etc. And I'll say this, Binoculars was riding the hip out there, dictating that narrative, blowing up like every text message Mob Crew got, you can tell, and he would say this is from my whatever in the neighborhood. That was Bobby Binoculars blowing up his text messages.
Can you play that again? Because I don't think people realized it was her.
No, I don't think they did.
That's why also, in a lot of these things, people, like Crime Time Buzz with their little whoever, that they had to mute for. She has a very distinctive voice. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And, so, you mute for a voice like that,
Yeah, I think people just couldn't hear it good. So
yeah, well,
play it back,
well, I did boost the audio after you started, so they didn't hear the beginning.
Hold on, let me see. Let me try to get
it was really low, so I had to boost it. But if anybody else talks, it's going to blow their eardrums. So I can boost it so they can hear it, but just everybody mute because everybody's voice will be loud.
Jay, or because...
No, because it was low. I couldn't hear it in the beginning.
Yeah, you're like, okay.
Sorry.
Let me see. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. Sorry. Hold on, wait. This is, well, let me just, I'm going to do it. Let me hear her excitement and with Mob Crew believing what she's selling. Hold on. Okay.
But don't you think she was in the military and went through the training that she went through? I'm hearing that she's strong as an ox and is very smart. Katie, yes.
What do you think happened though that would have made her not call? Like, if it's not like an accident, if an accident happened, I think she's,
No, I think she did it on purpose. I think she drugged him and either drugged him to the point of knocking him. The question is how they, after we know about what happened with the whole light thing, and now we've got it confirmed for a fact where the lights went. But I know that my kids were over in the construction area, and let me rephrase this before anybody assumes anything. My kids were not standing next to the dogs when they jumped in the water. They were at the top of the hill, on top of the dirt mound, and could see the dogs from where they were standing, but they were not walking with them. They were over there in the property with them. The dogs jumped into the pond. The handler up and dragged the dog out of the water because it's like quicksand. And when he came back out of the water and they walked back up to the back of the property where our house meets the construction area, my kids were out there and asked, what happened? And the handler said he jumped in the water. And my kids were like, what do you mean? Why did he jump in the water? Well, not only did he tell my kids that, but he told my neighbor down the street the exact same thing when they came door to door asking for video footage and do you mind if we search the property? Her husband.
My question is, Bobby, do you remember the rest of what you said that day, or should just wondering?
What else did she say that day?
Girl, you better leave that alone.
I'm just wondering, Bobby, do you remember?
Clue, I love you. You're like, better leave that alone.
I'm done.
Wait, so her kids were standing on the hill when Max dove into the pond, but she said that she wasn't even up yet. Like, her twins ran in when little Sean called them and said, "Wake up, Mom."
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
This is not a good.
So were her kids already outside and she was sleeping?
Well, they didn't have to get up for school. We know that.
Well, she said they did school at night.
Bobby's
that's what I'm saying.
The zipper theory. I'm going back and I couldn't read comments when all this came out, but okay. So Bobby's the one that when Mob Crew took off with the whole zipper jammer theory, right? Too. Like, and that was where it was supposedly like confirmed and all that stuff. There's, she was part of pushing that narrative of like the jammer that Mob Crew came out with. This like revelation.
Imagine that.
About the lights video. This was what, and she right before that, I thought I'd rewound it far enough. She was giddy, and I mean giddy. Didn't she? She sounds pretty giddy to me, at least. Over the fact that Mob Crew was like
figuring out the lights.
He was selling.
What? Yeah, figuring out the lights.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that she helped.
I have something really interesting that was just emailed to me.
Okay.
Okay, so this is about one of the twins, right? We know that she said she homeschooled, but Bobby shared on Facebook, this is public information. She shared it on September 3rd of 2023. It's a whole thing about Tyler. And it says that he is currently a junior. Oh, you know what? I take that back. It says currently a junior in high school and will be playing with Tennessee Heat homeschool team in the spring. So I take that back. Whoever sent that to me said, oh, he was in high school this year, but nope. 2023, he was homeschooled. So I take that back.
Yeah, they make special arrangements for homeschooled kids to where they can participate.
Right, but whoever sent this to me didn't read the whole thing and didn't see that he was playing on a homeschool team. They figured this was the high school team. So, my bad.
It's easy to do. I feel that.
Yeah. People don't understand about travel baseball. You can do that whether you're homeschooled or if you're whatever. It's just that's a thing.
Well, so if the lights weren't a trash truck and they were possibly flashlights or let's say lights from lights from a ATV type vehicle, then it would benefit Bobby to go with Mob Crew's theory.
Or they were just her sons holding flashlights and playing in bushes and hiding.
I don't think they were that either, but that's just me.
But I'm just saying, like, I mean, they could have been anything, but
Do you guys think that maybe the sighting could have been like a dash cam from a trash truck or an Uber or something?
Potentially.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know about that, but since you brought up dash cam, I would like, if I can, to ask Clue a question, or all of you, because very early on, a dash cam was mentioned in Katie's car, and it kind of came and went through the months. And then recently it was said, which would make more sense, that there was actually a dash cam in the Brinks truck, not Katie's SUV. Again, that would make more sense. Can you guys speak on that or no?
Huh?
One more time.
Yeah.
There was early on, there was talk of Katie having a dash cam. It was talked about, that's how they knew he made it home from the Texas Roadhouse. Aside from the grainy footage of him walking to take the trash out, there was dash cam evidence, right? And I think at the time, everybody assumed it came and went. It was not a huge thing. There was only a couple of us that really picked up on it. Truth Elevated was one of them. So the assumption was that, Katie had a dash cam, right? But then recently it came out that no, it wasn't in her SUV. There's a dash cam in the Brinks van, which wouldn't have picked up anything in theory. So I just didn't know if you guys could comment on any of that. And I'm guessing not.
I have no idea.
I've heard the
cam in the
dash
Brinks?
cam. I heard the dash cam, but it came from Sean. I never heard that confirmed. The only time
No,
I
it was
heard
never
that,
confirmed. It
yeah,
was never confirmed. It was just like one of those things.
it came from
same thing
Sean.
with interior cameras. It was one of the things that
Sean
came up early on
alluded.
that was.
It wasn't early on. It actually was just in the last month or two. Sean has brought up dash cam, but he's alluded to it. He's never outright said it. I never heard that early on. I heard it from Seth in the last couple months, but he never
Okay,
said
it
like.
was said early on.
I never heard that.
Yeah, it was said. It was definitely said early on. But like I said, there was only a couple of us that kind of picked up on it. It wasn't elaborated on,
But she wasn't driving
couple
it,
of us
so
kept
what's
it
the
in the
point?
back of our heads.
But what's the point of it? Like she wasn't driving that van that night, so.
Right? No, exactly. That was the thing at the time. Like for the longest time, it was that she had a dash cam in her SUV. So when they left the Texas Roadhouse, that was another proof of life type of thing. And then recently is when it was like, no, if there was a dash cam, it would have been in the Brinks truck, which would have shown nothing, no evidence, which wouldn't have picked up any footage. So that's all.
I guess I'm confused.
I mean,
I'm sorry.
Maybe they're talking about but I don't know. Wouldn't a dash cam have to be exterior? It wouldn't be something that was installed from the factory in a car, right?
Right. Well, no, it's like people have dash cams in their car all the time but they're normally facing out. But I think the thought was that it may have picked up audio and that would have been proof of life. Was kind of where it was going, and it never.
But But wait a second. Do we even know if she had a dash cam in the Infinity?
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's my whole point. Is that's what was assumed, but it could have more likely been her Brinks security.
But why would it be assumed that she had a dash cam? That's what I'm not understanding.
Yeah.
Gray, where were we that night when we talked about that? When we were talking about that, I can't remember what chat we were in, but we were talking about that, and it was talking about how, because I was like, how do they know? Because I think Seth was saying, yes, we know that he made it to the house because of what was recorded in the car. So he knew too that he did make it to the house, but I don't remember where we were. Well, we were on.
If that is the case, you know what? Shame on that big man for not coming out here and putting all this bullshit to bed.
But dude, her car's a 2017. That wouldn't be stock back in 2017.
No.
But you can add it.
But why are we
aftermarket add-on?
But why are we adding something that we don't even know is a thing? Who said she had a dash cam? Did Katie say that?
They're saying Seth.
Well, there you go. Seth said.
I don't remember who said it early on. I wish we could get Truth up here because
everyone in the chat. Everyone in the chat is saying it was Seth.
Yes, it's a Seth said.
But I think that was his proof of him
coming home.
Or was that him? Or was that him setting the stage to release fake audio of a conversation between Sebastian and Katie in the car to make her look bad? I mean, I don't trust anything anymore. You know what I mean?
I don't even.
Well, I
It
can
has
tell
these
you, I got a screenshot just sent to me just now
Of what?
I love screenshots.
from Boobay,
Booby?
and it's
Mm-mm.
responding to
Boobay.
someone, and it says, "My twins were out with the team and dogs on Monday and some of Tuesday. They mentioned to them the dogs would pick up a scent around the home, then lose it. They picked up a scent near the pond over in the new construction and then lost it. When I asked the state troopers that came to my house Tuesday night to clean their boots off, they said there wasn't enough scent to follow a trail. I was told because of the wind, the dogs couldn't keep a trail. I assume that's why they keep saying no scent was found. There wasn't enough to confirm it was him or not enough to follow. That's just what I was told." Did y'all even get the rest of that?
interesting. No, we didn't get you.
No.
Off, or you would.
You dropped off.
Crabtree was calling me. What?
Crabtree.
Where did I stop?
It was like, hang on. You tell her, UA, because I can't remember. Hang on.
I'll just read it all. It's not that long.
Read it over again because I can't.
Yeah, start over again.
My twins were out with the team and dogs on Monday and some of Tuesday. They mentioned to them the dogs would pick up a scent around the home, then lose it. They picked up a scent near the pond over in the new construction and then lost it. When I asked the state troopers that came to my house Tuesday night to clean their boots off, they said there wasn't enough scent to follow a trail. I was told because of the wind, the dogs couldn't keep a trail. I assume that's why they keep saying no scent was found. There wasn't enough to confirm it was him or not enough to follow. That's just what I was told. Maybe there wasn't enough of a scent to confirm.
Wow, that's really detailed.
And a lie. Ish. Because
Yeah,
they
what
wanted
is
to.
it? Were
that she
they
made them take their
with the
boots
dogs
off.
or not?
Huh?
Well, that's my thing. Like, what is she?
What'd you say, Clue?
I want to know if they were with the dogs or not.
Right.
What?
Were they with the dogs or were they not with the dogs? Or
Were they
and I
on the
thought she
hill?
said
Were
that
they in
were
the
there.
house? Were they in the
I
house
thought she
waking
said
up mom?
They searched all day Monday and Tuesday.
And some of Tuesday.
Yeah, but she said before all day Tuesday, all day Monday.
But then she also did that post where she said that they want everyone off the streets. Remember, this happened to my boys on Tuesday.
And then we have the
Yes.
older son allegedly going to work, leaving the neighborhood, obviously in his car, when Ellie starts to get like in the neighborhood looking for Sebastian.
Right. I mean, Max dove in the pond at 7:50 and little Sean is leaving at 8.
In his car, right?
And then the twins are out there splitting up.
Right, and all they're black, and then they're in the creek with their whatever. But then we also remember had the audio where she said my kids, and it sounded like they were all three doing something at the time. What were all three of them doing?
Now that's what I was catching when I was driving home was when she said my kids, and I was like, hang on, wait. So you're acting like the twins got in the razor, and then your other kid, I thought he was at work. Okay, maybe he's not at work then. That's
or
what.
he just left the neighborhood temporarily.
And came back. It's weird.
Where did he go?
Where does he work? I'm kidding. I'm
No,
just
that's
saying.
it. Hold up.
Yes, ma'am.
I thought he was in the army.
Not till later. Like, I think he just recently went into the army.
I heard after Sebastian went missing.
Yeah. Hold on, let me check.
Did the girlfriend have a job? A while back, someone in chat asked if if the girlfriend possibly worked at the Waffle House.
I've heard that too. I don't.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what we were questioning if Sean's girlfriend is a waitress.
Well, there's not but one here, so I mean.
Easy.
If my big ass wanted to go
Didn't
get some waffles.
JLR interview the waitress at the Waffle House? Didn't she tell him her story? Let me see if I can find that video.
I think he did, but I can't remember.
I've never seen it, but I heard that he did. It's something I've said a million times. Like, didn't JLR talk to her?
I thought he talked to someone at the Roadhouse.
No, that was.
It, but I haven't seen
No,
it.
he didn't. It was the Waffle House.
It was a long time ago, and it was after that.
Yeah, it was
weird
the Waffle
statement
House
came
for
out
sure. 'Cause
when Seth wanted the like he was trying to get Sebastian to flirt with the waitress. Remember?
Yes, I remember that.
He said that he said that Sebastian wanted to get her number, and he told him to go back inside and ask for her number.
Now, didn't he also say that he wasn't really into girls and stuff like that? Or that was Chris. Sorry. The true thing.
Well, but hang on, before that gets turned into
Somebody has a bad connection, and it sounds like you're on a UFO. I don't know who it is.
Is it me?
Did you guys hear it? I don't hear it now.
Here, I'm gonna talk just so you can. Is it me?
I don't hear it now.
Okay. Is it me?
No, I don't hear it now. Go ahead.
Okay.
Just to kind of clarify that, I think the statement was more that Sebastian wasn't into girls or boys. Like he wasn't focused on,
right,
sexuality. It wasn't just girls. It was both.
So why would he be at Waffle House wanting to go get somebody's number,
He wasn't. It was Seth that was trying to encourage that behavior, is what I always understood it.
So
to be.
somebody had
Absolutely.
a theory, and when I first went live and I read it, and you guys might not have been here yet, but somebody had a theory that here's the what if game. What if, the number was gotten and this person that gave her number thought she was talking to Sebastian, but it really wasn't him.
Girl,
And
I said that too.
Some things were said that pissed somebody off.
Choo-Choo's mommy says that Tony was the one that told about that story.
That's fucking weird.
Tony told us the Waffle House story? You're kidding.
He's
Where?
saying that-
Where?
Yeah.
I want to hear it, Choo Choo. Where can I find that? Because I can't find anything I can't find anything with JLR.
Yeah, I don't think JLR did that. I think it was somewhere back though, like probably when he joined along back in Mother's Day. And
Tony did say it, thinking that it was like something,
But where? I want to
funny
find it.
and something relatable.
If
not
anybody can
realizing
find
that
it and
it was
send,
actually creepy.
If anybody can send me the link, if you have it, you can email it to me. He retold Seth's story about the Waffle House.
Yes, he
Damn.
did that. And I'm gonna send you, Jay, the clip earlier of you going over like the Kellen thing, like Bobby's address.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
I'm gonna send you in your live earlier where you went over like the audio.
Uh-huh.
And you had said like, because we said 1032 Kellen wasn't mentioned, so I'm emailing that to you right now.
Okay.
At Choo Choo's mommy. No, we didn't
Crabs
say.
are the gift that keep giving. Sorry.
Hey, I can keep my mouth.
Okay, hang on a second. Choo Choo's mommy. We didn't say Chris said that. We said that Seth and Tony did. If you have the information, if you can email it or figure out where you got that from, because we've heard it. I just don't remember where we heard it from. I just know that was something that Seth had said, and it may have been around the time when
Rue says it's on Pascal.
It may be.
It probably is.
It might be.
Okay, let me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna mute for a second. I'm gonna try to find this so you guys carry on.
Yeah.
Okay, Clue, you have to lead us on. I don't know what to say about that stuff. I just think.
I think it's freaking weird that Tony would be talking about the story about the Waffle House. Like,
Tony's also Tony's also telling what Seth goes to bed listening to at night as well.
Oh, hang on. Exactly what I was going to say.
She says March 18th interview with. Hold on. Shit, I lost the chat there. I don't know. March 18th when. I don't know. Look in chat. Hang on. Let me back this up for a second.
Yeah, it's like flying.
Yeah, it's so fast. I was like, hang on. I almost had it.
No, I want to clear up something. Death Griff said Choo Choo's talking about the waitress JLR interviewed was supposedly the one that Chris had interacted with. So maybe I'm misunderstanding. Remember, there was a waitress that they said called him Scooby or some shit.
Mm-hmm. It was at a Texas Roadhouse.
Remember that stupid shit that came out in the beginning?
Yeah.
Down in Mississippi.
But that was in Mississippi. Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
No, we're not talking about that.
What date is it and where? March 18th, Terry Lynn?
March 18th, Terry Lynn. Hang on. Dang it.
I got it. Is it
You
still,
got it? Okay.
hang on, is it still up though? Because Terry Lynn.
She got to have it.
Uh-huh.
I just want to drop something real quick because in honor of my friend Carl, because we like dropping little pieces from the past. Tony and Robin possibly knew each other from the past and have a connection to Joplin. And that's all I'm going to say about that.
What do y'all remember that night that Tony said something about someone's sister being in a wedding or something?
Yes, we were talking about that last night, Clue. I think after you left, but I didn't know anything about that.
No, that they've known each other. Well, they've surrounded each other for years, and really, they're just like brothers. I was like, okay. Yeah, I don't remember what bridesmaid or who or what. Was it Seth's sister that was a bridesmaid
Hold on.
somewhere?
Hold on. Hold that thought. Who's telling me this? Who's telling me to look on Terry Lynn? Mrs. Smith. No, it's not. It's not up, Mrs. Smith.
Oh.
The interview has detailed notes and Reddit. Okay, can you? Oh, thank you. Because, yeah, that video is gone.
Reddit?
The first video she has for Sebastian is day 59.
That's weird.
Dude, Reddit is like a wealth of information.
Oh, I know.
People break down interviews and shit.
Yeah, there's whole note sections and stuff.
Shit, I've been missing out. I don't never go on no Reddit.
Girl, you should.
Oh, you should. There's a lot on there.
Reddit rabbit holes.
I started going on there during Idaho 4. I'd never gone on there really before, and I'm like, damn.
That's where you got your tinfoil hat from, Jay, I guess.
I think so.
You could definitely get one.
Well,
in all seriousness, though, with this like thing, this isn't like, to me. I don't think this is a far fetched theory. Like, this isn't like some conspiracy theory, and I think it matches some of the evidence that's.
No, I agree. I completely agree. I mean, I think that just like Seth, when they got their tattoos, and he was like, yeah, my son's got more hoes than I do. What a tacky thing to say.
Right.
Just by the way, Clue, I know you might want to know, Cletus won the bet. There's going to be someone on getting. Tony's going to be going on a panel tonight.
Of course he is.
Oh, yeah.
Clue, you called it earlier in your chat, girl.
Yeah.
You were right.
So, Cletus, you won.
Yep.
Anytime you come out with something that makes,
them nervous,
Big Sean look like he lied, told a story, wasn't being honest, you get the cleanup crew.
But let me ask you ladies this, though, because the Reddit thing just made me think of it. Do you guys know, is 4chan, are you guys familiar with 4chan?
Oh, Lord.
Oh, Lord.
I know.
I'm not, but go ahead.
I believe, and I could be completely wrong, but I think it's a forum where the majority of the members are autists who have certain skills and abilities, and they've helped with true crime. They've, a lot of things. So the Reddit comment just made me kind of think about that, and I thought, I wonder if anybody's looked at 4chan for any clues or information. That's all.
Interesting, though. That's, yeah. I don't care if Tic-Tac-Tony is going to go live on wherever. Let him do it. The only reason why he's doing it is just because he's uncomfortable about something.
Hey, Blue Butterfly, you're up here. What's up?
Hi. So I was wondering if you have heard on the when they're searching, um, where they say that there was a guy on a boat with a minor, or like, I don't know if they say a minor, but they say like a young man or like a teenager, but they say it's not the teenage that we're looking for.
I think that was when they ran into one of Bob, like binoculars, like
kids
No, 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 no. But they
No,
they
that was
actually say that they saw a guy, a man with a teenager on a boat, but it wasn't the teenager that they were looking for.
I didn't hear
Can
anything
you
about a
look for
boat.
that?
I didn't hear anything
Yeah.
about a boat. I heard there was a
Yes.
dad and a son in the creek with
Yes,
an
a
eight.
dad and a son.
Yeah, with a
and then, but it
four-wheeler,
wasn't.
not
They
a
were in the
boat.
woods in a 4-wheeler. They were riding through creeks, but they weren't in a boat.
Uh-uh.
It was a four-wheeler.
Something about they were on the lake or something about
They were in a
that.
creek
On a
in an
creek.
ATV.
Yeah.
Wait,
They weren't.
an ATV in a creek.
Is
Yeah,
there a way
girl.
that
Well,
you
isn't
can
the
play
creek
that?
isn't the creek
The
really
Drake's-
shallow?
Yeah, you can drive
Yeah,
a terrain
you can.
vehicle.
That's what I'm saying. Is it the
You know that you can ride a 4-wheeler through a creek. You can ride a
Yeah.
razor through a creek. That's
Right.
what.
That
Is
caught
this-
my attention, and I saw that nobody actually mentioned it or even caught it or anything, and I'm glad that you're actually.
Yeah, we talked
we-
about it.
We've talked about that.
Yeah,
you might not have heard it, hon. We did talk
Okay.
about it.
Behind. But
Okay.
yeah, they talked about that. But it wasn't
Okay.
a boat.
Yes, because
Thank
I
you
was
for
just
bringing it to
thinking.
our attention, though.
Yeah, it is very interesting. Blue Butterfly. I agree.
Yes, I just thought that.
Did you
that
say it was with a dad?
Yeah, it was.
Mm-hmm.
It
Well, that's a
said
different
it
one.
was
Then that's
a
that's
son
different.
and a dad, but that it wasn't the teenager that they were looking for.
Yeah, that's
That's
what
different.
it said.
Then
So that's what I started thinking about, Mr. And I'm not gonna
Binoculars.
say his name because it's just, in my opinion, allegedly.
Mr. Who? You can say it. I don't know who Mr. is. You got to say it.
I just thought about Seth. Like, I don't know.
Oh.
I'll be
You
honest. I'll be honest with you. Allegedly, in my opinion, and then this is just my opinion. This is nothing with this channel. The fact that this guy, it was so weird that this man had the right shoulder injury. Just recently, right after his son actually was missing, a few people and I were like talking about that. It's like, was he carrying this person on his shoulder and all of a sudden he was hurt?
I've thought that myself, Blue Butterfly.
Huh?
Oh,
I've thought that myself, Blue Butterfly.
Thank you
wait a
very
minute.
much.
Didn't Crimson say something earlier that had everybody going, what? About someone being carried over his shoulder?
Yep.
I thought so.
I thought I was the only one actually thinking about this. It's like it's been in my mind the entire time, ever since he said, "Oh, how you doing?" He had this interview with this guy. I forgot his name. African American.
Mr.
Channel.
Who? Pascal?
I don't remember. Yeah, Pascal.
Pascal.
And then and then he was like, "How's it going?" "Oh, well, now I have this on my shoulder and I'm getting all this." So how long has it been that he had that shoulder situation? To me, it sounded like it was just recently. So how do you not listen? So the thing that I thought about, and I'm sorry I'm interrupting you guys.
No,
but
you're fine.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Blue butterfly, you there? Where'd she go?
Can you hear me? I'm here.
Yeah, we hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Okay.
we hear you.
Okay. It's just that my phone keeps going on and off. I'm
Sorry.
sorry.
It's okay.
So I was thinking, okay, so when he was on that show, he said all of a sudden, he had that situation. My husband and I looked at each other like, what? Like, and then I never wanted to say anything because I've seen all the situation about people being against this guy, people being against Katie and got Proudfoots and all that. And then I said, okay, you gotta pay attention to and I'm glad that you guys are doing that. Pay attention to everything that has been said.
Well, I think that's a very good thing to say. I appreciate you.
Because all of a sudden this guy has this shoulder situation, and it's basically when you carry somebody, obviously you're gonna have some injury. And then if this kid has no footprints, no shoes on, no nothing, and then how do you explain that? Well, probably somebody carried him. So, and that was my first thing that it's been in my mind. Like, someone carried him, and then this guy is like having this injury. Listen, I'm not trying to say that I'm not blaming this guy. I don't want to get this man coming up and say, oh, I'm gonna sue Butterfly, because she's telling me that I got this. No. Buddy, I'm not trying to blame you for that, but it sounds weird and it's odd that all of a sudden you had that injury, and I just want to know, for how long has it been? Has it been before your son was missing? And
well, you know what?
That kind of
Maybe I
brings
can
me to it.
maybe I can shed some light on that because Queen Bee just pulls out the best clips at the right time. She played this today. Let's take a listen.
All right.
Tore a muscle or something like that. Can you explain a little bit more?
I go in Monday for not to violate HIPAA, but I go in Monday.
How goofy does that sound? He doesn't work in a medical violation. So how the fuck do we
To see if there's any tears? They gave me muscle relaxers to relax the muscle because they have a feeling that it's pushing up against the nerve, which is causing the nerve pain all the way down my ab arm.
Which is why I believe when people.
I think I need to go back to the very beginning when she first played it. Hold on. Right here.
And Max was the one that, she never said it.
Does he explain how he got the injury?
It's
Hold
the
on.
live that drew.
When did she start this? Okay, here we go. Right here.
We are
never
praying
explains
for
how
him.
he
We are
got it.
praying for Sebastian's
Such a good brother. You walk, beat feet.
safe return back home, back into Seth's arms. Please welcome Seth Rogers to the show. Seth, my brother, how you doing?
Clap your hands.
Well, I went to the doctor today. They gave me some stuff for my nerves.
And here we go. He starts in about his fucking shoulder.
Pain in the shoulder. They gave me some muscle relaxers and some steroids. And then proceeded to tell me to take a few days off, or else, quote unquote, you'll be dead within a week if you don't slow down.
Look at Pascal's
Come on,
face.
stop it.
You'll be
Dramatic.
dead within a week.
Sort of muscle.
Listen.
How did we miss this the
Because
first
I understand that you've been having
Bing
some
bong.
sort of muscle, like you.
That's exactly what I said. Some of these interviews we need to go back over because there's a lot of shit we missed in them. A whole lot of shit. And when he was being followed, we found out it was the disability folks, not just random people following him because he was hanging Sebastian flyers or searching for Sebastian. It had nothing to do with that. It had to do with him claiming disability, in my opinion, and them wanting to see what he was doing because
Oh, you guys! Oh my God!
moving around, walking around,
Well, you guys can't see it, but you can hear it. Sorry, I forgot to reshare. My bad.
Searching and all kind of shit.
Everybody could hear it. They just couldn't see it.
Tore a muscle or something like that? Can you explain a little bit more?
I go in Monday for not to violate HIPAA, but I go in Monday.
How goofy does that sound? Not to.
I mean, do you hear that? He says, "What is it? A torn muscle or something?"
Go in Monday for
tore a muscle or something like that. Can you explain a little bit more?
I go in Monday for not to violate HIPAA, but I go in Monday.
How goofy does that sound? Not to violate HIPAA, but I'm going to
Yeah,
share
you're not
my
violating
medical
HIPAA,
record.
stupid.
You know what, Jay? Hold on. I'm a little effed up right now.
Why?
Look at my face. Am I not wrong that they told us when we met them for that search that he fell searching the day before?
Yeah.
And you gonna sit here on this panel right now and talk about you don't know what happened? Bro, on God, to our faces, they told us that he
Bing
fell
bong. Bing bong.
the day before searching. I swear on my
What?
child, they told
Yeah.
us
Oh,
that.
I know you. I know, Clue.
He told you what? Say that again for those in the back.
On my kid, they told us when we went out to that abandoned building or whatever that he fell the day before searching on Saturday.
Fell?
He fell in the woods, yes, and that's he hurt because remember JLR was there and this was the next day and they had to wrap his shoulder and everything. Even JLR was like he fell.
Yeah, I remember that.
Wow.
Or maybe JLR didn't say he fell. He said he hurt himself. But they told us that he fell in the woods. How do you not know how you hurt yourself?
And the first,
because if he's
like
trying to
and the
reinstate a
first,
previous claim,
the first thing
if he's
he
trying to
says,
reinstate a previous disability claim, then he might not want to say that that's what happened. You know what I mean? It could be like his previous injury was re-injured type of thing.
Well, I know he called off public searches the day after or the day before his disability was reaffirmed.
Yep.
Well, what? Can you hear
say that again, Cletus.
I'm sorry.
He called off searching either the day of or the day before his disability was reaffirmed.
Guys, can you hear me? I'm sorry to interrupt. So I want proof. Maybe his best friend BJ can actually give us a proof of how he got injured on his shoulder, if it was before his son was missing. I don't know if that will violate any kind of
No, because she's not a medical worker. So speak up, BJ. Or Tony, when you go on to clean up. Also, you know,
yeah, like do they have any proof that he got injured before?
Well, Butterfly,
you know what I mean?
We were shown receipts earlier today that he was already on disability in December of 2023.
Right.
I don't know how long it lasted.
For
but
what?
I have no idea.
I can probably find out. I mean, I can look back and see. But you know what's interesting to me too? And Clue showed this, you know, when he worked for his supervisor at 85 hours a week, Katie. You know what he referred to being a stay-at-home dad as? Well, it was on his resume. You know what that was automatically listed as?
Oh, can I answer?
Yeah, you can.
Was it when he worked for the Rogers Homestead of Family Values?
Oh, Lord.
Wait, was that the Rogers Homestead of Family Values, or when are we talking about the 85-hour-a-week one?
Wait.
Both.
Can we talk? Wait. Better yet, can we talk about the reason for leaving the Rogers Homestead of Family Values?
Well, let's get
I don't know anything about that.
The title down first, because it's really, I think it's very interesting. Go Clue.
It's weird.
What was it again?
Weird.
What was the listed job title when he was working 85 hours a week for Katie?
Security something analyst. Yeah.
Security analyst.
But even Katie helped him get that job, right?
No, that was his stay-at-home dad job.
Right.
Oh. Okay.
That was what
He has
called being a
Katie
stay-at-home
down
dad.
as a manager.
Gotcha.
Yep.
And it says,
But
can you
can't
contact
her.
right? Can you contact her? No, you can't. So the Rogers family values, just to break it down, because people in chat don't know this stuff.
Yeah.
Right? We're talking in riddles for them, and that's not fair.
Sorry, I'm not meaning to be Nick the Hat. I'm just thinking, man.
No, I know. No, I get it. I just want to break it down. So the Rogers Homestead of Family Values, that's what it's called, right?
Yeah.
It is.
Okay. Existed out in California. And on his job application for the sheriff's department, he put that down as a past job. And
it was
the reason for leaving, I think, was very telling. But yeah, go ahead, UA. I mean, now people know where it's coming from.
Well, let's just go a step further with this RHFA. Oh, RHFV. Rogers Homestead of Family Values. There was one opened up here, right?
Yes, in May.
I thought that name sounded really familiar, Clue.
So he reinstated it in May after Sebastian went missing. Why?
I wonder if he opened the one in California around the time he had injury out there, maybe a month after or something. But just hypothetically, it would kind of track.
And is the homestead a 501c3?
Yes, it was.
But not,
does anybody have his reason for leaving in front of them? And can you read it, please?
Here, so yeah, we do need to specify that. Here, it's not a 501(c), I don't think.
No, it's like a corporate.
Can I say something, guys?
Benefit.
Hold on, it's a corporate.
Basically, the members are the ones that benefit from it. It's not a non-profit for donation to the public. It's more like a HOA type setup
where all the people involved, all the members, if you will,
Rico
receive.
Exactly, Jay. Exactly.
Rico.
That is exactly what I was gonna say.
Or a cult. Either way, a bunch of people paying a communal fund to do fuck shit.
Do you remember when Terry Lynn also said that Tony wanted Seth to buy a farm?
Yes, Seth said he wanted a farm, 100 acres.
Well, Sebastian would have been able to tend to that farm because he was in that class.
Right, that Chris and Katie knew nothing about.
Exactly. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Misha, he wasn't working. That's the point. We already have concluded that. He was on disability from work.
Which he's currently on right now.
Yeah. Do you know, UA or Clue, when the last time it was that he actually did work there?
When's the last time he clocked in and out?
Because I was wondering.
He doesn't have to clock to be fair, he doesn't have to clock in and out. I think I confirmed that.
Yeah.
They don't have like a regular clock in, machine.
Oh yeah, can someone read that reason for leaving before we forget?
I'm sorry. Hold on.
The reason for departing the Rogers Homestead of Family Values in California.
Sorry.
If I could remember verbatim, I would say it. But I think it's important to read how he wrote it.
I was thinking about the lighting tag thing from
I'm looking it up while she says that.
There's no reason for leaving that job.
But the rest
Can you guys hear me?
No, there is. I've seen it.
Hold on, I'll find it.
Did you just look? I just looked. No, not on that job. There's no reason.
The board
Can you guys hear
picked up and left. Something like that. Abandoned. There's something about the board. Yeah, I've seen it.
I'll look again.
Go ahead, Butterfly.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull it up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I lost it.
I will just say, for the cleanup crew, as before they go on, if they could address the security analyst position, I would just like that too. How is that akin to stay at home father? It seems like more than just like enhancing your,
Abandon their positions. The board abandoned their positions. That's what it said. That's what he said about his reason for that ending. The
it
board
started, in fairness, it
abandoned their
started in
position.
California while they were married, correct? So
Right.
if they got divorced, the
Okay,
board would-
right. But I'm saying, like,
Right.
you have to look at the depth of someone who would do something like that. To
course.
him, it wasn't just his family, right? This is a guy who groomed her, right? Right. This is a guy
I'm
who
with you,
groomed her. So
100%.
like, it's more like
Yes.
it was a business to him. It was he owned that.
Yep.
He owned that business.
Grooming?
And
Like
the
grooming?
the board members abandoned their position. They left him. The board was,
How dare she.
it's crazy. And then he put that on a job app, y'all. Like, that's deep to me. Fucking weird.
Well, what's sad to me is that like no one can give Chris or Katie any kind of like, you know, accolades for trying to get this man a job here, you know, so he could be closer to his kid. Like no one hears about that stuff. They don't know about that. Like a lot of people do not know about that.
Well, my question
take
is
that
too,
one
I mean, a
step
lot of people stay home and you put on your thing, you know, like stay at home mom, stay at home dad, you know, reason that ended like kids went to school or whatever. But this guy actually had a non-profit. You must ask yourself why. What was he doing in addition to staying at home? Why do you need a non-profit for your household?
Let me clarify something. He was a security. It was on his, at least this one that I'm looking at. He was a security consultant.
Yeah,
is what he says for the 85 hours a week that he put for Katie Payne. Not
securing what? Sebastian's safety as a stay-at-home dad?
Yeah. That's why I found that a little ironic. The words that he chose: security consultant.
Yeah,
I did not see this board of
that comes with birth, being a father.
I've never
know
heard of
why.
such. I've never heard of a guy making a nonprofit in his family's name and not working like and just having a nonprofit for what? That's so weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't list what I'm looking at, which is his resume.
What was he
doesn't
guarding her from that was so damn important? That's weird, man.
He was security for Sebastian. He was
security consultant. So I guess Katie, was he viewing her as a security consultant when Sebastian was at her house? Like, I mean, it's just very interesting choice of words. Like, I mean, am I a pet?
He probably got that from a past job or something.
He didn't take himself as a stay-at-home dad.
Made
like
him
he
sound
preaches.
important.
But what year is this? Can y'all tell me what year this was? I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep up with. There's so much egg.
What year? What was?
When he was this security person, like
It was when they were married. It was when they were married.
Oh.
When they got divorced was when it was dissolved.
When he dissolved it. Okay.
And it was because the board abandoned their positions.
Yeah.
Hold on, because neither me nor Crimson can find that abandoning positions thing, but it does say from 2008 to 1 of 2017.
Correct.
I don't see a reason for leaving.
I don't either.
I'm not.
I'm gonna have to find out because someone showed me that. I need to follow up on that.
Yeah.
Number 17. The only drug. This is from their divorce. The only drugs I ever consume are my medications as prescribed by my doctor. I am currently suffering from 9 herniated discs in my back, a torn meniscus in my left knee, and 3 tears in my right shoulder. I attend physical therapy as a result of these injuries. It saddens me that Katie uses my injuries and resulting prescriptions for medication as ammunition for a vague accusation that I do drugs. So that he does claim to have tears in his right shoulder there. back when they got divorced.
I wonder if Davidson County knows about that.
Well, and no shame because I have a medical card and smoke, but he has mentioned in his own voice and words several times in the past 10 months that he smokes marijuana. I mean, not saying that that's like a violent drug or anything, but
I've never heard him say that.
Pretty
oh, I have. He said that's how him and Taco met. They used to meet and they used to like smoke a joint or have a cup of coffee in the trailer park. And then he said it with one other time somewhere. I forget.
I knew
yeah,
Taco smoked pot. I mean, he's got pot charges,
Yeah.
so. But I never heard Seth talk about smoking pot.
Yeah,
I must have missed
think
that.
you're allowed to, like, even though it's legal here in Tennessee, I don't think you're allowed to work for the Davidson
No.
County Sheriff's
Hell
Department
no.
and test dirty because of
No,
that.
I've heard him when he did refer to it, unless I'm mistaken, but it was when he was in Georgia or California. It wasn't a recent thing. It was like a time of the past.
Oh.
Yeah, he wasn't talking about now. I don't.
No. Just to clarify.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying that because.
No, sorry, my bad. I didn't mean to put my bad.
I don't even care about pot. I mean, whether they smoked pot now or then, I don't give a shit. That doesn't matter to me. But
I love you,
Taco, I mean, literally was growing it and selling it. So we all know that he likes to smoke the green.
I don't think that was it. I mean, all it took was just one look for me.
Oh, gosh.
To know that
Yeah, I mean, that's just not even.
Yeah.
Anyways, so you guys don't see the reason for leaving. That's wild.
No.
It's
listed on
Wait, everybody's talking over everybody. It's giving me anxiety.
It's listed on every other job except for that one. There is not even like a line reason for leaving.
Oh, you know what? Maybe it wasn't.
Guys, can I say something?
No, hold on. Maybe it was what I saw was when he dissolved it with the state. So I need to go back and ask that person to show me it again. Because it might not have been. I did see I don't know. I got to go back. Look at back chat.
I think you're right.
I'm going to drop, guys, because I can feel myself getting worked up, and it's not good for the panel. Thank you so much again, Jay.
You're welcome.
I'll be in chat. Clue, Crimson, Southern, and Butterfly. Thank you, guys. See you in chat.
Bye.
Bye, Gray.
Bye.
Okay. Go ahead, Blue Butterfly.
No, my husband said not to say because it might cause any more
What's
drama.
that? You can say what you want to say.
No, it's something that he said that okay, so you know how everybody was talking about KP taking pictures of her son without him. So
Yeah. You there? Are you reading something or?
can you hear me?
No, it's breaking up.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So the fact that she was taking pictures of him and I did found it kind of odd. But it's not something that because I have a cousin that actually have two autistic twins. And and um and
You cut out again.
We can't hear you.
okay, I'm sorry guys. My phone keeps going off and on and on. Okay, so the thing is, it's like when you take a pictures with your teenagers, sometimes it's like, can I take a picture with you? No, mom, I don't want, because they think that you're gonna post it on Facebook. Okay, so some teenagers is like, no, mom, I don't want to take a picture. So what my husband was telling me, the fact that everybody was saying, oh, she's taking a picture and who knows who she's sending it to.
Yeah.
I'm trying to follow what you're saying. Like,
No, it's nothing bad. It's
no,
just
I'm
that
not saying that. I'm trying to figure out what you're saying.
it's just
Professional and I can stay above board for a while. You know, I can stay professional and I can stay above board for a while. You know, I can stay professional and I can stay above board for a while.
I can stay professional. I can stay above board for a while.
Okay.
Spit it out, blue butterfly.
Okay, so what he's saying is that was she trying to keep her son safe from something that she probably thought that it was gonna happen to him?
So she took a picture of him eating dinner?
At the dinner?
Where? What? I'm a little confused. Dazed and confused. But what do you... where?
Seems to be the theme around here.
That was from allegedly when like
I take lots of pictures of my granddaughter, but I don't take pictures thinking that something bad's going to happen to her. I take them because she's beautiful and I want to save her the memories, you know what I mean?
And every time I go out to eat with my kids,
that's when you got them in front of you. Shit.
I do it. It's like, damn, I'm going to take these pictures and y'all are going to
I
enjoy
have
it.
kids, and believe
I don't know
me,
why we're talking about Katie though, because we really were talking about, Bobby. I just wondered if you had any thoughts on that, because you came up, you wanted to talk about Seth and Katie.
I believe, in my opinion, I believe that none of the prophets has nothing to do with this. And I don't believe that. I don't know. I mean, allegedly, I don't believe that his father has anything to do with it. But there's some things that is actually, that are right in front of our faces, like the shoulder.
Oh yeah, the shoulder.
Like the fact that he.
But we just found out that he had it back in California. So, I mean, we can't read too much into that. Maybe he did trip.
And then all of a sudden the kids, with the lighting tag, but he was shoeless. So how is he gonna be playing lighting tag?
Well, Sheriff Craddock said, "I'm not going to say that he was barefoot." So there you go.
He was not going to verify that.
But then again, the one thing that I want to tell you guys is
what's that? What's that?
Autistic kids are not all the same.
We know that.
Okay.
That's why it's a spectrum.
I am autistic, and I'm not the same as everybody else.
Right.
I have my
So what's your point with that? I mean, not all autistics are the same. So what does that have to do with Sebastian? Like, we know that. Right? There's a spectrum. Hello? You there?
Are you talking to me?
No, I'm talking to her.
We're talking to blue butterfly. Blue, come on now.
I'm here.
Why do you keep disappearing? What's going on?
Because my phone keeps turning on and off. I'm on the phone.
Well, you need to keep your phone
What kind of phone do you have? Apple?
Yeah, iPhone 15. How do I keep it on?
You have to keep,
just don't power it off.
Right.
Is it locking on you?
I mean, the screen goes off.
You have to touch it before. Hold on. Just make sure you touch it and keep it so it stays awake, right? So it doesn't go into sleep mode.
Exactly. So that's what it does.
Right.
It's just okay. So what was I saying is autistic doesn't mean like we are all the same. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to do with that. But autism can be also people that can actually trust other people, like for instance, like the parents or people that are.
Lord have mercy.
Okay, yeah.
This happened when Tacos called in, okay?
Yeah, that sounds...
When the Tacos called in, they kept disappearing like that.
Yeah.
Sin just reminded me.
I'm here. Hold on. Hold on.
Yeah, listen, Blue Butterfly, you must have your phone set on lock after 1 second. Because I ain't never seen a phone lock that quick.
Yeah.
All right, listen, get your stuff together and you can come back up, all right? All right, you guys there?
Good.
Yep.
Yeah.
My phone is still powered on.
Dang. Okay.
Alrighty. Okay.
I can't
Anyways.
remember where we were.
Well, that's exactly the point, right?
I know, and I hate that shit. I can't stand that.
So anyways, we were talking about Sean's disability. I don't know if we were talking about that before she called or after.
I think it was just a very small piece of the conversation.
Well, I pulled up Pascal because she brought up the shoulder. So
Right.
I think prior to that, we weren't talking about Sean.
No.
We were on Bobby Boop.
Damn it, Bobby.
Bobby? Was that one of your friends?
Have you guys, Crimson?
Huh?
Have you ever done like a dive on?
Like a real dive, or
No, like on. No. Okay, I'll wait. Have you ever done a dive on? What is it? What's this? No, I didn't mean to put all that out there, you jackass. Have you ever done a deep dive on the emails that are on that paper?
So that's where we were. You were reading through the paperwork, Jay. That's where we were. The paperwork.
Mm-mm.
No, we weren't.
Paperwork.
Clue, but no, I can always go. I love dives. I love going on dives.
Oh, no.
I know some of the people on
Well,
the
you need to catch up. You need to get to the one that's the ending is at the initials CC.
She's back. Hi, Blue Butterfly.
Hi.
Did you get it together? Did you change your settings?
Yes, I did.
Okay. If you disappear, you're not coming back up. Just FYI. What you got?
That's fine.
Okay, what you got to say?
I got a clue.
Okay, what's your clue, baby?
Well, anyway, so like I was saying about the shoulder, and then
Yeah. And then she gone.
Be fucking for real.
Goodbye.
Yep. Bye.
Don't come back up because you ain't getting allowed back
The
up.
cocoon has closed.
Dang.
The cocoon is closed. That's
the cooter is closed.
The cooter club. The legs are closed.
The cooter club is closed to you.
We have crossed our legs.
We have.
Oh man.
Tight.
Oh my gosh, she's back.
Oh Lord.
What?
She's the backstage.
I feel like I'm in lamb chopping it. This song, that.
But we can't stay on focus. Like we got.
Well, that's it. I feel like we must be doing something real. Like something must be on the right track because people start getting really nervous. When
I believe that. Yeah.
Because we're going down an avenue. We're going down an avenue that people have not been down before, right?
Yep.
And I feel like, I think Luke talked about this earlier. When we were live, just so people know, if they don't know, when we were live last night, I think it was last night or one of the nights we started going down this road. 2 people changed their profile pictures on Facebook.
No.
Yeah, they did.
Who?
Would anybody like to take a guess?
I mean, I'm sure it's Binocular Bobby and
Ding.
Yep.
All right.
And somebody else has to guess the other one. I can't do all the work.
I already know. Everybody else knows Andy or Southern, so it's just up to you or the chat.
Yeah. Yeah. Well. Go ahead.
Bobby and her son's girlfriend. Grit's got it.
Ah! Shut up.
Facts.
Wow.
No,
Same
she sent it
time
to me.
too. Same time. Like, so we're just saying.
Wow. See, if you can't say, like, don't look at me, I mean, you're saying it in such a big way. It's just so
weird.
It's very weird, but it's like, dang, we were all here just chatting the other night, and then the stuff just comes up innocently, and it seems so strange that we're putting pieces together. Like,
Well, I mean, we have been praying for a Christmas miracle, and this all did come together on Christmas night.
Yo, I went back and played what we were talking about before we were rudely interrupted. We were talking about dash cams.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yep. We were talking about dash cams. So,
I guess
interesting. Well, it's interesting, like, what could possibly a dash cam have picked up?
Right.
Because Binoculars was trying to find all footage, right? Like, what does your camera have? What does your camera have?
It still gets me tickled that her neighbors cut her off. I mean, I'm like, yep, I would have cut you off too, because you kind of got annoying after a while. They're probably like not wanting to be involved with you. You know what I mean?
It's pretty wild, too, that those profile pictures were changed while we were live. Like, both
That is
of them.
very strange.
What are the
Very
odds?
Wonder who she is in YouTube land.
Well, me too.
I mean, I'd love to know. It'd be very interesting. And if you weren't guilty of anything, why are you watching everything? That's weird.
Like,
yeah, and we were trying to find something from Reddit.
We were. But, like, she was so violated. I mean, it seems like things have died down now in your neighborhood, Bobby. You can sit down. You're fine. There's no traffic coming through there. Nothing's bothering you. Why are you in YouTube chats? That's my question.
I mean, I still ride through there, but
Well, no, you but you're looking for a child. She don't care about Sebastian. She never did. I mean, 100% she did not care. She could have cared less, unless it involved something going on in her life.
And I'll say this for the people that don't understand the fact that, like, you know, maybe you change your profile picture a lot on Facebook, but these two don't, and they don't change them usually at the same hour while there's a discussion on YouTube about them. The first real discussion that I've heard of about them possibly being involved in Sebastian's disappearance. I'm just saying. That's why it's a little suspicious. So if I need to spell it out for you any simpler, you can email me.
Hold on. Let me let Misty know. Misty, we were trying to find the video where Tony talks about Waffle House. And then someone sent me a Reddit, but I see nothing in the notes about Terry Lynn's interview with Seth about a Waffle House, unless I'm missing it. I skimmed over it. I don't see anything in those notes about that. If someone can help me, I'd love to hear Tony retell that story. Because it was really interesting to hear Tony go, I know how you go to bed. How do you go to sleep?
She says it's brief and she'll copy and paste it to you.
Who said that? Oh, okay. Thank you,
Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Yeah.
It's a lot when you open up the Reddit app. You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to find
it's huge. It's so
Mhm.
complicated and everything's hidden underneath each other.
Yeah, you have to go to like the replies and stuff. So
And I can't stand X for that reason. You have to go through all these, like, somebody posts something, then you got to
Yeah.
go through all these.
it could be confusing on X for sure. How does Tony know how Seth goes to bed? That's a good question. He's like, I know how you go to sleep. What do you do? I put on a creepy pasta until I pass out.
maybe he's tucked him in before.
Well, I don't know, but that was weird.
Okay, here it is. Mrs. Smith. L.E. told all parents not to do media right away. Seth encouraged Sebastian to give a girl at Waffle House his phone number. Sebastian loves Taylor Swift. That's from the notes. Seth encouraged Sebastian to give a girl at Waffle House his phone number. So what phone number did Sebastian give the girl at Waffle House?
And when was this? Like, I wonder when this was.
Did he say when it was? I don't know.
You know what's crazy?
Hmm.
Sometimes, like, you get stuff in your email. Like, I don't know about y'all, but, like, we've been in the woods, right? And, like, I've literally gotten emails from people where they tell me that, like, I need to be careful. There's little fairies out there and stuff like that. Not kidding.
Really?
And, yeah, girl, they, like, circled them and everything. But, so, a lot of times I'm probably the most guilty of anyone of, like, halfway looking at my email. And I will say this, one time, I need to go back and find it. This person emailed me and they were like, I am a waitress at a Waffle House in certain area, and Seth and Sebastian used to eat here all the time.
Oh, I've got a clip.
Of Waffle House?
I think so. I think so. Hang on. Let me pull it up. 10 hours, 2 minutes on Deets. All right. 10 hours. Damn, this is a long ass fucking live. 10 hours, 2 minutes. No, Deets.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
No, I'll show you who it is.
Hey, Clue, text me back as far as that email address.
Oh, fuck.
Before I go down the wrong rabbit hole.
I'm looking at my emails there, UA. I know you're talking to Clue. I just now saw.
Yeah.
Okay, so 10 hours, 2 minutes, 13 seconds. We'll start here at 10:01.
Back away from his dad. And that was when he was even younger. And as he gets older, I watch him. He says,
Why would he need to tell another adult to step like too close to him? Or why would he need to tell another adult? Were they arguing?
Like,
was when he
bruh,
was
you
even
out
younger.
there
And
fighting
as he
and
gets
shit?
older,
Like, what's going on? You at a pool hall and somebody's approaching you and Sebastian jumps in front of you? Like, bruh.
Yeah, I don't think they're not the close to people.
and watches the body language between me and whoever I'm speaking to. You know, and most of the time, if I know the individual, I'll be like, I'll tell Sebastian, introduce yourself. Either he would or he wouldn't. And that would just depend on his attitude for the day. Or right then and there. I mean, try to be as lean. I did at Waffle House getting to give a girl his phone number.
I'm sorry, but that is.
I'm trying to be.
Try to be as lean. I did at Waffle House getting to give a girl his phone number.
He says wingman.
Try to be as lean. I did at Waffle House getting to give a girl his phone number.
I tried to be as what?
Wingman.
Wingman?
Yeah,
Yeah, like, you know how, like, if you're a dude and you're with another dude who's single, you try to, like, pump him up.
Oh, wow.
Sounds so appropriate.
Clue, did you see what I sent you?
Try to be as lean. I did at Waffle House getting to give a girl his phone number.
That's really weird.
But fitting, right? Because everything that comes from over there. has
How
been
old
so
would a waitress
sexualized.
be at Waffle House? I mean,
You can work there
The
at
ones up
17.
there are either they're really young or they're.
I know, but
said the same.
It's like he wanted to prove that he was a man. You know what I mean? And he hadn't hit puberty yet, or he was just hitting it.
Yeah, but Chris said that he wasn't interested in that.
Well, I know, but I think Seth would want him to be. You know what I mean? Like, think about what he said again when Betty and them got those tattoos.
Right,
Oh,
that's what I was about to say.
my boy's got more hoes than I do. I mean, who
Yeah.
says that? It's his mentality. He wants him to move into that. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. I do.
Weird.
I don't
But
like
I
it.
will say this. That whole video and Betty putting it out when he said that is the prime example of what I mean when I say that he is not the same person in person that he is on this TV.
Oh no.
Like, and what did she do? She said he did not say hoes. Yes, lady, he did. We all heard it. Why are you in the cleanup crew right now?
She can't even clean up her own house, much less how she gonna clean up somebody else's.
True.
Well, I mean, I will give it to her. We know she always has some bleach on hand.
Wild.
Very. But let's get back on track here.
All right, back on track. I'm
back
sorry.
on track.
My sniffer sometimes goes a little off course.
No, you're
Hashtag
fine.
ADHD squirreling.
Okay,
Spirit,
so
okay?
are we ready to take a look at the lights now? Or what are we? Okay. Are we done with all of that side shit?
Yeah. Should Clue, do you think we should pull up, or Jay, do you think we should start with what I sent you last night?
Yeah,
or
that's
start
what I
with-
was thinking.
Okay. Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so give me a second to pull that up. And then I've got to go get something to drink. So give me 2 seconds here. Yeah, just go ahead and chat it out.
You can leave us
Alcoholic or
alone.
non-alcoholic? Because at this point, I'm starting to wonder if I'm.
I want to thank
After
Charlie for
butterfly.
buying some pizzas. Thank you, Charlie.
Oh, that's sweet.
I had pizza earlier tonight too. Yeah. So I think about what she's about to pull up, Clue, is SF's lights analysis report.
Where did you send that? To my email or text?
Text.
Because I don't see it in text.
Okay, well, I'll send it again.
The lights that they're hell-bent on saying are behind the houses when they're absolutely not.
Right. Do y'all have any idea, like just FYI, when y'all might search again this second week? Have y'all planned a date yet?
We will. You hit me up Southern-ish, and we can. Well, I'll lace up my snake boots and kind of make it happen. We'll make it happen.
I emailed you my number. I did. I emailed you back my number. So yeah, I just want to definitely be there. And like, Chloe, you got to keep Crabtree from going into these like caverns by himself. He freaks me out. His videos are just like don't go in there by yourself.
Yeah, you can't keep Crabtree from doing anything.
I know, but it's so. I'm like well,
trying
there's
to-
no one with you. There's no one with you. Like,
It's like trying to wrangle a squirrel.
Yeah, but I will say we always, like right now, I could pull up my phone and see where he is. Yeah, he
Well,
just,
he said that on his videos. I mean, I knew
Yeah.
he was saying that. I just
and we check on him. Like I'll look during the day, like if I know he's out and we can't be out there.
Yeah.
I'll look every so often to make sure he's moving.
He's moving.
You know what's weird to me, Clue, honestly, too, is that, like, I mean, I used to live in, like, Cheatham County, and I never thought about all of those caves have to be built up, like, driving out of Bellevue and going, you know, up, trying to think of the little town we used to live in, but just Ashland City and all that, there's so many caves there.
Mm-hmm.
But I never knew they existed here. I've lived there my entire life. I never had a clue these places were here. And it's so scary because there are a ton of places that he could be. And you would never know.
Nope. Well, I will say this. Katie, I do know, was very, I don't want to say pushy, but she was adamant that they check every single cave. She was like, which is, I think natural for any mom.
Yeah.
She just had a fear that maybe, like, if he came across a bear or something and it, like, pulled him into its cave. So, I mean, they thoroughly searched those because she was very adamant saying, this is like a fear, look at
But
them.
did y'all know that those things existed? Like,
No.
I just, maybe, yeah, I was going to say, I had no clue. Like, I
Dude,
never.
they were like walking through the woods and not kidding, they would come across holes in the ground.
We didn't see that when Clue, it was in the same area that, like, pretty much that Clue and I were when we were out there, when it was like there's a lot more foliage. Like, it wasn't until you could see, like, everything had started to kind of like die and went, that you could actually see these areas.
I know that made me so scared. I was like, oh my God, like, look at those things. And then when he went in there and did his video, I was like, somebody could live down there for a long time,
Well, or fall down and,
Right. But there's just so much more places. But no, I'm not going to go there. I just think about that. Like, I don't know why he went so far off to search, like at Natchez Trace in the very beginning.
That was very
weird.
strange to me too. Like, it's almost like you're trying to
say you're searching, but you're not.
Right.
So I do want to say one thing. Somebody sent me, like, since we've been live, and I was going to mention this person earlier, and I was like, I don't know if it's really, like, relevant to the conversation. But oddly enough, someone sent me this, which makes it absolutely relevant to the conversation. Does anyone remember that woman that was misleading the searches?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So her name was Kerri Foster, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there was like a whole article written on her, like how she was doing this, right? Like misleading the searches, whatever, right? So I'm going to read a post that someone sent me since we've been on this live. Could be maybe like a friend who's a girl, like a girlfriend of someone that we've been talking about recently. But anyway, it goes like this. For those of you who seem to be getting so much information wrong,
wake up.
For one, what are we here for? Because what is going on right now is definitely not why. If you do not like what I'm about to say, then leave. We are so sick of everyone's attitudes that are starting to show. And let me say this, everybody has a past. I guarantee a lot of people in this group do not have a clean or enjoyable past, but we are not going to talk about that. What matters is that those people are still trying and willing to help in the case of Sebastian. I understand there has been a lot about Kerri's past from 3 years ago brought to light. Yet again, we know this, we've seen it, but those of you do not know the story and is also not mine to tell. This group was made for finding Sebastian Rogers, not bashing Kerri Foster. The article going around that was made anonymously, by the way, shows what character that person has. Most, and I do mean most, of the information on that article is nothing but false and inaccurate. But has anybody asked about that? No, absolutely not. Because some of you do nothing but speculate, spread, gossip, lie, and assume.
Well, what are we supposed to do? We're just not speculating. We're just throwing things out
I'm
there.
sorry. I was away. I missed what
Yeah.
brought up
Read
this
that
post.
again,
What?
Clay.
What?
Read that again, Clay, for Jay.
Where is it from?
This is a post being, again, made by someone's possible girlfriend.
Oh, fuck.
That we may have been talking about recently.
Okay. When was this posted?
March 5th.
Okay.
So not long after Sebastian went missing.
Do you mind reading it again, Clue?
Yeah. For those of you who seem to be getting so much information wrong, for one, what we are here for, because what is going on right now is definitely not why. If you do not like what I'm about to say, then leave. We are so sick of everyone's attitudes that are starting to show. And let me say this, everybody has a past. I guarantee a lot of people in this group do not have a clean or enjoyable past, but we are not going to talk about that. What matters is that those people are still trying and willing to help in the case of Sebastian. I understand there has been a lot about Kerri's past from 3 years ago brought to light yet again. We know this, we've seen it, but those of you do not know the story, and it is also not mine to tell. This group was made for finding Sebastian Rogers, not bashing Kerri Foster. The article going around was made anonymously, by the way, shows what character that person has. Most, and I do mean most, of the information on that article is nothing but false and inaccurate. But has anybody asked about that? No, absolutely not, because some of you do nothing but speculate, spread gossip, lie, and assume.
Okay.
This is, I want just to break it down. This is a defense of someone who was involved in this case, who was purposely steering people in like the wrong direction, like interfering legitimately with the case.
Wasn't Kerri Foster the one that was on the news changing Sebastian's picture on the flyer? Is that her? And we watched some of her videos and she looked not well.
Oh, was that her?
Are those her pink nails?
No.
Okay, that's not Kerri. Okay. Gotcha. I don't know who Kerri is.
Okay,
I've never heard of her.
Kerri Foster was this woman who literally came out to search, inserted herself into the case, right? But searching, but she was like doing it wrong, like leading people in the wrong direction. Just, there's a whole article literally about this woman.
And this alleged girlfriend is defending Kerri's actions?
Correct.
Saying leave Kerri alone, basically?
Right.
Interesting.
Yeah, let her be. Like, why would you come to in defense of that if, why would you? Right. And you're that torn up about it because you're later going to be giving, like, remember how emotional she was just a month later giving Big Sean that certificate?
I gotta find this somewhere.
Oh, I remember Kerri Foster now. She's the one that was arrested at the school or whatever, right?
Yeah, she's like a blonde woman.
This lady.
Right.
Here, I'll share.
I want to see.
Yeah, she's a blonde lady. This lady. Hendersonville mother was arrested after police say she showed up at her child's school wearing a ballistic vest and possessing a .38 handgun. Kerri Foster, 42, or a .380, 42 of Hendersonville, is charged with carrying a weapon on school property and commission of certain offenses while wearing a body vest.
Yes.
weird at all.
And she came to the searches. Like, there's even a news thing. It was in the very beginning where she was on a horse.
Oh, God.
There she is.
That's her.
That's why you vet your searchers, too. You know?
Right.
For those of you that think that it's not, you know, you should just want anybody out there searching. And Chloe was like, it wasn't suspicious that Big Sean, you know, let go of Chloe because she was wanting to background check her searchers. This is why. Because you have Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs out there in ballistic vest and 380s. Whoa.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. So she has a horse. Does this girl know her through FFA?
She was on a horse. I don't know if she has a horse or if someone let her borrow one. Borrow a horse. Sorry.
Save a horse. Never mind. I want, like, but why would you defend, like, they're not even the same age bracket. So, like, why would she be defending this woman unless they somehow, I wonder, that is interesting. I wonder if they did know each other through either that or, like, you know, a neighbor.
Wow.
I just find it weird that she's defending her at all. Like,
yeah. Especially if you're with that being as torn up as she was about it and creating a Facebook group to find Sebastian.
Here was my question, though, on that.
Oh, listen to this.
Did she
This
ever
says the
spend time in Davidson County Jail?
Oh.
Mm.
Hold on, let me look.
Yeah,
Wait.
check out her record. It says here the Facebook group in question titled Finding Sebastian Rogers, which is Bobbies, can be found here. It's important to note that any comments or posts questioning her authority in the group have been removed, often banning the commenters from the group entirely. We have been recently notified that multiple other admins of this group are maliciously working with Foster. We can now guarantee that this group is not a credible place to get information on Sebastian's search whilst under the administration of Kerri Foster.
Can you pull that up? Like to where we can...
What do you mean?
Okay, hold on. Sorry.
This was posted May 8th. This is like right before TikTok Tony comes on the stand.
Was
or on
she
the scene.
in the Facebook? She was in the Facebook group that was created by quote unquote Autumn.
She was an admin.
And it was a false claim of quote unquote insider knowledge, like maybe like from a neighbor.
Hold on, neighbor.
Mm-hmm.
That also claimed to have insider knowledge with Ellie.
There, is that easier to read?
Yeah, that's easier.
You want to read it, UA?
Okay. Sebastian Rogers case. Admin with a record deceives and manipulated her group and allegations of search efforts. In a shocking revelation, it has come to light that Kerri Foster, a convicted felon with a history of reckless behavior, including a 2021 incident in which she was arrested after bringing a loaded handgun into an elementary school, is actively deceiving the search efforts for missing autistic teen Sebastian Rogers. Sebastian, who mysteriously vanished sometime after 9 p.m. on Sunday, February 25th, now faces the grave threat of having his search efforts compromised by Foster's deceitful actions. Unbeknownst to the community, Foster has been operating under a false facade, concealing her troubled past and leveraging her position within the search operation to spread lies and misinformation to her group, where she holds an admin status. Go back up just a little bit. Okay, there we go. Where she holds an admin status, which consists of over 6,000 members. With cunning confidence, she manipulates the genuine intentions of volunteers, leading them astray with false promises and baseless claims. Under her false claim of quote-unquote insider knowledge, Foster has brazenly directed search efforts beyond the boundaries established by law enforcement and has trespassed on private property via horseback while insinuating that she was carrying firearms.
Told you.
She claims she had authoritative permission to do all of this, which has been proven to be false by authorities. Her delusional obsession with finding Sebastian blinds her to the real dangers of her actions pose to herself and innocent bystanders. It is imperative that the community wakes up to the reality of Foster's deceit. Sebastian's chances of being found diminish with each passing moment that Foster continues to peddle her lies and manipulate the search efforts. This is not a misunderstanding or misguided intentions. This is a deliberate act of sabotage by a woman driven by her own twisted and assumed mentally ill motivations. A licensed mental health specialist has now confirmed this to us. As concerned citizens, it is our duty to put an end to Foster's dangerous charade before it inflicts irreparable harm on Sebastian's search and his chances of returning home safely. We must demand accountability and swift action from authorities to halt Foster's deceit and ensure that justice is served for Sebastian and his distraught family. The time for complacency is over. Let us unite in exposing Foster's treachery and reclaiming the search efforts for Sebastian's sake. Every moment counts, and we cannot afford to let Foster's deception stand in the way of bringing Sebastian home where he belongs. A detective working Sebastian's case has confirmed that Kerri Foster has absolutely no authority in this case, and that her criminal background prevents her from even passing out flyers. Interesting. Kerri Foster's full criminal record can be found on the Tennessee Department of Corrections website, where you can search for Kerri Foster to view her record. The Facebook group in question entitled, okay, that looks very familiar, the Finding Sebastian Rogers, can be found here. It is important to note that any comments and or posts questioning her authority in the group have been removed, often banning the commenters from the group entirely. We have been recently notified that multiple other admins of this group are maliciously working with Foster. Now let's remember who those admins were, by the way. We can now guarantee that this group is not a credible place to get information on Sebastian's search whilst under the administration of Kerri Foster. Who were those people at the time? I believe one of them was the girlfriend and binoculars, but I could be wrong. But I doubt it, at least on one of those.
Is this the chick that was a nurse at one time?
Oh God, please tell me not.
No, I thought I watched this somewhere and like, I don't know, we were looking at a farm and I don't know, they looked her up. I don't remember where I was. Never mind. I'm not even going to worry about it. I had to go get my trash can. I'm sorry. It was floating down the street. Y'all, telling you, prepare for this weather. Clay.
It'll be gone. It'll be died down by the time it gets here.
It probably will. I hope so. Dang. I can't remember about her though. I remember us looking at her and like there was a long driveway and there was law enforcement around her and she was driving a Porsche, correct? At one point? Or we thought that was her? Maybe not.
Somebody said
yes,
she was an
Sassy,
EMT.
yes. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And wasn't she a nurse?
An EMT, they said.
Or an EMT or something.
Find that out.
Yeah. I think she was. Yeah. All right. I've still got it.
Nurse, please.
Thank you so much, Sherry, for your tip. Thank you. I know I said thank you in chat, but I wanted to thank you.
So this just goes to show too that there's a concerted effort by these people, one of them being the girlfriend, which Clue wasn't Autumn an admin of this group at one time before she removed herself. I can go look to see who is now, but I think I looked last night.
I thought she created a group. I mean,
created this group, if I'm not mistaken. Well, let me look. After I look at the record, she created that group because we have the post.
Does Tara Lynn's kin know her?
I think Terry Lynn's kin knows almost everybody. I'm sorry. It just seems like she knows
right
everybody around.
I mean, let's not pretend like it's her kin. It's what did she didn't she say that she had relations with the cousin?
Yes.
Maybe it's just the fact that Terry Lynn might get
She
around.
inserts herself.
Maybe because she has a wide open cuda.
Pooter.
There you go. That's what I was trying to say. But
Come on in and close your legs, Tara Lynn.
Jay, did you see also like get the audio that I sent you?
Oh yes, I did.
Bobby was mentioned. Her house was mentioned in that.
I did. But you guys won't be able to hear it if I play it.
I can play it.
Unless, yeah, if you want to play it, I would have to upload it to YouTube because of the stupid StreamYard thing.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me just make sure that was also the same.
Yeah, Tara Lynn's kin, just to verify. We're getting cooter salutes in chat. Just to verify, Tara Lynn's kin said that she had relations with Uncle Danny back in the day.
Oh, it wasn't Terry Lynn that said that?
Yeah, Tara Lynn said it, yeah. Sorry, I call her Tara Lynn's kin.
Hold on. Oh, so it is Terry.
Yeah, it is her.
Yeah. Girl, you know in the country here, kin is like, you know, your
I know.
Yeah.
I know. Hey, is Cletus there with you?
No, he's on the phone in the bathroom.
Oh, damn it. On the phone in the bathroom. She had to give us that visual.
Third night. He's like, this is the third night. I'm not doing this with y'all.
No, he only goes in here so I can't hear him.
Well, remind me when he comes back. I have a joke, but I want to tell you both together.
He's back.
Okay. So, you know, unfortunately, we didn't link up on any panels at Halloween, or I would have told this at that time. So here's a joke for you guys. What do Southerners do for Halloween?
What?
Pumpkin. Get it? Pumpkin.
Oh.
That was pretty good.
That's the only fucking joke I can remember the punchline to, so enjoy. But that's what it always reminds me of, Tara Lynn's kin. So now we actually have a group, you know, that's Tara Lynn's kin for real. Because Bobby.
What? Yeah, so listen, you remember that Kerri Foster person?
Yeah.
Look at this. You know who that is, that name? This group was made for finding Sebastian Rogers, not bashing Kerri Foster.
Okay.
She was the one misdirecting all the search efforts.
Right.
Why is she taking up for it?
Gotcha.
You see what I mean?
So how does that make her kin to Terry Lynn? I don't understand.
Oh, we were just trying to figure out if maybe Foster knew Bobby through kin.
Yeah, we're just wondering if they all know each other. But
like how they would have become, because usually like before you want to join like co-adminning a Facebook group that you create with someone, you usually know them in some capacity.
That's true.
Because you want to have some, like, you don't want just some random people.
Yeah.
You know, be like, oh, like that because you never know. You could be aligning yourself with somebody like this. So you know them in some way, shape, or form. Or they've at least been in your, you know, around something, you know. It's just very odd.
Around. That's the key word.
On what side of the spectrum of kin is she on? You know?
Right. Okay. Hold on, I'm about to play that little audio clip too. I just got to get my speakers.
Thank you, UA.
Watching.
Yeah, no, it's 1032 runs the neighborhood Facebook page.
There we go. That's our Bobby. The lake.
Okay, hold on. Wait, sorry, I don't know why I did that. Hold on.
So this is what? This is showing them at their
Let's go back
house.
to the Seth timeline. He said he arrived there at 8:30, and that was when they were all like reconvening. And he said that he sat in his truck for 30 minutes just watching.
Yeah, no, it's 1032 runs the neighborhood Facebook page.
There we go. That's our.
So they did go and talk. Like that was 1032 was mentioned in that audio.
If you keep going, do they say anything about cameras at her house or no?
I think they said she didn't have cameras.
But okay.
I could be. I mean, I'll have to go back and I have about.
Oh, you don't have any more than that recorded. I gotcha.
Yeah, I had somebody go back and find that for me, just because I was starting to wonder if I was the tilt-a-whirl. I've been tilting a little too much.
What is a Ghoulie says? What's up with these crazy blonde bitches with this case?
Oh dang, I'm blonde, but I'm not crazy. I'm not really involved either directly.
No, Cricket. Danny is not Autumn's dad. No, Danny is Chris's uncle. No relation to Autumn. We need to do a fucking family tree at this point. The periscope on the roof.
When he said that last night, that killed me.
Oh my God, hysterical.
Oh my God. Okay.
What?
It's interesting.
We need oh my God.
We're sounding like the California girls. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Yes, thank you, Cletus. Thank you. Because
So
we're
awesome.
all like, oh my God.
Apparently, Autumn made a post on Facebook on behalf of the Proudfoots, which stated the family is requesting privacy at this time.
Okay.
Like, I don't know if she was doing that from her thing. Like, I'm just looking back at, like, just different things that was going on. But, like, I think it was very interesting that, like, Autumn was... She's just inserted herself a little too much from the very beginning.
I have a question, though, because I saw somebody last night in chat that said that Bobby Binocular's family was a developer as well. Like, they built homes. Is that true or not?
I saw that in chat last night, but I don't know if that's true. I did see somebody say that her maiden name was associated with a construction company that did construct those homes, but I didn't look into it myself, but I did see that, Southern.
Well, I was wondering if, like, that's what her acting like she don't know who the Proudfoots are, because, I mean, they're related to, they do develop homes. He doesn't, but the family, aren't they builders, home builders?
No, Danny is, I think. Or the family member.
Right. So I was just curious as to how she wouldn't really know about him. Plus, they've all been around each other. She knows Terry Lynn and all that stuff. She's been around enough to know who Chris Proudfoot is. And I think she was acting like an asshole to act like she didn't know him, didn't know Sebastian, didn't know anything about Katie and them. And then she spills out all this just vomit for a reason. In my opinion.
Good grief. This girl is scary looking, man.
Who is that?
That's Kerri Foster.
Oh,
no.
She needed to keep that. Well, never mind. You can't keep your own picture when you go to jail.
I know. Well, yeah.
She was mean.
I mean, you got this chick, right? Who Bobby Binoculars and her future daughter-in-law have put you know, in this Facebook group as an admin, and have her out there boots on the ground. And this woman went into a school with a loaded handgun. Okay?
And a vest or whatever, right?
And we wonder why Katie might have left.
Shit, I've never wondered why she left. I've always...
Can you imagine this woman on a horse in your neighborhood? Get the fuck out of here. Hell to the no.
Horse, too.
They're sad. These people are all involved. Like, I know Hendersonville, it seems like it's big, but it's not. Like, just being from Tennessee, it's still, you got that small town people that have been there forever, and they still know everything about, you know what I mean? They know each other. They know each other in one way or another. And Just like us talking about last night when Bobby Binoculars is so offended. She's violated. Why? Because they're developing in your neighborhood. Why? Because they're, I mean, it's so, oh my gosh. I used to live in such a small town. It just makes me sick to hear people talk like her because she has no compassion for anybody. Her compassion level was just a diversion. I mean, that's what I feel like. I
I'm
don't
just
think.
saying, I think she definitely was the mom that was bringing shitty snacks to soccer practice.
Baseball. We knew they were a baseball family because she was at the baseball fields.
I mean,
Who saw her on a horse, though? Where does that come from?
it came from
Kerri,
some video. I remember seeing
yeah,
that.
it's a news video, like the actual fucking news. They
You're
showed her.
kidding.
No, it's on
they
a
show
video.
her on the horse.
Mm-hmm.
Gosh, bless.
What? That's nuts.
And I think what happened was someone
There
recognized
we go.
her.
EMT. She was an EMT. Yep. You saw it.
Right.
Discipline.
And I think when that thing came out, somebody recognized her and they were like, whoa, wait a minute.
Hold up.
Yeah. All right,
No.
let's go to the light. Can we go to the lights? After this, but this just goes to show.
Sorry. I kind of getting in my own little rabbit hole over here.
There's a concerted effort. Been a concerted effort. It seems like from almost since the beginning of this call by Bobby's family to keep an eye on what's going on with Ellie. Right up and down, we have Ellie mentioning them on this dispatch audio, mentioning her kids. We have Bobby not getting her timeline messed up. We have her son allegedly leaving for work, but yet it seeming like maybe he wasn't at work. He was just leaving the neighborhood. Why? Why were they maybe on a hill, maybe not on a hill, following the thing? How did they watch Max jump into the pond before she even claimed that she was aware of any of this?
Yeah.
We have Ellie at her house now on the audio saying this lady runs the neighborhood Facebook group. Like, it almost, and two, like, I can just imagine, like, Ellie shows up and she's like, oh, I happen to run the neighborhood Facebook group. Let me go ahead and put something out there and let me find a way to help you. I can, I'm the neighborhood Facebook watch person. Like, what do you know? We have Tara Lynn, who she's known all her life, basically, like half of her life, more than half, bringing coffee to the command center.
The night
he's
missing before
he's missing.
His mother knows he's missing. I don't know if we've really verified that yet, but
right.
We need to.
Well, bringing coffee to the command center once it's established. So the command, yeah. Okay. Can we make this bigger, Jay?
That's what Tony asked.
Oh, yeah. Good one.
Oh my God. I just got that. I'm sorry. I'm tired.
That was your best joke. That was better than Halloween one day.
That was good.
I come out with a funny one every now and then. Okay.
No, you are funny.
So what? Okay, can you see it better now, UA?
Is there a way to zoom in a little more?
I'm trying. Is
anybody
that
wants
better?
To go, yes.
Did it just go away?
Yeah, it went away.
Oh, I still see it.
This is SF.
Hold on, let me do something real quick.
You can go on X. I'll just say it too, where if they want to find it themselves too, you can go on X. Or actually, I can drop the link in the chat. Actually, now that I think about it. Okay, so SF and Clue and actually like Cletus and Crabtree, all
everybody
together.
Everybody.
Clue, you say it. What y'all did.
Well, we went out and intimidated the neighbors until they let us reenact the lights.
You beat them down, told them, look, we're going to do this, whether you like it or not. Whatever.
And we reenacted the lights. The angle has always been off to me looking at the cars in the driveway for it to be looking straight across the road. It's just always been off. But this is the AI analysis that Fisher did of the light video. Really, the most important part is the conclusion to me at the bottom.
Right. This is why I didn't want to get into the lights for the people that were here last night, because I feel like it's a lot was done during the 8 hours last night that we were on and stuff.
And the night before.
And the night before.
And the night before that.
I don't know if it was me, but my mind didn't turn off. Like,
no, it was good to call it.
So basically, I'm just going to put it this way. That camera does not face the quote-unquote common area behind the houses at all. It is looking more to the left up the street, and the person who resides there, this is for you, mob crew, told fiance out of their own mouth that their camera does not capture the house across the street, nor does it capture the gazebo.
Okay, so what I want to do is I want to pull up this damn video and I want to talk to you about it, because I get what you're saying and I agree. I can see what you're saying. I mean, you can look at it and tell it's on that fucking angle, right? I mean, for them to say it's looking across at that house in that driveway where he copied and pasted that car, I think you know what I'm talking about, right, Clue?
Yeah, it doesn't work.
No, it doesn't work at all. Hold on, let me pull this up.
Let's go ahead and just let's take Busy Bobby's words herself, right? She even said that the neighbor told her you cannot see a car on the video. So mob crew, how are you copying and pasting and overlaying a car?
Exactly, because Clue, if you were wanting to see that house across the street, that would be way over here to the right, out of frame, right?
Yeah. So you see how this.
You can see their garbage cans are. I showed this last night, right?
Driveway.
You can see on Google Earth, when you look on Google Earth, right? You can see where their garbage cans are. So that gives you like a point of reference. And then you look where the camera is, and then you look where their garbage cans are against the house, right next to the service door of the garage. And then that camera's way up high above, and it's literally pointed to the left. It's on the right, like it's looking more to the left, whereas that house across the street, and it's tilted, and this is tilted, right? So you'd have to actually cock your head to the right to see it correctly. And you don't see that house directly across the street on Stafford, where he took that car, that sedan, and put, that's that in the road. So if we fast forward, though, through this is what I want to ask you. I totally get your angle. I do. Now, hear me out. When this light pops on here, knowing that we know the angle, this light right here, where the fuck is that coming from, Clue? Like, that thing pops on. What is it? Pops on. Is that a flashlight? Like,
I think it's a car in the driveway of the house on the corner leaving for work.
Yeah.
But doesn't that light look like the light source pops on? Like, what is making that? What is it reflecting on? Is that the road?
No, it's actually the drainage ditch in between the houses. Babe, come explain this to her.
That's the drainage. I know what you're talking about with the drainage ditch. I know where the drainage ditch is. I can picture that.
They want to know what that is popping on and what you're seeing in the light.
So what you're seeing in the light, the best that we could tell and actually saw this occur, and have video of it occurring. We just didn't put it all out just to try and not put everybody's business out there. But the light on the long slender light where it comes on is a car headlight hitting hitting grass. The little dot to the right of that comes on with it is actually a light from a car hitting a tree. There's several trees lined up there.
Those little trees. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Okay, I can see it. But where's the car that turned on its lights?
In a driveway.
Which one? Do you know? Oh, on Kellen.
Right.
Oh, it's on Kellen.
Yes.
My bad.
Okay, so all right, wait. Hold that thought because I'm going to pull up Google for a second because I just want to make sure I've got it right, Cletus. Let me pull it up.
This is also why I didn't want to start it last night too, because they know it, like Cletus and.
It was too late to get into it last night, y'all. We were burnt.
Yeah.
We were burnt.
We were
fried.
Lights after my eyes closed, you know.
Yeah, it's been a long few days. I mean, it really has. Okay.
Yes, but it's so funny how it happened.
Yes.
So Cletus, if I go, so if I go down here, right, and I'm at the corner of Kellen and Stafford, so it's a car from like this driveway or this driveway.
Turn around. Do a 180-degree turn. Boom, there you go.
This one.
Yep. Now zoom in, looking at that exact angle. Zoom in. Just, I don't know if you can click keep going.
There's the little trees that you said.
Well, no, it's not actually that one. It's that one right there to your, hell, it's not even showing in this photo.
This is from July of 2023.
Interesting.
Is it a bigger?
Not even.
Is it a bigger tree? Are you fucking kidding me?
It's not a. It's not a bigger. It's not a big tree, but I literally do not see it in this photo. And that's yeah.
Here, let me try going. Let me go over from this angle and zoom in. Do you see it now?
It may be that one right there to the left of that truck. I just can't.
Maybe
I have to pull it up. I have to pull it up on ours. The photo we took and put out. If I'm not mistaken, you can actually see it there.
I'll put it to you this way. I did a video where I showed fiance. He walks down the road. Well, he's in a certain area on Stafford with a flashlight, and it's the same video. Like, you literally are watching the same video. 100%.
I see what you're saying, though, that someone's lights turned on, but could that be? So you're saying it came from this house here?
Yeah. So what I can tell you is while we were out there, there was a car. Well, hell, my car was parked on Stafford, and we were trying to recreate that angle where the lights hit and try to figure out, is that a car parked there as well, right? So we turned around, had the car facing up Stafford, and drove from the corner of Stafford and Kellen all up around to that curve, and could not get it. Could not. It just wouldn't work. But at one point, somebody came out of a house, turned their car on, and when they did, it was like, holy shit, that's it. That's exactly what we
wow.
did.
Let me go back to that video.
This, just to clarify, what the analysis report is, the analysis of the video, not the reenactment. And this analysis came out before. Just wanted to clarify that. I got that message.
So someone was going to work? At what time?
Well, so that's that's the piece that we don't know for sure that's the case, right? It's a situation of with what SF has put out, which he can back up 100%, and you know, he's not fooling anybody full of shit. 509, 510, somewhere in that time frame is when that video was shot. Based on that and some of the other conversations we've had, some of the other things we know, I think it makes complete sense that somebody was cranking their car to go to work, considering their occupation. One of the problems everybody's had with what we kind of put out there was that, well, it's completely dark. Well, it's fucking February.
Yeah.
Of course it's completely dark. So, yeah.
No, I'm definitely seeing what you guys figured out. It's super interesting.
And one of the biggest problems that everybody had, right? And I mean, I for the longest time, I thought the same thing. The light in the far right up next to the red frame, I always thought that came from the red house across the street. And I thought that those two lights were from 1006. But when we found out what the angle of the camera was, it was like, well, wait a minute, that ain't possible.
Mm-hmm.
And then we talked to the homeowner and find out, yeah, that's not the case at all. It's
right.
like, oh, well, this makes a lot more sense now.
But in the grand scheme of things, we still have a moving light right here, right? No matter where it is, we have Sebastian going missing. If you look up towards the right-hand corner of your screen, you see this faint little light flickering, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you see, this other one moving, and you see it pop up again over here. You see it pop up here.
It's actually only one. It is, in fact, only one. What you see is a light moving to the right, and then it moves back to the left. And there is an explanation for it that would involve the trash. And this is just my opinion, right? Based on some conversations that I've had with people that would know, there is an explanation for it that would involve trash and not Sebastian, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Say that last part again.
I said it would involve the trash, but it would not involve Sebastian.
Mm.
That's not to say that's what it is, but I can tell you
yeah.
I think down to the damn placement of that flickering light, we recreated it, and yeah, it's unfortunately it's nothing. I really don't think it is anything.
I agree.
I'm going to play this last one. But what are the other videos they have show, you know?
Bobby really wants to know.
I mean, I just see it super bright right there. And it's just like still. See, these are all spliced. I got 3 different videos sent to me. Did you guys get any answers about the time and date? Like, was it a situation where they just didn't update it? Or
no, it was broken.
It was broken.
The time, yeah. And I think the date too, right?
Yep.
They're both broken. That tracks with what Sean said. Big Sean said.
The problem was with what Bobby put out there, because I'm not saying Bobby lied about what she was told, but it doesn't track with the story we've been told 3 times on 3 separate occasions by the other half of the 2 people that would have known.
Yeah. Have you guys looked at these by any chance? Like, I don't know, just to see if like they were loose or anything weird, because there's like those 3 big grates there and then 3 big grates there. But what I really wanted to ask y'all about was this. Right here, this drain hole. Did you guys pay any attention to that by chance?
Yep.
Yeah.
And what we've been told is that that law enforcement looked in every drain. They opened up the road drains right there that you were pointing to a minute ago. They had people crawl in them. This is what we were told, right?
Mm-hmm.
Divers went down. divers went into the drain.
Damn.
Like, yeah, they actually put divers into the drain and the water systems.
Wow.
Do you have what's known as the quote unquote ruckus one?
Who, me?
Or the video? Yeah, the video that Nick Barris did.
That was it? Oh no, that was not.
That was not
Oh,
it.
you mean the clipped one? The one that's trimmed down?
Yeah, the Nick Barris video.
Yeah. Do you want me to play it?
Yes. And then we can look at this if you want. I just think this is probably related to Nick Barris's video, right?
What is?
Early Monday morning, February 26th.
Okay. I think looking at both of the angles will help, maybe.
Not really.
I mean, I understand what they're saying. I mean, the camera's tilted and it doesn't show. Wait, hold on. Let me. I mean,
you can see it on the damn Google image, like on the.
That's what I'm
Google
saying.
Street image.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if you were to stay here, like, I mean, it's not exact by any means, but there's the camera. It's definitely tilted this way because we saw the garbage cans, which are right here next to this white door. Okay. So that's the point of reference. Their garbage cans are there. When we looked at it, the camera was basically down on the garbage cans. So it's going this way, right? It's not going this way. It's not looking directly across, right? You can't even see that shit. That thing's not even in the camera view. It's like barely the gazebo over, right? So I get what you're saying. Honeysuckle up here, that little light could be a headlight peeking through those trees as it goes down the road, correct? Am I understanding correctly?
I mean, it could be. It's not what I personally think it is.
What do you think it is?
I think it's
What are we talking about?
the light that's moving.
Flickering light? I think it's somebody taking their trash to the curb.
Yeah.
Right before the trash.
Right before the trash comes through.
Somebody, just a rando? Or do you think you know who it is?
Yeah. Yeah, we know.
Sebastian?
No.
Okay.
No, that's what he said. It involves trash, but not Sebastian.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I gotcha. Weird. So why is Binocular Bobby so dead set on a car sitting right here at this intersection for 3 to 5 minutes? Does she know something we don't know?
I can tell you what I was told, right? By the person that should know what was on that camera and what that camera looks like. Part of the conversation we had was that there was supposedly a car that turned into Stafford and then backed out onto Kellen. And I said, oh, well, it must have been on this camera. And that person said, no, that camera doesn't cover that. And neither does the other one. We don't have a camera that covers that intersection. And I said, well, where did the story about the car come from? And I think we can fill in the blank there.
Wow.
What? Hold on. Say that again, Cletus. One more time.
He said, where did the story about the car come from? And he said, I think we can fill in that blank there.
Yep. I think so.
Then lo and behold, we have the mob crew who has a picture of this house with just this sedan, not these trucks. He cuts it out and he places it right here.
Yeah.
Even though the fucking camera doesn't even show right here.
Yep.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And I have verified with the homeowner that camera does not cover the gazebo. It does not cover that house. And when we recreated it, and showed what we can see, it makes complete sense. Because
you guys just threw my whole fucking ruckus video out the window tonight. Now I've got to
I was trying to tell you, Jay, that wasn't a ruckus.
Yeah.
I really was.
Yeah, that's why I also wanted to not do it. I wanted Clue and Cletus here. Like too.
UA, I wanted Clue and Cletus here. You needed all three of you.
Make a
Wow.
little audio backup from a little recorded phone call.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I think
we all thought the same thing, right?
It's wild, yeah. I mean, I really thought that was their back porch, and that was that floodlight.
We wouldn't know otherwise unless we had the actual lens of the camera, which fortunately is listed on the side of the camera, and Fisher put the picture out of it to show that is the lens. And when you look that lens up for that camera, it says it's a 75-degree field of view.
our phone is 70. No, our phone's 80. Our phone actually captures more than the camera.
And our phone was turned a little more to the right than what that guy's camera actually is. So a quarter of his frame is actually eaten up by his house. Now, mind, he's upgraded it. He's got a lot better system now and all that. But it was like, holy shit, we've all been chasing the wrong thing.
Correct.
For months
right.
now.
Because Bobby's had us chasing waterfalls.
Yeah.
Dude, Bobby has really opened my eyes this weekend.
That view on that camera has always been off to me. Like, it's always, for me personally, I'm like, there's no way you're capturing every car all the way over to the boat and it's looking straight ahead. You can't do that. So.
Yeah, no, I never thought that it looked directly across the street. What I thought it did was I thought it was more so like the last field of view was like, I don't know, cut off like just to the right of the gazebo. Maybe even a little bit of their back porch, but definitely not their driveway. And I thought what I was seeing, that blob, I literally thought without the leaves that I was seeing the Proudfoot's back porch with a big, huge floodlight on. And because it's so dark, that little blob of light was the back porch area. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it was made I think it was intentionally crafted to make everyone believe that.
That is wild. But then you've got Mob Crew blatantly like having it facing right like this.
And Jay, you have no idea. It's so bad. So like when we came out with this and we were like, look, what everyone thinks this camera is looking at, it is not. He called Crabtree and he was like, I'm telling you, I don't think you're right. And Crabtree was like, look, get on the phone with me, Cletus, Clue, and tell us why we're wrong. You know what I mean? And all that BS, right?
Right.
He never called, wouldn't get on the phone and talk about it. But it's crazy to me that he is so hell-bent on pushing this. It was a flashlight coming to a random car. Like, dude. And who does he tag in all of his videos? Coffin Daffer, At Night.
Like, yeah, it's wild.
I saw that, by the way, that his fiance just came over here and told me about it. At Night offering a reward for $2,000 for any threats or something. Mm-hmm. They just posted it.
Thank you, Green Eyed. Wow. $2,000 reward for threats? Towards who?
Yeah, they apparently.
It leads to the identification of individuals responsible for initiating these threats and harassment campaigns. Those directly working under them to perpetuate these efforts, and the creator of Reddit.
Oh, it's on Reddit.
What?
You were just talking about Reddit.
Oh
my God.
Get out of here.
It's
sorry.
on Twitter.
I've been Googling some things, but I'm going to keep it to myself for tonight. But I just, I'm listening to y'all. I just want y'all to know all
someone, oh my God. I just opened up my X account, and the first thing I see is someone 3 hours ago posted the FFA fucking certificate and put, would FFA kids do hazing?
See,
what?
So your phone is listening.
My tinfoil hat has just.
I'm not joking. I'll show you. Hold on. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Look.
Hold on, please.
Hold on.
Hold on.
What is he talking about? When the rivers are poisoned and the trees have fallen, you cannot eat money.
Huh?
What? Who
said that?
Nick the
Nick.
Hat.
Nikki.
Here's a riddle for you, Nick. I'm going to write one just for you and tweet you.
It was Jilly. Oops. Right when I opened it on my laptop, it was Jilly Smith.
Oh,
Jilly
praise
Smith.
Jilly?
Probably, what? Julie, what's her name?
No,
Was her last name?
no,
Nick?
Jilly. Jilly.
Oh, I don't know.
And she put Seth Rogers stated he tried to be Sebastian's. They're listening. Wingman at Waffle House, trying to get a girl to give him his phone number. And then 3 hours ago, here's the FFA thing, and it says, "Would FFA kids do hazing?" And see, it says, "Given this 14th day of December, 2023."
So they're stealing our content over here.
Yeah, get your own.
No.
I'm just kidding.
No, they're watching.
I know.
Yeah,
that's what
no,
I'm
I
saying.
believe that. I do know that for that. I do know that.
But they're gonna twist it.
Well, I don't know
I
who
don't
this
think
person
she
is.
is.
She's not twisting nothing. She's just stating it.
I agree. I don't think she's
I mean, that's
negative with it.
she put Seth
That's a good
Rogers
question. Would
stated he tried to be Sebastian's quote wingman at Waffle House, trying to get a girl to give him his phone number. That's Seth's words. Like,
Well, look at the first comment under that.
Who's it
What
posted
they
under?
do hazing. Look at the first comment on the right. It says it's certainly possible. There's bad actors and da 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 da.
Yeah, I can't see it.
oh, Molly.
Yeah.
It's certainly not impossible. There are bad apples in every bunch. Kids can be so fucking cruel. Even FFA kids or FH kids or 4-H kids or FCA kids.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's true. I mean, it is true.
Yeah, I mean,
That's very
FFA
true.
doesn't make you exempt from being a jerk. You know what I
Oh
mean?
my God, no! Like,
But look at 10 hours ago. Jilly, Max went in the pond, and we've all talked about that. But after that, the officer said, "We're now headed back south toward the cemetery on the far end of construction." So,
Told y'all the cemetery is it. I'm telling y'all.
so did
It's
the
something about that
scent?
cemetery.
Yeah, did the
Please
scent go
do.
from the pond to?
The
They went from the pond. They went back south towards the cemetery on the far end of the construction site.
Did y'all not hear me last night when I told y'all
I
that
heard
fence
you.
is cut with bolt cutters?
Yes, I heard. I remember. I heard you. I just.
The whole fence. I'm talking about this is a literal 5-foot tall fence, bro, and it is cut all the way up in one section. You could just pull it back and walk through.
Yeah.
Look at, they're talking 16 hours ago. Creepypasta is not the fairy tale story you want to read your child before bedtime, as even most adults find it unhealthy and irrelevant to interact with. You might want to keep your child, especially too young of age or overly sensitive, away from creepypasta. Do teens play flashlight tag these days? It's on Roblox. Is it a thing with teens, though?
Huh.
Wow.
Sumner County residents feel that people moving from California cause them to live in hell. I bet it talks about traffic in there too.
What?
Probably.
Realtors heard of the. Oh, here we go. There's a tag to your.
I know, they shared my video. Thanks, Jilly.
Wow. Yeah. Who is this person?
I don't know. She shared
might
my
need to look
shit,
into
so... Anyways, what were we coming here to look at? We were coming here to look at Nick, right?
Yes.
At night, actually.
Oh, at night? Well, let's see what he's said lately while we're
I
here.
can't keep up with him. How many names he has?
6 hours ago, he shared YouTube video. Oh, it's the latest news thing.
Is it at night?
Yeah, it's probably on at night.
Who? She's on right now? Crazy.
Who?
Betty's
Oh,
on Nick's
Lord.
chat. He said they have
Betty's
put a
up.
media
Betty's
passing
up
out.
this late. That bitch is up this late. Man.
I would be up late too if I had a
No,
narrative
she's
I
just-
had to try and work
She's trying to climb back in to get into the good club.
It's a
I'm trying to
full-time
tell you,
job to
we're-
run 3 channels.
We are like literally like
Oh,
we
sorry,
are stirring
6.
up.
We're stirring up all kinds of hornet nests. This is crazy.
But I don't care because you know what? This is what needs to happen. Stop focusing so much on Seth. Stop focusing so
I'm
much
not.
on Katie. And like we were just coming up
It's
with a theory. If people don't like it, then they can just like whatever. But it's
it's
obviously something that needs to happen.
pretty
it's not about.
obvious.
It's not
Yeah.
about. To me, it's not about. I don't care. It's to me. It really doesn't matter at the end of the day who did it or what. I don't have a narrative I'm trying to push, except for I'm just trying to find the truth and where Sebastian is and get justice for Sebastian. That's all I care about at the end of the day. I'm not on.
People more worried about other bullshit, you know?
But that's the thing.
It's weird.
Is that if we find him, like not us in general, but if
Yeah.
we find him, then what's that going to do to some people's channels? Because it's going to shut them the.
It
It's
won't.
going to
the
cost
F
them a
down.
lot of money, I guess, because they're
Well,
riding
they
up
don't have any
piggyback.
content. They have
No,
no
they'll
content.
move on to the
They have
next
no-
case. They do it every time. Okay, so let's read this. December 28th, for immediate release, At Night Private Intelligence launches investigation and offers $2,000 reward for information on coordinated threat campaigns. At Night Private Intelligence is responding to a troubling escalation of threats, harassment, and coordinated attempts to derail our ongoing efforts to locate Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. These targeted actions, which include threatening emails and harassment campaigns. Threatening emails? What is a harassment campaign anyway? Have been designed to intimidate At Night employees, disrupt government operations, and mislead the public. At Night remains undeterred in its mission to expose these individuals and hold them accountable. $2,000 reward for information.
Why don't you use that to pay the rent at your World Trade Center or whatever you claim to be?
They don't exist.
1. Individuals responsible for initiating these threat and harassment campaigns. 2. Those directly working under them to perpetuate these efforts. 3. Witnesses or individuals with evidence. Look at this shitstorm. Screenshots or firsthand knowledge of the threatening emails predating this release. Details about the coordination, participants, or intent behind the campaign. This reward is intended to encourage anyone with credible information to come forward and expose those responsible for these unlawful acts. Over the past weeks, At Night has documented a disturbing escalation of threats and harassment aimed at undermining our mission. This includes At Night revealed individuals using multiple aliases and fraudulent ID cards. Someone needs to mute your echoing bad. At Night revealed individuals using multiple aliases and fraudulent ID cards to infiltrate our investigation. These individuals posed as fake tipsters to misdirect teams far from the true scene of the crime. What crime? And fabricated information to derail the investigation.
How did they know the true scene of the crime? I'm just asking for a friend.
How do they know there was a crime?
Exactly.
Where's this?
Wait. Individuals using multiple aliases and fraudulent ID cards. These individuals posed as fake tipsters to misdirect teams far from the true scene of the crime and fabricated information to derail the investigation. Organized artifact finding disguised as searches and suspicious meetings with local creators, clue, and individuals tied to the Proudfoot family were exposed as deliberate distractions. These actions included mafia-style tactics to intimidate anyone attempting to speak about Sebastian without defending the Proudfoot family. Intimidation campaigns continue to escalate, targeting At Night employees and law enforcement partners, such as the Pennsylvania Department of Probation and Parole. These campaigns are riddled with inflammatory language, harassment, and coordinated misinformation aimed at creating chaos and disrupting progress in the search effort. Specifics of the latest threat. At Night has obtained emails inciting a protest outside the Chester parole office, targeting an At Night employee. This employee is not a leader in our search efforts, yet the emails falsely accuse them of criminal conduct. The emails employ inflammatory language intended to incite hostility, posing a risk of violence or disorder, aimed at intimidating public officials and disrupting parole proceedings. Additionally, the emails are founded on false assertions, underscoring the coordinated effort to discredit not only At Night's operations, but also to cause harm to its employees, representatives, clients, and even its attorneys. They have a zero tolerance policy against harassment, intimidation, and coordinated campaigns designed to interfere with investigations. These tactics are not only unethical, but may also violate local, state, and federal laws. At Night urges anyone with knowledge of the individuals or groups responsible for these threats and harassment campaigns to come forward. Email litigation@atnight.agency.
But that's what they've done every couple of
What
weeks.
is this about? This is his parole officer?
It's just like the person that, or the people that are outside of their office.
No, this is a picture of his parole officer on the screen.
What?
What's that?
It says parole officer Nelson, Nick the Hat, and Tony Mathis are harassing innocent families, committing financial crimes, and laundering money. They have been reported to the police and FBI. Craneworks has been reported to the Better Business Bureau. A protest is being planned outside the Chester parole office. And there's other emails being
See
shown.
what Akira wrote? I'm telling you, every time, if you go to Nonsense Live Night, we watch Smiley. She dropped first name. She also said vile things about Clue. It was disgusting. Nick, BHB, and Team were in Smiley's chat. Just go. Every time I'm telling you, boy. Now Betty's on, Brittany J. Like I'm telling you, these people. Anytime I come on here, what's the matter, Big Sean? Am I on to something here? Am I on to something? You really hate, and I mean you fucking hate when I talk about that cemetery and when I talk about your bullshit. What's the problem, Big Sean? Why are you so mad?
Big mad for Big Sean. I feel like Little Sean might be a little mad too. Might be big mad too.
But this is just weird though. Like Clue, seriously.
Southern-ish. This is just weird.
No, I mean, damn, I can't keep up with this idiot. I can't. Like, I can't. He fucking pisses me off.
Well,
His
if
riddles
your
and his
team,
lies.
if your team was dumb that, showed their emails and their texts, I mean, this is Smiley right here.
She's a dumbass.
This is Smiley right here, showing her private packet that she received in her texts in the text group. She already showed her email packet. Now we know there's a text group.
Well,
I knew that a lot of their stuff. Hey, let me make Tony a little paranoid. Hey, Tony, maybe Facebook does keep records of your audio calls and stuff. Just saying. Okay, keep going.
I wasn't saying nothing. I was just showing Smiley's packet.
I've always heard, though, that Sumner County, they do have people that are watching everything that goes on lives, on Facebook. And, I mean, I think they probably do. It's just
they
that
watch everything that goes on with this case, everything that goes online. There are agents in here right now.
Yes.
I hope they're taking notes and looking with their binoculars.
Well,
Because
dang.
I think we're onto something.
No, I do too. But that's the thing is that, I mean, Nick.
What does he get upset about, Clue? This cemetery right here?
Right.
Girl, I'm telling you, we was out there last night. I was talking about it today. He gets so upset. The whole team gets upset when you talk about the cemetery.
Hmm.
And
Well,
when you
because they
talk
leave
about,
that into y'all going out there and using spirit boxes. And I was like, they didn't do that.
and when
Have
you
you
talk
guys?
about
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
something that he did, just like tonight, I showed the clip of where he's saying, you know, I really wanted to take him on a road trip last year for Christmas, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
But he said he couldn't because he had a new job and he was too busy getting things in order. But he never finished his statement, right?
Right.
But then I show, no, sir, you were on disability
Exactly. You were
last
able to
Christmas.
go wherever you wanted to go.
Exactly.
Yep.
Have y'all ever
Yep.
talked to the people that live in this home? Just right across, like down the street from that cemetery gate? Is that the
yes.
is that the fucking gate that they said someone just walked through the gate?
I think it's
On the
cemetery
dispatch?
that you just showed that's leading to that cemetery.
So let me tell you why let me tell you something, okay? We went out there looking for the people that were doing the search. Remember the second search that happened? And I had looked at
Yes.
this area on the Google map, and I literally was like, this, when we were out driving around, we were live. I was like, I want to go down Ward Lane because I had looked at the Google image of the entire area, right?
Mhm.
And that cemetery interested me because I saw that there was a way to get in on Ward Lane, which means no cameras. You could come through that cemetery with your headlights off and no one would ever see you, right? Tell me why we go down Ward Lane when they finally did the second search. They're out there with dogs and they're out there with that little LiDAR measuring stuff.
Wow.
And then too, you can drive around it, you know. And then you said there were bolt cutters out there because, like, you know,
No, there wasn't bolt cutters. There's so like if you got to I keep talking about the 3 wooden crosses, right? There, right by the 3 wooden crosses, is a section of the fence that has been cut with bolt cutters all the way floor to ceiling to get in that gate. You just pull it back and walk on through. No other area of that fence has been cut. We've walked it all. I'm telling you.
Gotcha.
They cut it, and
that makes sense.
it was cut in the ditch line. So all you would have to do is go in and walk that little ditch line. Where would you pop out? The retaining pond.
Oh fuck.
Hey, Clue.
Can I show this? I'm gonna show it you, eh?
Yeah, show it because I think your response was a little off. I was about to text you about it. Yeah, show that.
Mine? What do you mean mine's off?
No, not yours. Clue's was. She'll know what I'm talking about. Show it.
Fairy Witch Cottage Core Vibes. Autumn Hurst, March 15th. She's making fairy boxes. What is that? A fucking spine?
What is
It
that?
looks like a penis to me.
It looks like a spine, like vertebrates.
But
it looks like vertebrae to me now. Like,
what is that?
It's phallic, is what that is.
Is it a mushroom?
Oh yeah, it's a mushroom. Well, there you go. I was right.
Are you sure? It looks like a spine, man.
That other one, though, like the big
What?
box.
The main box. It looks like a spine.
Yeah, that doesn't look like a mushroom to me. I mean, I could be. I don't know. I haven't maybe spent enough time out there, but it looks very vertebral.
Wait a minute. I'm reading this. Hello, loves. This is from Autumn Hurst. Okay.
Yeah.
If this isn't okay, please let me know. So as of last month, I have been kind of putting these little creations together.
Last month? In February?
Yes. I did that. Okay.
Cletus, we need a, oh my God.
Oh my God.
I love it. So then it says, I thought, so as of last month, I've been kind of putting these little creations together. I thought depending on how many I could make, I could sell them at some point. I was wondering from you all how much you might pay.
I am trying to get a good idea, as I've never priced, and then I can't see the rest of her post. That's Autumn Hurt.
Dude, it looks like a spine. That's the first thing I saw.
Well, here's my answer to the question. I got 5 on it. $5.
Oh God.
I mean, but like what? As of last month, I've been putting like, and then this was right when you were sent to me, like when you were talking about the fairy thing. The fairy
in the woods.
Yeah, I wonder. Do we know who those emails were coming from?
No, but it was sent to me and Crabtree.
Blue Butterfly, what are you talking about? Troll? Who's the troll?
The fairy witch. Like,
wait, Clue, you're getting fairy emails?
Yes.
Yeah, me and Crabtree we got an email.
What did they say?
Both of us got emails.
What did they say?
They were,
dig them up. That's why
they had taken photos of. They had taken like screenshots of like the videos where Crabtree would be walking in the woods, and they circled little areas, and they were like, I need you guys to be really careful because there are tiny people in the woods. And they're like circling them, and then they would like put, do you see it's a white shirt and blue pants?
What?
I'm dead. Look, girl,
Stop
I'm
it.
telling you.
Wait,
I
little
wish.
people in the woods that wear white shirts. What?
Yes. They were like, I'm afraid that you're going to be walking through and they're going to pounce on you. And I'm thinking, that's as big as my ear. What the fuck are they going to do to me?
What in the pure fuck? And
Like,
now
who-
this girl is making fairy boxes. And
as of the month the Sebastian disappeared.
I know, it was March the 15th. Bing bong.
I'm
That's
not
that post.
I mean,
March
I'm just
the
like,
15th.
what are the
I can't. I really can't.
weird, weird stuff? I mean, what, like
and you know what? You didn't even have to look hard for it. That's the effed up thing, right? Like it's
But
just
that's
right
what's
there.
weird. How
Yeah.
did we find all this? How did we find all this? We just come up with this. It just happens. I mean,
Well, what's
Dang.
funnier is I was talking to Crabtree one day, and I was like, oh my God. I'm like, I get 80 emails literally within like 3 hours. I have 80 emails. I'm like, it'll be the stupidest stuff. No offense to anyone who actually thinks they saw that, whatever. But I want to share what you're having first off. But I told him, I'm like, I had this one person message me talking about like tiny people in the woods. He was like, shut the fuck up. I'm like, what? He was like, so did I. And I'm like, what? And he forwarded me his email, and it was like a whole novel, but it was written different. Like they said different stuff in his than they did mine. So it wasn't like a copy paste thing.
right. It was
And
just
I'm like, you
similar
got all this
enough.
time to type these emails. I mean, I'm talking about they wrote a book talking about back in the ancient days that these little people did exist, and they would like bite you on your legs and you would bleed out. And I'm like,
it's
What?
like
Can you
I
figure out who it is
swear.
that sent them to you, Clue? Like, can you figure out who that actually came from?
I mean, if I cared enough, maybe, but I'm pretty sure I might have deleted mine.
That's just
Well, I mean,
really odd, man. If there's
Well, it is, but
Bridget
who's
said if
doing
there's
that
a
shit?
creepy pasta about fairies, I'm done.
okay. Let me go look because
I
I
was
just
gonna
Don't
say,
do that.
hang on.
Don't look.
Hold,
Don't
please.
look.
No, but for real, I mean, you can't make up that connection. I mean,
No,
she's
that's
literally
weird.
making fairy boxes the month that Sebastian goes missing, posts about it in March. The shit looks like a spine. And then you're getting weird emails about little fucking people out in the woods that are going to pounce on your ass. Are you kidding?
And bite our legs till we. Ooh, that does look like a spine.
Bite
Yeah,
your
have
leg.
you
Your
not
response
was they're
Clue,
cute.
Babe, look at this.
creepy.
Come look at this
That is
picture.
Clue
creepy.
says Jay. Okay, this is what Clue said when I sent this to her. She goes, "They're cute." I'm like, look again.
She didn't look at it.
Yeah,
No, I
clearly.
didn't.
She didn't.
She didn't
Look
look
at
at
it.
it.
It's like, I didn't look at it.
It looks like vertebrae.
It does,
Mhm.
exactly. That's what we've been saying. It's
What the fuck is this?
It's a fairy box that
Cletus.
Bobby's son's girl.
But look who posted
Yeah.
it.
It's from
Cletus
Autumn
and Winter.
Hurst,
Read it.
Cletus.
What?
It's from Autumn Hurst, Cletus.
Look
It
here,
says-
babe. There's the post.
He's probably yeah.
Cletus, I would like a response from like somebody that hasn't been on this tilt-a-whirl.
I think he's been on it, but dang.
Well, not the level that we have, like listening to all this stuff. He's been in the bathroom listening to Crabtree probably. So
Whoever screenshotted that, can you click see more and get the rest of it?
Yeah, I wanted to see.
I mean, that
Because
looks like bone to me.
somebody said, "Are y'all gonna ignore that her post says she uses bones?" We need to read the whole thing for context.
Yeah.
All right.
Seems like we're missing.
Hold, please.
Yep.
Hold, please.
Where the fuck is she getting the bone from?
Yo.
Good question.
Yo.
I can't.
I fucking can't.
I cannot.
No, man, that's sketch as shit. That's a vertebrae. Those are vertebrae. And
That's
not
what I'm saying. I did study anatomy. I am you know what I do for a living, you know?
I'm sorry. To be fair, I looked at it first. I was like, oh, it's cute. I mean, I would buy it. I didn't realize it was actual
Every
bones.
time I don't send you something, Clue, and say, look at it. And that, like, just because I think it's cute.
No.
Girl, you send me shit to buy all the time. Don't even go there.
Well, and that's why she wrote, if this isn't okay, let me know.
Right.
Because is it fucking human?
That's a good freaking question.
From the cemetery?
Here's the whole, we did say when we were out at the cemetery, that, like, wouldn't you say the headstones, like the ground's a little more raised where it should be level, Clue? Like,
Wait a minute. When they dug up for the construction site, was there anything that was dug up? Like,
I will say this. I will say she's probably saying, if this isn't okay, let me know. Talking about if posting something like this in here isn't okay, just let me know. Because people do that all the time.
Don't think so.
Well, I understand.
but it's a fair. Wait, hold on.
Witch.
Yeah, it's a fairy witch cottagecore vibe group. Why wouldn't it be allowed? I mean, it's fairy boxes in a fairy group.
All right. You guys, the shower curtain in the cemetery, it was way too clean to be 10 months old. It was obviously a new shower curtain. I don't know why there was a shower curtain there.
That's
could have been from the tornado. It could have been wind blowing. Because if you look in those woods beside of or where the shower curtain was found, like there's a lot of stuff that the people will put on the headstones there, and it'll blow off into that little
ethically
section.
sourced bones.
Hold on. What is it?
There was a shower curtain.
No,
in the
what'd she say about bones?
Oh,
ethically sourced bones.
What?
Ethically sourced?
Yeah, check your text. Both.
Hold on. I want to know why some pickle says, I know this isn't a rare thing. What?
No, it's pretty rare in my world.
Right. Pickle, where is this not rare?
I would say people probably do this a
Bone
lot.
collectors?
Well, just people who are artsy and stuff. Like
some people are saying they're made out of clay.
No, she said ethically collected bones. I mean, that's not clay.
This is somebody else is talking about it.
I mean,
they're not.
If a animal dies,
If
right?
she says
Like
they're
a deer?
bones, they're bones. They're not clay.
Yeah, no, and you
I
don't
don't
say
think-
ethically sourced unless you're
Right.
talking about real things.
And I don't give a
Real bones.
shit. This is March 15th. Why the fuck?
I'm
would
sorry,
you
but
be
I
putting
do
this up?
remember I may have taken A&P like a while ago, but that looks like vertebrae to me.
Well, that means that she spends a lot of time in the woods. If that's where
Crazy.
you're going to find bones.
She probably does.
I mean,
she has a
ethically
gene-
sourced according to who? Whose ethics? Yours or mine?
Well, some people are saying though that they could get them out of the woods, like from dead animals, and that's
Well, those
ethically
are-
Right,
sourced.
that's what I said. Right.
I know, but it's
But that would mean she spends a lot of time in the woods.
exactly. We don't
Jay, did you
do-
get it? So you can post the whole thing?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm still in shock, honestly. This is the weirdest fucking thing. I mean, for someone to say this is normal by any means, for all of these weird fucking things, you know? It's not normal. It's pretty mind-blowing, actually.
Yeah.
But he's got some balls, too, to post this at that time.
I mean, it could be completely innocent, but, I mean, it is fucking weird.
Very. Too many things about this has been too weird and connected, and it's bizarre. I mean,
those are very those don't look like animal ones to me.
I don't know. Hold on, let me fix the screen.
I don't know if they're his bones, but I'm saying.
No, I didn't say that.
She's into that.
I'm just.
That's not what. No, wait. I want to make this abundantly fucking clear before it goes any further.
Yeah.
Because no one implied they are Sebastian's bones. No one implied anything like that. That this woman has hurt anyone to get these bones. We have theorized that she goes in the woods a lot and collects animal bones for crafts. Okay, I just don't. We're not going to even mention Sebastian in this discussion here about these fairy boxes. Okay.
Exactly. No, this is just like they look like bone vertebrae is all I'm saying.
Exactly. It looks like a fucking spine.
And I only said that because she says herself ethically sourced bones. Like, I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Bones, moss, dried flowers, clay, paint, rocks, crystals, wood stain. Okay, wood frames and mini jars.
So yeah, no, nobody's saying this has anything to do with anything other than just spending time in the woods. And that's a really interesting thing, considering Chloe got an email about the fairies.
Well, this is also a girl that's in FFA, right, and works with animals. So it's a little. I mean, I don't know.
No, we get you. It just.
I mean, don't you in FFA don't you raise pigs and cows and shit to be like auctioned off, and then they're slaughtered, right?
You raise it to be sold.
I mean,
Point is
exactly.
This is just a little.
They say there's a fairy creepy pasta. I can't.
Hold on, no. That's where I had to pause to go get that thing. There is really one.
Mm-hmm.
Are they listening to it? Because they're like, this is really creepy.
No. Hold on, should we pull it up?
Yeah, I'll pull it up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Fairy creepy pasta. Why not? It's Saturday night.
Why
the
are you
fairies.
do that?
Why? How I go to sleep.
Well, there's actually two. There's Clue will let you pick which one we watch. So
of course.
Oh, that one's fucking long, dude. That's an hour. Fuck that.
Oh,
wait. Here's another one. The fairies. Oh.
Oh shit.
Mr. Creepypasta is also live, apparently.
No, he's not.
What?
Yeah.
What?
There's been some electrical storms like crazy.
Hello, fellows.
Something funny is definitely going on with the weather, but it's not because of our smart system. Heat lightning has been popping up all over town. It's a wonder more places haven't.
Is that him?
Yes.
Sorry. I love you.
He's live right now.
I wish I was kidding.
I started second guessing events in the last 5 days. But if one more thing goes wrong, I'm taking a hammer to it while you're at work.
Today I have a story for you about the dangers of getting involved.
Okay, here we go. I found a shorter version of the creepypasta fairy edition. Condensed version. Clue, this one's for you.
That voice is killing me though. Hang on.
All right, are you guys ready? It's story time. Dim the lights, everyone.
Welcome.
Everybody get your jammies on.
Thank you for joining me for story time. Today I have a story for you about the dangers of getting involved with things that we don't understand. So sit back and relax and enjoy this terrifying tale. My roommate is into some weird fairy stuff, And these aren't cute little human dragonflies with flower petals for clothes and sweet smiles. I don't know about you guys, but when I think of fairies, I'm picturing something like Tinkerbell. Yeah, I know, she's technically a pixie, sue me. That is not the stuff my roommate is messing with. I noticed she was weird when
Did she say sue me?
Yeah.
moved in. She was advertising for a roommate on Craigslist, and she said she needed someone who was open-minded, who was all right with strange people coming and going at all hours, who wouldn't ask questions about things that didn't involve them, and who would be okay with sharing a bathroom. Yeah, okay, not ideal, but I didn't need ideal. I needed livable. And honestly, I didn't really care what she did in her spare time. Hell, she could have been cooking meth in her room. As long as she didn't get me involved in her drug deals, I didn't care. Turns out, she wasn't dealing drugs. Unless she was sharing marijuana with her deadbeat friends or something. Instead, she was into the occult. Supernatural stuff. Conspiracy theories. She believes in anything and everything. She's convinced she's seen Bigfoot. She was abducted by aliens when she was 10 years old. That kind of stuff. Is it terrible for me to say that I kind of like her? I mean, let's make no mistake here. She's messed up in the head. But she's actually a really good roommate. Pays her bills on time, cleans up after herself, asks me before having her weird gatherings and rituals and stuff. Whenever she buys groceries, she grabs my favorite candy bar for me. And at least she's interesting. I'd rather sit and talk to her for an hour than listen to Nancy from work describe her latest MLM adventures. And before you argue with me, Stella, that's the name my roommate chose for herself, I guess, doesn't vote, so it's not like her weird opinions and beliefs hurt anyone else. She told me once she thinks that if you enter a voting booth, the government will put you to sleep, embed your skin with a mind-reading chip, and release you back into society, and you won't have any memory of what happened. And that it happened to her mom, and that's why her mom believes in evolution. Right. Anyway, so life with Stella wasn't terrible. We got along okay for the most part, and we managed to live together for 6 months before her weirdness started getting a little too close for comfort. What do I mean by that? Well, one morning I woke up to mold growing in a ring in our living room. Seriously, it was a huge-ass ring. Our living room is actually pretty sizable, especially since Stella didn't believe in furniture, so it's practically empty, except for her weird candles everywhere. It never bothered me, since I don't use the common spaces much anyway. But mold growing in my apartment was definitely not okay. Stella, what the hell is this? I asked. Stella was sitting at the edge of it, a mountain of books next to her. I saw a few titles straight away. Myths of the Fae folk, fairies and other creatures, the magical arts. In her hands was a book on botany, which was extremely peculiar in the moment, but not so much in hindsight. It's a fairy ring. At least it will be, she said, a small frown on her petite lips as she pored over her book. I bit back the urge to scream. I don't know what a fairy ring is, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't belong in our living room.
Is it
if you
a
don't
wreath?
Get it out of here, so help.
Is it a puckered wreath? I'm sorry, I had to.
Stella sighed and put her book down. I thought you'd say that, she said, reaching into the black messenger backpack at her side and pulling out a slightly crumpled envelope. She always had that bag on her, and I often saw her pull out any number of weird things from it, so you can understand that I was a little hesitant to take that envelope from her. But I did, and I opened it, and immediately my frayed nerves were soothed. $500 in cash will do that to a person. For the inconvenience, she said, going back to her book without a second glance at me. And if we get in trouble with the landlord, I'll pay for the damages. I knew our landlord wouldn't bother coming around and checking. He didn't care what anyone did in those apartments anyway, so I was more than happy to let it slide, as long as that stuff didn't start growing in my room. I did wonder where she got all that money, though. Stella was never short on cash, even though she didn't have a job. At least not that I could tell. Oh well, never look a gift horse in the mouth. I shrugged my shoulders and let it go. That night, before I went to bed, I Googled fairy rings. I only read for about 5 minutes before I got bored and gave up on it. Do you know how much has been written about these things? Too effing much. Anyway, I figured out 2 very important things. First, many cultures believe that fairy rings are caused by fairies or pixies dancing in a circle. Second, mortals absolutely should not mess around with them. Now, I wasn't worried. Not only did I not believe in fairies, but I was also pretty sure you couldn't just grow your own fairy ring. I figured that Stella would lose interest in a few weeks, like she always did with her random obsessions, and then she'd get rid of it and life would continue as normal. Before that had a chance to happen, however, the fairy ring grew. After a few days, it had sprouted mushrooms. I'm not kidding you. Literal mushrooms were growing in my living room. Stella seemed overjoyed with this arrangement. I was pretty grossed out because our room was starting to smell. Damp and musty and just gross. I really wanted to yank up that carpet and scrub all that nasty crap away, but I focused on the $500 I was getting for being cooperative and tried to will away my annoyance. Stella's excitement grew over the next few days until it spilled over into the few conversations we had. "It's almost ready. They'll be here soon. I can feel it," she said one night when we were having a beer. She was sitting in the middle of the circle, while I stayed far outside of it. Not out of superstition, but because I wasn't going near that nasty thing. "Are you sure that's how it works?" I asked. My skepticism must have been obvious because her response was just on this side of indignant. "I've done my research, Janice. It's like that movie. What was it? If you build it, they will come. Just like that. I've made the ring. They won't be able to resist dancing in it. That's just how it works."
Do y'all remember? I'm not trying to be weird here. I know this is kind of goofy, but do you guys remember Bobby's
weird at this point right
her
now?
prayer circle? Remember they all stood in a circle at Stafford and
Girl,
Kellen?
I thought the same thing. I
Did
was
you?
like, that sounds so cultish to me.
Yes, I thought the same thing, and I was like, should I say anything? But she's like, yeah, we all made a circle at the intersection of Kellen and Stafford.
I've never actually seen a vigil where they do that. Like all the ones that I've seen for like missing kids and things like that, and even kids that have passed, I've never seen people like think about the one for Quentin Simon that the babysitter had. They weren't in a circle.
Were they discussing
It's
the
just people.
proper? Were they discussing which vertebrae to use for the new arts and crafts project?
Shut up. All right, he's done. I'm muting.
How you doing? Bye, Cletus.
I wasn't convinced, but hell, why not? It's not real anyway, so who cares how she thinks it works? "So, what happens afterwards?" I asked. She looked confused. "After what?" "After the fairies show up," I said. "What happens? Do you talk to them, trap them, ask them to grant you a wish? What?" She stared at me in utter bewilderment for a second, and then burst out laughing. "Janice, you're so funny sometimes," she said. I chose not to press the point. Instead, I finished my beer and went to bed. Things played out about how I expected over the next week or so. Stella was obsessed with her fairy ring. I cycled between ignoring it and indulging her. Eventually, her interest started to wane, and she began to turn her attention to other things. I noticed a few books on the Jersey Devil appearing around the apartment, so I figured that's what would plague my life next. I felt like I was living in some sort of sitcom. And then, 3 weeks ago, something different happened. I woke up around 4 in the morning, my sleep disturbed by a strange blue glow coming from under my door. I stumbled out of bed, rubbing the sleep from my eyes as I went in search of the light source. As soon as I entered the living room, I was almost blinded by the blue light assaulting my eyes. I swore to myself as I shielded my face, trying to let my eyes adjust. Eventually, they did, and I was able to take in the terrible sight that awaited me. Stella, naked, dancing on the fairy ring. Her body twisted and jerked, almost like she was being pulled along. She stumbled but didn't fall, going round and round so quickly it made me dizzy. I started to walk towards her, confused and somewhat unsettled. Was she on acid or something? I almost just went back to my room and pretended I hadn't seen anything. But then the blood caught my attention. It oozed from small cuts all over her body. A ring of blood was crusted around her wrists. Slashes across her abdomen resulted in red rivulets tracing paths down her legs. Finally, I saw her face. Her eyes were fixed on me, and a shudder worked its way down my spine. Her face was twisted in agony, her mouth a grimace, her eyes red with tears. Snot was running out of her nose. She was heaving for breath, and I was sure, so sure I saw her scream. Except there was no sound. Nothing at all. I couldn't hear the sound of cars passing by on the road outside, the sound of her feet on the carpet, the sound of her breathing. It was like I was trapped in a vacuum. But then again, I didn't really need to hear what she was screaming. I could read it on her lips, like the words had been printed there. Help me, help me, help me, help me, help me. My body responded to her silent plea, and I lunged at her, hand outstretched, intent on wrenching her from the circle. And just then, she disappeared. I tripped and fell to my knees, just outside the ring of glowing blue mushrooms that dotted the floor. Slowly, before my eyes, the glow faded to nothing until I was alone in the dark. Just me, the silence, and the knowledge that Stella was not coming back. I called the police, of course. That's what you do, right? I've never been in a situation quite like that before. I knew I couldn't tell them what I saw, so I just told them that when I woke up, she was gone, and that was rare for her, that I was worried something had happened. They declared her missing. I steered clear of the living room. I wanted to get out of there as fast as humanly possible, so I booked a hotel room until I managed to find another place. I didn't care one bit about breaking the lease or forfeiting the security deposit on the apartment. I just wanted out. I got a place pretty quickly, a real dump of a studio apartment, but it's affordable, and built up my courage to go back to our apartment to pack up my few things and go. No matter how long I live, I'll never forget this. When I opened the door, she was there, lying there, in the middle of the fairy ring. The cuts had deepened into permanent grooves in her body. She was thinner than before, as though someone had sucked the flesh out of her, tightened the skin until it was tough and leathery. In fact, she almost looked like she'd been mummified. Her eyes were gone, her teeth were gone, her mouth was still gaping open, still screaming for someone, me, to help her. And as I stared at the body, I swear I heard a faint giggle coming from somewhere in the apartment. I think I'm done with roommates for a while. Thank you.
That was dumb. Maybe it was the cartoon character that made it not so creepy.
I think
Bitch,
so.
you can keep that fucking furniture. Keep it. Keep it all.
I would go burn that shit. Yeah. I don't know.
Hey, Stardust. No, we aren't saying that video is about Sebastian Rogers, to answer your question.
So, did y'all see that in the chat? Someone said Bruce Castor's Twitter was suspended.
Yes,
I did.
I saw that.
What?
I went to X to try to search him up, but it didn't. I couldn't find him.
I saw a post from Fisher saying that, Bruce Castor is not part of that lawsuit, and everybody will find out real soon.
Oh,
Well,
really?
he didn't know he was even involved.
Shit.
He didn't even sign it off.
So the question is, was that really Bruce's X account?
Yeah. That's true too.
That's probably why it was,
I swear this shit cannot be made up. Like, it just...
I mean, Elon doesn't ban very easily. You know what I'm saying?
No, that's true. That's true.
It's
You're
all
right.
like, it's so sad too, right? Because it just pisses me off that, like, you got these asshats out there, no pun intended with the hat part, and it seems like they're just making a joke out of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
I
Wait.
It's a lot.
This is interesting. Hold on.
What's that?
I'm about to see. I sent you something that was on, we were talking about Reddit. So, but then let me figure out a way to send this to you without.
He says, my flight is booked. This is SF 34 minutes ago. My flight is booked. I'll be back in Hendersonville on January 7th.
Oh. I hope I'll be.
Wait, that's just in time for Betty's court date.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's true too.
Imagine that.
Cletus, they can get married that day on the 8th, right?
I can't get married on the 8th. That's one time. Someone in my family has a birthday that day.
Okay. Look at what
Okay, hang on. I'm sorry. I got my phone, my laptop, 2 freaking screens.
I have ADD. I can't. My medicine's worn off. And I'm just like, what? Hang on. I'm looking at stuff.
The Reddit thing, is that what you want me to pull up?
Well, no, you can do SF, but first.
Who the fuck wrote this?
Bruce Castor Jr.
Oh, hells no. I'm pulling up this Reddit first.
Okay.
Who is this that wrote this?
I'm wondering. I'm trying to figure it out.
Oh, hell no.
But
this is 3 months ago?
Yeah, but nothing had been brought up about one of these things.
Okay. Cluminati, J is for Justice, Granny's Watching, and Barbecue Lady. Stop the lies, misleading, and conspiracy theories for real. Seth should sue every one of you on defamation because it isn't true at all what you are saying, and you know it. Sebastian was not playing with Bobby's kids.
No one that I know of had said anything about Sebastian playing with Bobby's
Am
kids.
I being punked right now?
I'm telling you, girl.
Ashton,
I'm like,
put your
what?
thumb out from wherever you are.
Where?
Your opinion.
How did you find this?
It's called a simple Reddit search, Jay. I just decided.
Hold up.
We're older than you. Me and Jay are 49 and 50 years old. We don't know about, we know a lot.
Sebastian was not playing with Bobby's kids. The kids he was playing with were at the poker night, if I remember correctly. His time card came directly from HR. He did have surgery and is almost done with physical therapy while twist and turn things and trying to make Seth look guilty. Why? Da-da-da-da-da. Okay. Please tell your friend that Seth answered the right question a long time ago. He said people are not asking the right questions because if they were, Sebastian would be found.
And why the fuck is that directed at me? Clue?
Exactly.
Why is it directed at me? I never said anything about Bobby's kids.
Yeah, but I'm talking about this part right here specifically. Clue, please tell your friend that Seth answered the right questions. What friend?
And this was 3 months ago?
Oh, it's probably Truth.
Yeah, it's probably Truth.
Oh. Well,
But wait. Why did they say 3 months ago Sebastian was not playing with Bobby's kids?
That's what caught my attention, Jay.
That's what's weird.
Because
it's 3 months ago that they posted that.
Nobody was even mentioning Bobby's. I had never even heard anybody talk about Bobby's kids until
Clue.
There is,
Love you.
Sammy. That's funny.
Barbecue. Stop the lies.
I'd never heard anybody mention Bobby's kids and Sebastian playing with them.
You've never said a thing about that till I don't think.
I
until this
never
weekend.
even
We
said
were
anything
trying
about.
to-
I never said anything about him playing with anybody at poker night. The only thing I
know.
ever said about poker night was Terry Lynn said they went to Danny, whatever his name is. Bauer, is it Bowersock? I don't fucking know. Whatever.
I don't even know.
Uncle Danny's
Yeah.
house, right? Uncle Danny, Chris's Uncle Danny's. On Friday night, they were there for a poker game. Sebastian was on Uncle Danny's computer and was doing something that he shouldn't have been doing and got in trouble. That's what I said. I don't know where the fuck any kids are coming from because I've never even heard that, let alone bobbies.
I don't think we ever even unveiled that until this weekend or the last 3 days. I keep feeling like
Yeah,
all
no, I
weekend.
haven't heard anybody. Now, if anybody in chat remembers anybody even mentioning Sebastian, the possibility of Sebastian playing with Bobby's kids, please humor me and direct me to it so I can go down that rabbit hole.
And let
But
us
I
know where you heard it. Like, who said that?
Timestamp it. Come with the receipts because I'm curious as to where this came from.
So Informal Network is the poster, and this shows all of their posts.
Hey, Clue needs the link. She kicked her again.
Oh.
Or she got...
Oh, poor Clue.
Oops. Let me get it.
But that was just, I mean, I'm really like genuinely trying to. I mean,
somebody's asking, could they
somebody
have
talking about that.
altered? Could they have altered though that?
You guys got to stop talking over each other because we can't make out what you're saying.
Go ahead, you.
No, I'm just saying, like, this was not even being discussed, and so it's very odd that it looks like that's really the only thing that they seem to talk about.
So in the chat, they're asking, could this have been like altered or edited or something to put it back months ago?
No.
Instead of
No.
Okay. I'm just reading the chat.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
No, I mean, and this person has been posting. I mean, these are all the same person. Which is wild, right?
Yeah. Do you think Informal Network is a way of saying maybe like a crime?
Like Rico?
An enterprise?
Well, look when they created their account, July 10th.
Of 24?
Mm-hmm.
What is karma? I don't know.
Oh no, that's you can gift people with karma on here.
You can gift people with karma, Jay?
It's just what they call it, yeah.
Oh. Please don't do that to me.
I don't know, man. 3 months ago?
I mean, is it possible that someone said that? Maybe.
Well, it was 3 months ago, right? So, like, I mean, do we have an exact date, or does it just say 3 months?
Somebody said 103 days ago.
All right, so like the end of September, the beginning of October. I mean, the only thing anybody was talking about really that I can think of that would have pissed them all off was Betty's court date.
Wait. Okay, so what I did was I sorted these comments by oldest to new.
Uh-huh.
Toot Toot McBumper Snazzle says, like...
Shut up. I can't.
McBumper Snazzle. That's hilarious.
Like, who lives at 1015 Kellen where the lights were coming and going? And why was the house put up for sale the day after Sebastian disappeared? That's the first comment on this post. what's 10:15? Do you guys have any significance to that?
I can find.
I think it's behind.
Oh, behind the
Kristen.
P-foots?
Yeah. And wasn't their house already for sale? I don't know.
I thought their house was already for sale.
That's what I thought.
Pulled it off the market.
They took it off the market.
Yeah,
because,
didn't Bobby say they were having a hard time because of everything going on?
Yeah.
Well, then if you look here, then Informal, or Grumpy Garden Gnome, sorry, says, go message them directly, da-da-da. And then Informal says, why would I do that when I want people in this community to know what they are spewing is lies? So this person's like, what the fuck? Go message these people directly if you have beef with what they're saying. So then Informal says, why would I do that when I want people in this community to know what they are spewing is lies? They have caused so much drama with this case and twisted and turned information to mislead. And then Crocodile Dan says, you should add Queen Bee and her first lieutenant, Kodo, to it. First lieutenant? That's a weird reference.
Yeah, that's
Isn't
somebody
it?
else I know speaks that
Army
way too.
references? Yeah. Kodo is a tuber called Chronicles of the Oblivious, and she started the campaign to bash Seth in Bee's Discord. Then Bee started bashing Seth.
Do you think the gnome is grumpy because he's in the fairy garden?
I guess.
Maybe.
So it was listed as okay. I just sent you the Redfin on it, but it was posted as coming soon on the MLS on February 27th and 15. Kellen was. It's also the only other one that's blocked out on
That's
Google.
the other home that's the first one. Remember when I was going down there last night?
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, that is the one that butts up to their yard.
Yep. Then it was listed active on March the 9th and removed. The listing was removed on the 22nd of March.
Say that again?
It was listed on the MLS as coming soon on February the 27th. So the day after Sebastian went missing, coming soon. Listed as went active on the MLS on March the 9th and removed from the MLS on March the 22nd.
Yeah, but you don't just call like a realtor company and on like
Just get it listed, yeah.
Yeah, like put this shit on the market today. Like you don't do that. They have to take photos and
right.
But they could put coming soon.
Right.
Yeah.
That's true.
That's true. They do that all the time. Just keep you looking and interested. So
Well, I mean, the real estate in Tennessee is booming, right? I mean, so if they have a potential home that's going to come up, they're going to put coming fucking soon because there's people looking probably on a waiting list sometimes, for a certain area.
My neighbors, they had 20 offers on their home in one day. And somebody just was like, I'll pay you 20 over. And they sold it. It's crazy the way the real estate is here. It's nuts. Very nuts.
No, it really is.
Yeah.
Okay, back down my rabbit hole of troublemakers misleading. I just thought it was interesting. Troubles, like the title, misleading the community, and then mentioning the kids.
Yeah, that is weird.
Clarify, because
it's like they were predicting the future, dude.
No, that's what's so weird. Like, how did they? If they can't edit it, I get it, but it doesn't make sense how they could post that at that time because they weren't doing that.
Oh fuck, you're blowing my mind right now. I got more screenshots. Hold on, guys.
I told you to watch out for that bitch.
No, please.
Good God Almighty.
What are you talking about? Me? Flu?
Well,
must be sending Jason. Oh, sorry, my stuff fell over. Hang on, I gotta.
She wasn't the one that got us onto the fairy thing, was she?
No, that was your what? That was Clue.
Oh, okay.
And
you know what you need to do, Crimson? You need to create an alt and then meet up with old fairy box maker and buy the vertebrae one, and then we can have it tested.
Oh, that would be fun. Like, UA.
She said, "Oh, that'll be fun."
Let's go do it. No, I'm daring it like that. Let's go do it.
You don't think that they would recognize me?
They will recognize you. They won't recognize me. They don't know who I am.
Oh, that's true. True.
I know people. I'm sure. No, but this is like
thanks for
No, they actually. This looks like they contacted a realtor on the 27th. The realtor listed it as coming soon. On March 9th, the actual listing became active. On March 22nd, it was removed.
And now their house is blanked out. Like, you can't see it.
Well, this is the thing. Do you remember when Bobby said that her sister and her other family member also had houses in there at one point in time?
Her sister in that little audio clip that I said, remember, she mentioned in the JLR interview, she mentioned her mother, right?
Mm-hmm.
But she didn't mention her sister.
She said there were 2 different family members, though, that had homes in there.
Oh, but she didn't mention, I guess she didn't mention the sister part because she mentioned the sister in the audio clip that I played.
So I got to ask this because I've been Googling. Okay, is there not somebody in her family that is a home developer?
Yeah, we already talked about that earlier, remember?
No,
She said, someone in
but,
chat said that, but we don't know.
Well, no, I Googled it. It's true.
Oh,
but,
okay.
Yeah, so did they develop homes in that neighborhood?
That's what we heard, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so they would have a blueprint, right? To the whole neighborhood, the whole development? Like
Depends on if they sold it off or if they developed the entire thing. I mean,
they would have the blueprint to the drainage system.
Exactly.
Oh my God. Oh, Cletus, we need another one.
Why are you calling Cletus? I'm saying.
We need.
Oh my God.
Thank you.
That's why I was silent for a minute because I was doing some Googling research and I was like, hang on.
Southern, what the fuck? You guys are blowing my mind.
Drainage systems, they would know where to do what. I mean, honestly, like that's.
I just only say the drain because of the whole like girl in the drain pipe. You know, that creepy pasta's in my head.
Well, and it's not just that the drain pipe that was mentioned. It was mentioned by the dog too.
Yeah,
like, and their team, like the drain pipes and all that stuff.
Look at Anna. Anna says, "I don't say stuff without receipts." Her dad wasn't the main builder, though. Anna, are you Bobby?
No. She's not.
Oh, okay.
It's not her dad. It's not her dad. It's her brother.
Her brother? Why would it be her brother?
Yeah. Bobby's brother. That's what I was looking up. Unless I'm confused. Like, and I don't think I am.
I need fucking alcohol.
I feel like I'm drunk. Like, yeah.
I'll pull it up tomorrow. No, I've looked it up. His name, well, never mind. That's her brother. It's her brother. So it's just like him. Their last name is whatever her last name is. Not her last name now, but her
maiden name. Yeah, that's what someone said.
And they're developers. And yes, that's what I was wondering. Because if they developed homes out there, they would know where the drainage system is, where you run electrical stuff, all that shit.
Anna is legit and knows.
But this neighborhood was started in the 90s. I mean, how old would the brother be? You know what I mean? Like,
he's
old enough to have started a development in the 90s?
Not back then, no. But you can turn over a company, maybe from your father or.
Well, that's why we need to research it before we talk about it because we don't know. You know what I mean? I mean, right here we're back in. What year is this? It doesn't tell me, but this shit's old right here. See that?
No, he was young. He was young back then.
Yeah, so it wouldn't be her brother. So, like, whoever it would have started with, that's why we got to look. We got to go back and look. You know what I
I'm
mean?
talking about the new construction. I'm talking about the new.
Right, but we don't know it was handed down. We don't even know if it was her dad's to begin with. So, like, we have to, like, do that offline. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
I don't want to talk about all these people on a live stream with 800 people when we don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I agree with that.
yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, that's just stuff I prefer to do offline. And then we can bring it, bring it back up.
Yeah.
But I do think it's interesting, though, that both those houses are blurred on Google. That's interesting. Because those are the only two homes in there that I see that are blurred. I mean, the Proudfoots don't even have their shit blurred.
Yeah.
No, they should. Honestly, they probably just don't know that they can. I don't know.
Oh, wow.
What?
So, Anna, girl, you need
Oh,
to
I've
go
got
ahead.
another screenshot. I know. Okay, hold on. This one is Robin Rogers.
Oh, jeez.
Funny how all this stuff starts to
Come together?
Yeah.
It's
Little
so
bit.
weird.
A little bit, yeah. So this one is Robin. She says, I'm hoping you all can help me out with something. In one of her, Katie, first interviews, she said that she checked on him. Now she yelled up at him to go to sleep. Am I missing something here? There was also mention early on of a shadow appearing in Sebastian's window at about 11:15. This was caught on video camera. Who was it? Why does she say yelled up at him?
Yeah. Doesn't she know they live in where his room is?
Well, it's at some point when Seth was like on, and I don't know if she's ever been to Katie and Chris's home, but at some point when I think Seth was talking on Pascal or whatever, he was like, yeah, it's like a split level house, so he's upstairs. And I was like, huh? He's not upstairs. That's not true.
Well, they
He's
do
not
have an upstairs. They do have like a loft room up
but that
there.
was not where he was. You know what I mean?
Did he
So I
go
was
up
like,
there? I mean, I've never heard anyone talk about that, to be honest.
nope. It was just a long time ago when Seth was.
No,
first
I'm
talking.
asking in general. Has anyone ever heard that loft area mentioned?
No.
Have you guys seen the loft area?
It's like an office, isn't it?
Well, all I've
Like an
seen
office?
is from the listing. I haven't seen what they use it
yeah.
for, but I mean, it could be used for anything. It's got skylights in it, and
Mm-hmm. It's related to Robin. That lives there. Oh, I'm
Who's
sorry.
that whispering?
I'm reading the chat. I'm sorry. That's me.
This is the room I'm talking about. Yeah, they do have a desk in there, Southern. Well, I mean, the people that used to be there, I guess.
Yeah.
This
and I
isn't
don't know
their
if it
house,
was-
but
No, it was prior to that.
I just wonder, like, that would be cool for a bedroom. I mean, I'm just saying.
Well, that's where I would have put my kid.
And there's also,
I mean-
there's some little door right here, too. Maybe that goes to, like, attic space or
To
something.
the attic. Yeah, I always thought that was to the attic. I mean, it's kind of how my house is built here. I mean, I just remember them talking about that. I thought it was Seth that was talking about. I don't know.
Okay, I just have some perspective based on another comment that was like left on that thread 103 days ago. So I have to it was talking about I have to question intentions after bringing Nick the Hat into the case. So this is right after At Night's joined. that was posted on
Mm.
Reddit. But nobody was mentioning Bobby's kids at that point.
No. I've never heard anyone discuss her
Wow.
kids, to be honest.
Nope.
That
I
is
mean, neither.
so wild.
The only thing I ever saw was JLR's interview, and that's it. I've never heard anything else until we kind of were investigating. Like, I mean, and there's a fair thing to do that for. I mean, it's a smart thing to go back and listen to interviews and things that people put themselves out there and insert themselves. And okay, well, let's just listen to what you have to say. And it's been weird. It has. It's been weird. I mean, too many discrepancies and too many coincidences, in my opinion. I mean, they may have nothing to do with it. It's weird. The whole thing is just the context of it all is strange. The timing's weird. Your kids being involved is weird. And you acting like you don't even know these people, but you seem to be all involved up in their life. And then
Wait, hey, here's another interesting thing. If that was the sister that lived directly behind their house, why was she trying to help Mob Crew recreate that video so hard?
What sister?
I don't think that's her sister.
You mean Bobby's sister?
Or whoever lived at 1015 Kellen.
Oh.
Like, I'm not sure whoever, I'm like the other one that's blacked out on there, like, or on Google search or whatever.
I don't know.
Well, you know what? Didn't we look at a screenshot earlier where it said something about they were at the neighbor's house and then came back or whatever? Didn't I show a screenshot earlier? Now I got myself confused.
I can't remember if it was last night. I can't
No,
remember.
it was definitely tonight. It was maybe before you guys came
I
on.
may have been gone. Yeah, it may have been before I came on.
I'm rewinding to see.
This crap here will make your head hurt. Like, I'm sitting here like, it's one, like, fuckery to the next. Like,
It
it's
is.
so crazy.
Oh, it's right here. I found it. It's the one about where I was showing you guys the lights on the garage. We didn't read it because I wasn't showing it for that purpose. But if you read it, hold on, let me pull it up again. God, I hate this fucking thing. Okay.
Well,
it says, what? Were you responding to somebody?
Yeah.
No, go ahead.
Someone said the people behind the Proudfoots are very pro-Proudfoot. They do not believe they had anything to do with his disappearance. So, I mean, they're not the only ones in the neighborhood that are like that. If they are, I can say that much. Like, this perception that Bobby puts out that everyone thinks she did something is not necessarily true.
And you know, when I look back to when you were talking about when that interview came up with JLR, that was when all of this shit was going on about how horrible, you know, Chris is. He's abusive. He's this, he's that. And then she pops up and starts talking about all this stuff.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's crazy.
Wait.
What?
Could they have posted that? I wonder if you remember one of the things I'm looking at the comments too. Remember how how Sean was Seth was accidentally called Sean in that original interview when At Night and them came on?
Mm-hmm.
Could that have been something that made somebody think that they were talking about Bobby's kids?
You mean Dog?
Dog didn't say that right away, though, did he? He didn't come out right away when At Night did. But listen, before we get off track, because I'm getting confused. We're all over the place. I want to read this. Okay, so Christopher and Katie have bounced. This is JLR's post on March 24th. Chris and Katie have bounced. No one is home. Chris hauled his RV with his truck while Katie followed behind him in her white SUV. I don't know why he said white. They left early this afternoon, and 2 undercover agents visited their home and the neighbor's home in back of them this morning.
What? Well, I can say this. They did leave that day because...
Right, but more importantly, girl, the fucking agents were at the home in back of them that morning. Why? On March 24th, were undercover agents visiting the house behind them that's now blurred out, right?
Yeah, the 24th was the day that we went to that search with Big Sean.
What?
What?
Yeah, that's JLR got that photo that he posted from my phone. He held my phone.
What time did you guys meet up for the search?
We got there. What time did we get there? To search with Big Sean at yeah, it was like about 11-ish.
So JLR says that the Proudfoots left early in the afternoon after the agents had visited their home and the neighbor's home in back of them that morning.
Yeah, and this isn't my picture that he used, but he did. He was live when we got there, and he took my phone because I had ridden by there and saw they were leaving, and he took my phone and put the photo on the live.
So why are they saying that there were lights coming and going from 10:15? That would be the house directly behind them, and now we have agents visiting them
Because
in March.
So they're saying the lights coming and going from that house. They're talking about that video from the corner. But again, the lights aren't coming from there.
But there's no way you would see 10:15 Kellen from that house on the corner.
Well, that's what
they're claiming.
Was saying. That's what everyone was saying in the beginning, because they thought that the camera was looking at the common area. But it's not.
See, I never thought it had anything to do with the house directly behind them. How would you even see that?
Yeah,
because the other house is in front of
it. Well, that's okay. So it's really hard to grasp what you're looking at. I will say on Google Maps when it comes to this neighborhood. So if I were standing where that gazebo is, I'm looking at the back of all of the houses on Stafford and Kellen. They back up to each other, right?
Right.
So with people thinking that view is head on into that backyard common area, right? They would assume those lights were coming from 10:15 or the Proud Feets.
I see what you're saying.
Because they thought it was looking at the area between the houses, but it's not, right? So,
but
I can say that innocently. Sorry, go ahead.
But see, I'm going to pull this up again, the Google.
Yeah.
Okay, check this out. All right. So this is what I thought. I don't know. I never really heard anyone saying that you could see down here, because their house is actually like 10:15 is actually where this red Jeep is, right? Like way down here. That's the blurred out house right here where that red Jeep is, right? So if you go back out to here, right? I thought, even if it was directly, let's say right here, directly across, how would anyone even think that you could see that house with the red Jeep? Because you can't. you might be able to see part of not even their backyard. Because look, if you zoom in, that's just these people's backyard, right? This house where he copied and pasted the car.
Right.
You can't
But
see
scoot
shit.
to the left. Scoot
Right.
to the left more.
Right. That's the Proudfoot's house.
No, I'm talking about on the road. Scoot to the left.
To the left.
Oh. Like over here?
Mm-hmm.
Like that?
Now turn. Yep. And then zoom in.
Oh, fuck. I see what you're saying.
No, it was crazy because we were all watching it. I was like,
no, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Damn.
Yeah. Yeah.
And look if you go back and look at the house and the camera, look where you're standing.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the right angle, right?
Right.
The camera's way the fuck back here.
Right.
And it's
That's
pointed more
like,
towards this.
To the left.
Yeah. To cover the cars and the boat and what other shit they got going on over here. Because their driveway's long or wide. It's not long, right? Yeah. So the camera's on a weird angle to catch that whole wide driveway.
Right. And that's what I've been saying, right? Like people have thought forever that it's looking in between the houses, right? So when you do see that light, you're thinking, well, shit, that could be him coming out the back of the house, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or like JLR said, it could be lights coming out of the back of 1015. But the problem is it doesn't work.
You can't see the back of 1015.
Okay.
Right.
Jay, I'm about to send you something.
That never ends well. When she says that,
I know.
Like,
I'm almost afraid to look.
What's it gonna be? No, I think what you and Cletus did, Clue, was amazing though with that, because none of us know this stuff. Like, if you're just watching and looking, you just think that, oh, well, no, those cameras were focused and that's what was happening. And then when somebody actually goes out there and redoes it, it makes it a whole lot clearer.
UA, are you kidding me?
I wish I was.
Who's she?
Show us. We can't see.
Well, it won't.
Blue, it's on your phone.
Oh, okay.
Look at your phone.
Who's she?
That's a good question.
Well, there's got to be context to the post. You can't do this to us.
Behave. I don't even know. Oh.
Who's Dana Sharpton? Dana Sharpton's posts in Find Sebastian Rogers. What kind of chaos is going on in that neighborhood over the last 48 hours that a woman has to be fearful and leave her own home? I am just livid about that. A person is entitled to the home they have paid for without living in fear. Absolute demons causing this mess.
Really?
And then it says, Monica says, of course, I'm sure everyone will just blame someone else and no one will take accountability if it's true. Dana says, well, she did call it into police, but she should not have to be in such fear. She has had to leave her home. That is too much.
Oh my
and
God.
Monica says, I'm glad she called the police. You're right. It's absolutely ridiculous. Then Dana says, it's sad. I'm sure none of them feel safe.
Really?
Only thing odd we've heard about in that neighborhood is somebody in a shitty car coming up asking questions.
Yeah, that's true. That's not kidding.
We've literally heard that from two different people.
With a bad paint job that she paid $400 for?
I'm not talking about, it's not Betty.
No, we're talking about the green machine.
Well, yeah.
Oh.
No, I don't think they're talking about KP. I think they're talking about Damn It, Bobby.
Yeah.
Is that what you guys are picking up?
Yep.
That's what I was
thinking. I mean,
well, you know what? It's crazy.
The one that changed their profile picture.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry, but you know what? Like I've got no lie to tell.
Well, no.
I feel like you shouldn't throw stones ever.
Well, I think people, though, don't understand.
Chris and Katie had to do the same thing. They had to leave their house.
Yep. But when you get out here and you talk on YouTube, I don't care who you're talking to, but if you pick somebody like JLR, who has a big following, what do you think is going to happen eventually in the future? You have to think ahead about, do I really want to do this? Do I really want to talk to anybody? Like, I don't have to. Why did you feel the need to? Because
I wouldn't leave my house.
Wait, is this Brittany neighbor person even real, or is it really Bobby? Because this Brittany person has been a pain in the ass since months and months and months. And now Bullhorn Betty is saying that it's Brittany that had to leave her house. No one even knows who this bitch is.
I've
but
heard
she's
that Brittany and Bobby behind the scenes for a long time.
Because I'm just saying, who's going to threaten
know.
Brittany? No one even knows who she is.
Is that the one that they claimed maybe the husband and Katie were having an affair? Maybe? I don't know. Oh my God. This is like the Stepford Wives horror edition. I said horror, not whore.
This Brittany lady used to come in my chats and say that she was a neighbor.
What? Hold on.
Yeah. Brittany, she would come in my chats. I might even have emails from her.
I probably do.
She would come in and she told me she was a local or a neighbor. She could clear things up, shit like that. I just fucking blew it off. I got, you know what I mean? You get so many emails sometimes. It's like, ugh. She's the one that accused SF of coming to her door or whatever.
Well, if Brittany can come out now, is she out there now? Like, under a different name? She can come
But
out
no
there
one's
now?
talking about her. Why did she leave her house?
I don't know. It's weird.
It's very weird.
Well, I don't think we've done anything wrong. We've just tried to throw out another possibility, which I think most parents would appreciate.
Look
because,
here. Fuck that. This lady has been on there talking about sleeping on mattresses, water jets. No.
She's the one that started all the bad rumors, is this Brittany. And no one knows who she is.
Arguing, the fighting outside. She just said that last
the
night.
The R
My
word.
said that they were fighting last night or fighting outside. And no, like, bro, no.
It goes beyond that, too. I mean, I just stopped the audio before it got to the bad part, you know?
Oh, yeah, you should. Maybe you should have played that about, no, don't play that. Just don't play that.
But I'm just saying, if you want to talk about people
throwing shade,
if you want to talk about Katie being strong enough, you know, that she could be the type to throw a body over her, you know.
When did you talk to her at that time? Like, when was
give
that?
You the exact date. Hold on 1 second. I like receipts.
I was curious because it
August the 28th.
Yeah,
was that 103 days?
Yeah, I just remember them talking about her like stuffing him into some, you know, veteran like backpack thing and being able to ship him off somewhere, and I was like
one of those Navy bags. Is what
a pickle bag.
Yes.
Jay, do you have any of those Brittany emails?
I'm looking right now.
103 days ago from today is exactly September 16th, 2024.
Thank you for saving me from doing that math, because
I know.
September 16th. I mean,
I don't know. You know what? I'm just going to say this while Jay's searching. I still don't understand how the hell Dog the Bounty Hunter, Nick the Hat, they all come in here And they don't really have an involvement at all in this case, except on a social like platform where they can manipulate and say whatever they want to and send out whatever message they want to, and everybody rolls with it. Not Jay, not Queen, not Granny, not certain people, but they all roll with it, and I don't get it. I don't understand what it is about this case and who had the connections to get to Nick the Hat.
JLR. I mean, like, new.
Well, I mean, I know he did, but he acts like he wouldn't have done that.
Julia, the dog handler.
That too.
Oh, shit.
Julia.
You know what?
JLR.
You know,
I mean, there's a lot of crossover in those cases, like, too. I'm just saying, like.
Oh, Clue. No, you just answered my question. See,
But that does explain, like.
No, it does explain a whole lot.
Daniel Cavalcante.
Oh, wait, was it Brittany? Was it a Brittany with a purple heart at the end? Or something? What was the YouTube name? Like, oh, which Brittany?
But Clue, thank you for that, because I forget that shit. Like, god dang.
Yeah, she was there with her dogs.
I know, but I remember her being there. I'm just saying that I forget that now.
And look who she's working with now. Nick the Hat, dog.
What? Yep. I called it. Tony called into Justin's tonight. What did I tell you?
Wait, what?
Yeah, Tony called into Justin's show tonight.
We knew he would.
He did?
Anytime.
Can we listen to it? Can we listen to it?
Bro, he wasn't kidding. Anytime I come on this internet and speak sideways about Sean, they go on a panel.
I think it's great.
Tony is like my puppet.
They need to understand that, like, we are searching other methods besides your boy Seth. Like, why would you be bouncing on the panel? You should be okay.
It's called damage control. That's what PR people do. They go run with a narrative of your choice.
He ain't no PR person. No. I mean, it's fine for tonight, but I'm just saying, like, it's crazy to me. It's weird how he knows everything that everybody.
But
Grit said, "Damn it! I said it would be
like elevated first happened. They got a bunch of money.
I love how Truth has become their new playboy. They just love him. Truth.
What?
Like, they all love him because they think that, they can pull him over to their side.
So I know you don't.
It's weird.
You know what? That's weird that you said that, because I've been.
Wait a second. I want this Starflower.
Get to him.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Does anybody know what timestamp Tony calls in?
Yeah.
Was it 12:02?
An hour and 17 minutes in.
Thank you.
Roughly.
Yeah, so to my point.
Oh,
Can I just interrupt you 1 second?
Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Wait. Y'all are going to shit your pants. Wait, hold on.
Me.
It's not scary. It's fucking funny. Hold on. Y'all, this Clue, you're going to shit. Look at this.
What? I can't see anything.
Look at Brittany. Brittany, most of you guys know that I am a neighbor in the Proudfoots neighborhood. The harassment in the last 48 hours has me not feeling safe in my own home. I have left. Reports have been made. I'm done.
Who's harassing you? That must be somebody over there.
What's been happening in the last 48 hours? Our lives?
We've been
talking. That's it. But we haven't been talking about somebody named Brittany. So
no.
What the hell is this talking about?
I think we know who Brittany is, right? I think she just gave herself away, right?
Wait.
I got you.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a second. I got to go back to a text message. Hold on a minute.
Hold on, guys. Hold on.
Hold, please. Hold on, wait. Let me do it better. Hold, please.
No. I'm talking about. this
enough
person.
of things.
I will say I do appreciate Justin's shade matches got better.
Muted. I was muted, but that's damn funny. Anyway. You know, Jay, when you didn't know that he was like a makeup like person for
yeah, and you made that like
that made me laugh so hard. I was like,
I had no idea. You can't even make this shit
You've been
up.
desecrating people
And
that
you
badly
said-
with shade matching. Come on, dude.
But you said, is he like a, mortuary person or whatever?
Like, did he do makeup?
You're like, yeah, he. I'm like, oh my god.
I was like, yeah, he is. That's why his makeup's perfect, but it's off. I feel sorry for Pearl. But anyway, I'm not going to go off on that.
No, definitely not.
No, we're not. I'm just saying.
I don't give a fuck what's going on over at his place, to be honest with you. I don't even give it one
I'm glad
fucking
the
thought.
shade match is better. That's all I'm glad about.
Dude looks like AI. I've said it since he came around for the first time. He looks like a fucking AI character. Change my mind.
He reminds me of that guy when you were doing your 6-year anniversary stream. The one that with the candles that disappeared.
What?
And, like, have they ever been in the same room at one time together?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Jay,
what do you mean?
The guy that used to sell candles.
Oh, Oni. Yeah, he's the spawn of Oni, actually. I think.
Why are you acting like I'm like the crazy one? You were the one that had it 6 years ago dealing with Candle Boy, and I'm the one. Okay, like
I forgot we went way back in the past in that stream.
Yeah, the blast from the past.
We all forget stuff. And I'm just new here. Trying to keep up.
All right, you guys ready?
I'm ready.
Yep.
Okay.
Let me know.
Tony's coming up for a pearl
they can hear you.
necklace.
Yep. Okay. What's up?
So I appreciate you bringing me in, Justin. I know we talked earlier, and I told you I wanted to come on and clear up some of this misinformation that's out there.
Okay. Yep.
It's a lot, so I'll just run through it, and then if the audience has any questions, I'm glad to answer those questions.
Okay.
First thing is, no, Seth did not move from his duplex. I think you addressed that. It appears that as we move along and as things get more heated in this investigation, that there becomes more desperation from the other side. But I can tell you that there's no plans for him to move out of his duplex. He did come to Oklahoma for a few days to spend an early Christmas with my family because he does not have family in that area.
Mm-hmm.
We invited him to come spend a few days to get his mind off of things and decompress. We invited him a few months ago, but he didn't feel right leaving, and he decided this time that a couple of days would be okay.
Well, everybody needs
So we had
someone
him here.
during Christmas. Of course.
Yeah, exactly. And we had some family friends that we found out a few months in that we shared. So we went over and
There you go. There's your family friends. There's your connection.
Friends that you shared.
A few months in, we realized we shared family friends.
But I want to make this a point too. None of us have ever been like, oh, Seth left. Who cares? I mean, we don't care. It's fine. Seth, go on a vacation. Go spend time with your family. Where's your
I just think
mother?
it's funny they're awfully defensive, right?
Exactly. But where's your mother?
time.
And trying
Yeah.
to pretend like they weren't together. That was the thing for me. Is like
Yeah, they tried to play it off and they got busted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't actually agree with that because I remember somebody called him and he was saying, "You're interrupting us watching the best movie ever." I don't think they actually tried to hide the fact that he was in Oklahoma.
On the street after they got caught because he walked in the background. Clue.
Yeah, they were trying to keep it under wraps at first. But then they had audio problems or something, and then the cat was out of the bag.
They were doing it from 2 different rooms, and then they got caught. Seth
But I
got
think-
walking in the background.
I think just
Because
to say this
normally
from
they
our
sit
end-
next to each other. You know what I'm saying? When they do interviews, they usually
Yeah.
just sit next to each other. I don't
Right.
know.
Yeah.
Who
But
knows?
We don't care. We
Who
don't
knows?
care though if Seth
Yeah, I don't
went
care.
off to Oklahoma.
Yeah, but Seth does
Or
because he doesn't
he
want
didn't.
people to think he left. So he got
Exactly.
busted on the stream, and now
But
they're
we're
doing
not
damage
making-
control.
But we're not making fun of him for that. That's my point, Jay. We're
no.
not making
Yeah.
fun of him for that.
No.
We don't care. It's fine.
No, everyone was like, he doesn't need to be alone on Christmas.
No. Exactly.
I
That's my
don't blame
point.
him.
I think
I'd
the
wanna
only
be
thing that people questioned was why he wasn't with his own mother. That was
Exactly.
a question, like where's mom, on the holiday. But
Right.
maybe she goes to fucking Mexico. Who knows? I mean, we don't know.
We had some family friends that we found out a few months in that we shared. So we went over and spent some time with those folks. And
Look how he spelled Tony's first
Oh gosh.
name. Tony has done it again.
Oh, jeez.
had
Feels
some dinner at a
good.
restaurant that mutual family friends owned, and he had a great time. You spelled my name wrong, by the way, but that's okay.
I put I. Sorry.
The female Tony.
But
the girls.
no, he had a great time, and the man waited 10 months before he left the state of Tennessee.
You're being a Karen.
So it just enamors me that people would have a problem with that, but yet nobody even knows where KP and CP are at the moment. I mean, we have an idea, but
And we don't.
we know they've been in and out of
Care.
the state.
I
20
do. We
times,
would
50
ask.
times
Well, weeks
February.
after.
Yeah, for weeks at a time, and weeks right after he went missing. So, we're not throwing shots at those folks. We don't talk about.
Can I just interrupt you 1 second? Brittany, who is a neighbor, she says, most of you guys know that I am a neighbor in the PF's neighborhood. The harassment in the last 48 hours has me not feeling safe in my own home. I have left. Reports have been made. I'm done.
Yeah, so to my point, the desperation has been obvious. You've made the statement time and time again that your audience is on the right side of history. And I hope that all these people that are doing this are okay dying on the hill that they've become so loyal to. I can say this definitively.
What did he say?
Dying on
We're
the
gonna
hill.
die on a hill that
I don't know if he's
like-
talking about me, but all right,
No, he's-
Tony.
I hope these
probably talking about-
people are
People that are
Brittany's
doing
in
this are
chat.
okay dying on the hill that they've become.
dying on the hill.
I'll say that I have okay, so here's the thing. On TikTok, I have there's a running joke of if I have something that I'm so like adamantly about, like staunchly believe in, that I have I'm like, that's a hill I'll die on, and we'll put a picture up of a hill, and like, so I don't know if he's like referring to me, because I know that they've been
well,
Watch
that
him.
would make sense when he's talking about that, but it sounds like
that's the
it's
only
we're on-
hill.
But
I
did
mean, I do know
but
they like
also
to walk-
could we take it literally?
Well, yeah. I mean, that's
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But also, we've all only been doing this over here on YouTube, so why he mentioned that, we've never mentioned that. Like,
Right,
we've
but
never
UA's
said
been
that.
on panel, and she's on
Yeah.
TikTok, right? She's a TikToker.
Yeah, and Tony knows me from TikTok.
Right.
Yeah. That's
Your
bullshit.
audience is on the right side of history. And I hope that all these people that are doing this are okay dying on the hill that they've become so loyal to. I can say this definitively. The people responsible for this will be brought to justice. We have a huge amount of faith in Sumner County and where they're at in this case at this time. And that leads me to something else that I will address. People talking about Seth not being out there searching.
Oh, I know that's
Anybody with
I know
three
that's a
digit-
lie for sure.
Shut up,
It's
Justin.
busted for a fact.
It is a lie for multiple reasons. The first thing is
I have a problem with, look at this. Brittany, please contact the FBI in Nashville because if coming from the internet. We don't even know who this girl is.
Nope.
Most
I mean,
and then girl mom too asked this. Did Faith, where is it? Tony.
Brittany, I just hold on here.
Tony,
I
did
just
Faith
had
go home for Christmas? And then she
Then
says
Brittany-
down here, or should I say, did Faith go to the Feet's house?
And then she said, I just had an encounter with them yesterday. If you scroll up too.
Brittany did?
Yep. Keep going.
wow.
So they aren't too far away
Too
as
far
of
away
yesterday.
Yesterday. What is?
What in the actual fuck? Lady
is she
tit for tat. Harassment from whom?
Yeah, good question.
Who's Ashley with the fucking spade?
I don't know.
Well, isn't that a part of all their theory about the card game, the poker game, who's the joker,
Well,
the spade?
Well, yeah, Nick has been posting spades. The real me
Right.
too. I'm so glad Seth went. Tony is the best friend. Look at this. Eileen says crossing state lines constantly, those two.
What?
There's nothing wrong with them going wherever they went
They
because
don't
they're
cross state
allowed
lines
to.
Yeah, but Seth just went to Oklahoma. What are they talking about? I mean,
Exactly. No,
Bro,
they're
these
trying
people
to.
these people literally do nothing but fucking work.
Yes, and they're trying to act like, look, Chris and Katie, where they were staying, it's right over the Tennessee state line. It's not far. It's close to his work, where he was working at the time. Get over that shit and move on. That's been like
as far as ground searching in this case, as everybody knows,
At the beginning.
was that first 60 days.
Yep. Bingo. Yep.
And he was out in the weeds, in the woods every day.
No, he wasn't.
He was out there to the point that everybody knew he had a shoulder surgery, or he had a shoulder injury. He re-injured that shoulder climbing around in the woods to the point that he had to have surgery. But he was relentless that first, 60 to 90 days. Now, where we're at today, somebody going out there today, they're going out there to do whatever they're doing, whether they have good intentions or they're just going out for window dressing.
Mm-hmm.
There is no reason for anybody to be searching the immediate area around the home again.
Hold on,
really?
wait.
Yeah.
they don't want
Oh,
y'all.
wow.
They don't want
Wow.
y'all. They don't
The
want
worst-
y'all looking around that
Hey,
house.
No, they
Jay,
don't.
look at the comment Brittany made. The worst part is when I have creators on video outside of my Ring doorbell cursing me out for not answering the door. That has been sent to
Show
LE
that
also.
What?
Show that shit, bitch. I'm calling you the fuck out right now.
Exactly.
Stupid whore. Show it. Show it. Or shut up.
Can't.
Wow.
Fucking lies.
Keep going, Brittany.
Straight fucking lies.
Yep. I mean,
They also have to understand something that's very important. We are in constant communication with law enforcement.
Good.
And we are also in communication with them about, is there any place that our team can go search? Is there any place that makes sense for us to go search? If there was any place that they thought that was worth anybody's time to go search, we would have a massive team of people out there doing it. And for the people that thought that for months he wasn't searching, he may not have physically been out there while he was getting back to work, but he had a group of people working under the direction of his PI that were searching 5 days a week. And they were searching for months. And they are still on standby to search areas that pop up as tips or that we would get from law enforcement. So that group of 8 to 10 people with a dog handler stays on the ready to go out and search at any time that we get any reason
Julia?
to go search an area. Now,
Yep.
having said that, Seth is still himself on days he's not working or on daytime when he should be sleeping. He is still helping follow up on leads. And you know firsthand
Crimson.
that we
Yeah.
just followed up on a lead
You need to
a
do
few
that
weeks
thing.
back, and we drove all the way to Virginia to do that. And I was with him when that happened.
Well, not only that, Tony, you just
was with him a few weeks back, and we drove all the way to Virginia to do that. And I was with him when that happened.
They drove all the way to Virginia to follow up on a lead?
But he hadn't left.
He posted in Facebook looking for a drone pilot. Tony, hit me up, man.
But he hadn't left in 10 months. Hadn't left here in 10 months. Isn't that what they said? What about North Carolina? What about obviously Virginia? See, y'all just lie so much. Ooh, I hate a liar.
Hey,
But the thing
Blue,
that
what were you
bothers
talking about that I
You
need
need
to hear?
I texted it to you.
Oh, I responded.
Oh, okay.
The thing that bothers me, though, is that why are they upset that people are out there searching for Sebastian? Why would you be angry at them?
Because it just forced him to get on that panel and confess to Seth lying to everybody every time he's been on there for the past 10 months saying, I'm searching every day. I'm out there searching every day. Tony just fucking said you wasn't. So what you say about that?
Yep. So sick.
Ready to keep going?
I know why. I've just figured it out. I have just figured out Nick the Hat's fucking card things.
What?
What if Seth is the house of cards and it's gonna fall?
Well, we better brace for impact.
Oh, you think it might be that Nick is putting all this shit out there, looking at Seth the whole time?
What I say, Dog could they could use somebody famous who Seth would be absolutely thrilled to work with to infiltrate the shit out of that group.
And I've
Same
always
with Coffin
said,
Dapper.
I've always said this could be an experiment. Yep. No, it can be. And in the end, I don't care.
Nothing's off the table at this point. We hadn't figured out where Sebastian is yet. So, but I just
don't get the underappreciation of people that are out there searching. If you don't want your kid found.
I'm telling y'all, in my mind, there is a possibility that they want to find Sebastian. I'm talking about the people high up, the FBI, whatever. Yeah. They want to find him. I don't think they feel like he is deceased at all. They don't allude to that in the FBI poster, and I'm telling y'all right now, they absolutely could be utilizing Dog to infiltrate that group to find the fuck out where he is.
Maybe so. Because I have felt like he's alive. I have.
I'm torn because of this. Like, I think there's something really sus about this whole Bobby thing. Not gonna lie. It's just, everything has been. But I'm also hopeful because we haven't found Sebastian. And I would like to think that they're doing that clue. I hope, but I also don't know why Brittany would feel like she's just under such crazy, over the last 48 hours, this many months later, that she feels like she needs to leave her home all of a sudden. When all the last 48 hours, the only thing that's been talked about maybe is Bobby's interviews have been revisited.
Yeah, and people cussing outside of your house because you won't answer the door, but you don't call 911 then. Get the fuck out of here, bitch. You're a liar.
Yeah, I think that the only thing is I think that you could have something that is honestly both cases in the sense that you have a possibly nefarious situation that wouldn't happen where Sebastian was lured out, and you have someone who is, I think, shown a pattern of constantly showing that they like abusing the system and trying to not work but still collect a paycheck for a long time.
Yep.
And it's like a mutually beneficial thing for, like, you know, it's just a carpe diem. I'm gonna milk this for as long as I can because I'm not having to work, but I'm still getting paid.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Play this fool on this screen so we can get over him.
Yeah. Agreed.
Listen to this. Someone just sent me this. I don't mean to interrupt Mr. Mathis, but I do. I want to show you guys this.
Okay.
Hold on.
Tony with an I or with a Y?
Tony with an I. That's what he is from now on. Now, where the fuck did it go? Oh, here it is. Okay, so yesterday on X, Nerdy Addict, I don't know if some of you may or may not know who Nerdy Addict is, but he posted recently in Glasgow, Kentucky, just 69 miles from Hendersonville. Someone watched the Sebastian Rogers video 45 times before clicking the link to submit a tip to TBI. This unusual behavior mirrors the actions that led to a trip to Clarksville, Tennessee to distribute flyers. Then he has a screenshot of the campaign, you know, the campaign view, whatever. And then if you scroll down, this person says, I'm usually good at reading your humor, but I can't tell if you're joking or not on this one. He said, most people don't know that YouTube video ads require a destination link, call to action. We direct the link after the video ad to go directly to TBI. So that's why we're seeing Sebastian Rogers ads, y'all, on YouTube videos, because there's this campaign and they're tracking how they can see how many times people view the video.
I wondered that. I mean, I was happy about it, though. I mean,
but they
why not
actually
see the
clicked
video?
the link to submit a tip after watching the video 45 times. Interesting.
Good.
Oh.
Yeah, it's weird. Why from Kentucky?
Do you remember we had someone call in the other night from Kentucky?
Yep.
Oh, Lord. Wasn't it Glasgow?
I don't know. I don't know what city he said. He was from New York, but he was
like Nick.
Yeah, he said I'm from New York, but I'm in Kentucky.
It was in Glasgow. Jay, it was in
Paducah.
That they were
He was
from.
in Paducah.
No, there's also one for what I found was in Glasgow for that person.
Really?
Yes. I think I even have a screenshot of it. Hold on. Yes.
I love her. I mean,
Not
I love
me.
y'all too.
God,
She get on my nerves.
She'll have the fucking screenshot too. You wait.
No, that's just crazy. Like,
because that's why I was like, where in the heck is like I was looking it all up because I was
You were?
History.
Yeah, man, I'm telling you, that bitch is crazy. When I say that, I'm not joking.
Yeah, she was. But we let him come out there and talk and whatever. So
there's a difference between crazy and just thorough.
Uh-huh. No, I got you.
I'm talking about Crimson. That bitch is crazy as hell.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He was telling a story, and I'm trying to verify it. So of course I'm looking up.
Yeah.
Every little thing, and researching where, because I'm like, because he said he lived in Kentucky.
No, that shit's weird.
Or he was just there. Yeah.
I would never want to just.
No, and I
Google
was
somebody.
looking, and I'm like, why? Like, when I looked up, I was like, why would they be in, like, that's the most random place to go from New York to Glasgow, Kentucky, because it's like a population of like -3. Like,
have y'all ever thought about who we were actually talking to that night? Like, I still don't know.
I'm pretty sure he said Paducah.
No, but when I researched it, it went back to not Paducah, but that's okay. Keep going. Sorry.
Is that the same guy that said he was stuck inside?
Yeah, it was the rapper guy with the duck.
Right.
The bloody duck.
The one that was like,
The one that we were
you know,
chastised for being suspicious of?
rapping.
Right.
I can do rapping. I
Yeah.
can do hard rock. I opened up for Megadeth.
Yeah, that's why it was like
in 1998.
Yeah.
I definitely looked up the Megadeth tour in '98. Did I not?
Yep.
Paducah is actually 2 hours and 50 minutes from Paducah. Or Glasgow, whatever, is 2 hours and 50 minutes.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's keep listening to Dick Talk Tony.
Yeah. Let's
Tony with an I, J with an E. What the fuck?
Tony with an
Well,
I.
not only that, Tony, you just left Tennessee, drove to Oklahoma, you got a tip, you turned around and you picked Seth up and you drove to Virginia. How many miles did you
that is
do
correct.
just in that? I mean,
it was in a matter of a 4-day period. It was close to 3,000 miles.
ugh, there's no way I could.
So I drove to I drove back from Tennessee. I was on the phone going through the tip with our team.
Through the tip.
And 3 hours after I got back, which was about 9 o'clock at night, I turned around and drove 5 hours back to the east side of Missouri. Spent the night. It was about 1 o'clock in the morning. Got a few hours sleep. The next day, drove back to Clarksville. Picked up Seth. We left that afternoon. I think we left at 3 in the afternoon.
Brittany, there is a group of 5, 2 ladies, 2 men. That's 4 people, Brittany.
Holy fuck.
Too mean.
With these people.
They want access to video cameras and want to know what I know regarding the night he went missing. I have the video, and I will find some way to put it out. Fuck is she waiting for, dude?
No, she just let them. I'm going to put this out in 48 hours.
A group of 5, 2 ladies, 2 men.
Away to the east side of Virginia, and we got into the Airbnb at 7 o'clock in the morning. So we drove, 16 hours straight. So, the people that are making these statements have no idea what is going on behind the scenes. They also don't know what we know from law enforcement, which is an abundance of information.
Yeah,
it's
right.
An abundance of confidence in what they're doing.
Right. And that'll be kept private, I'm sure. Yeah.
That'll be kept.
Trooper's mom, a particular YouTuber, admits to being in the neighborhood overnights with her crew. Absolutely ridiculous. Who are they talking about? You guys?
Momming it up, because that's the only one I've seen in there.
Right?
And you remember when they were talking about, like, other YouTubers were coming out here and, like, doing all this stuff. And I was like, who?
Right.
Who would be in the neighborhood doing
Weird.
that? Sorry, I've got the hiccups, Jay.
Stay off the sauce, baby.
Private. I've said from day one.
I'm just kidding.
That the general public doesn't know what they don't know.
Right.
And Seth doesn't care what any of these creators say. I mean, we've got creators talking about his disability from 23. Well, I addressed that 3 or 4 months ago.
Bing bong.
In August of 23, he had
hold on. I literally went over this on my YouTube
earlier
tonight. But he don't care. He don't care what we say.
He
But
doesn't
here
give a
you
damn.
are. Sweep, sweep, sweep. Mop, mop, mop. You're like my little puppet, Tony. I love it.
Keep pulling the
Dance.
strings, Clue.
Exercise that they were doing. It was
Oh,
a
yeah.
hand training exercise.
I think he was talking about that on Pascal's even.
He was. He had an injury. He was taken down, and he sprained his ankle and his foot.
That was during when he was training on the mat or something, wasn't it? I think.
It was on the job training. He was employed at the time, and
at the
again,
time,
if you just ask questions.
He was employed at the time.
You're going to talk about his disability in 24, Tony?
Yeah.
Or I can put that out tomorrow. It is what it is.
Let's get to that one.
He was employed at the time. Tony and his slippages.
He got that problem Betty does.
Again, if you just ask questions instead of making assumptions, during that time, he works a job where he can't go to desk duty. It's not like being a patrol officer where if you get hurt in the line of duty, you can go sit at a desk and still get paid. You have to go to IOD. They have to look at you. They have to make an assessment. They do X-rays, MRIs, etc.
Mm-hmm.
And they determined that he had, he had a severely sprained ankle and foot.
They make that determination, not
Seth.
Not Seth. Because when you have to break up fights and stuff like that, like, you get, they check you out. You can't, yeah.
Well, and, again, there is no desk duty in his job. So if he's not physically able.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, wait, look
Brittany, all law enforcement has been told. I would never say it in a chat unless I had already reported it. She's using talk to text to LEELI, including FBI and TBI. People are now accusing Bobby of doing something to the young man. Fuck directly off. Take a seat, Brittany.
Sit down, bitch, sit down. Oh, man. No, he's not on workman's comp, I don't think. I don't know. He's on.
He'd have to be
These
on
people are
disability.
so fucking predictable, man.
I know.
To break up a fight or anything that may happen. And he works in a very rough pod. So he's got to be physically able to handle himself. So, again, IOD makes that determination. They do weekly checkups on him until they feel like he can get back to work, and he couldn't come back until they tell him he can come back.
Right.
So that was in August, and somehow or another, the statement that he made about what Sebastian wanted for Christmas was to take a trip, and he just wasn't able to do that. Well, IOD telling him he's got to take time off because he's injured is one thing. He has to be there to make those IOD appointments, those doctor's appointments.
Right.
So he can't leave the state when he's on short-term disability.
Right. Well, short-term disability is like 2 weeks.
No, he's on long term.
I mean, like
it's not a defined period. It can be 4 to 6 weeks.
Hold on.
Okay.
But I think it's less, depending on the state. I think it's less than 60.
Sorry, I got the bad hiccups. But if he can't leave the state, then how did he leave the state?
How can you not leave? How can disability tell you can't fucking travel?
Doesn't even make sense.
Wait, look at Brittany's comment too.
That's exactly why I've not come on any panel, because I have 3 children, one being a new infant to protect. And after seeing how she was treated, and now months down the line.
Oh, hell.
I can't.
A new infant.
Yeah, I know it's not much.
Regardless, you have to go to weekly doctor's appointments, and when they give you the go-ahead to go back to work, then you got to go back to work.
Right.
So
they check your
he
progress.
Makes a statement. Yeah, he makes a statement on a live that Sebastian wanted for Christmas, which was Christmas of 23.
What the hell is Butterflies talking about? Seth might have new customers. Stay tuned, in my opinion. Customers? Is that what he considers these lawsuits?
Yeah.
2 months before he went missing, that all he wanted was to take a trip, and he wasn't able to do that. Well, he wasn't able to do it because he hadn't accrued the vacation.
It had nothing to do with him being on disability. And those that keep saying that he's scamming disability, you cannot scam disability when you're a public servant. They control your disability, short term, long term, etc.
Yeah,
it's not like a normal job where you can tell them that you've got a problem.
If you knew what my other sister did, I would. Yeah, yeah, I know that for a fact. Yeah.
Now in the private sector,
CB says, Brittany, yes, 2 creators are working overtime trying to reconstruct a narrative. I wonder who those 2 creators are.
I think I'm doing a lot of work too. I want to be included in the next.
You should be included with all your fucking screenshots.
I'm telling you right now, these motherfuckers are something is shaking the shit out of them. You're on here lying. You are out here lying right now.
You're talking out your ass, talking 3 different ways, confusing the hell out of people because you can't figure out which story you want to tell. Yep. He couldn't go out. He can't leave because he's on disability, or he can't leave because he can't take vacation time. But if he's on disability,
he don't need vacation
time does he take? What are you talking about?
You can't take vacation while you're on disability.
Right.
And
you motherfucker.
He's on long.
You got called out lying. You got called out lying, Sean, and you're upset. Then I don't blame you.
Sean. I'm just saying, like, we've had all this information for a long time, and you don't just keep going lying.
You might accuse somebody of taking advantage of the short-term disability. Maybe they choose to have a surgery they really don't need. But in this situation, he was forced to take short-term disability.
Brittany, they are accusing her of doing something or having to do with something of Sebastian's disappearance. Things are getting completely out of hand at this point. Creators, stand for neighbors, please.
He didn't have a
stand
choice.
up.
Right. Yeah.
So
I'm telling her to sit down.
On the job.
Yeah.
So I think that clears up that. And you know, one thing I would ask your audience and anybody else that ends up recording your live, I understand that things are getting heated for the other side and that there's desperation, but it doesn't change who Seth is. If you knew how Seth was brought up, his upbringing, he is a worker. He's always been a worker.
Why is he saying this?
Oh my God.
Tony.
His resume speaks otherwise, just saying.
Dude, this shit is getting deep, y'all.
Y'all. I'm sorry, but I'm really not. The only thing that sometimes I feel like I'm not getting heated over anything, Tony. I'm not sweating a thing because I haven't done anything wrong.
This is wild.
Y'all are the
He's
ones
a
that
worker. He's always been a worker. Is that why his wife had to ride around in the goddamn back of the pickup truck, Tony? Because he's been a worker?
Maybe we should check the reference for RHFV. He listed. Wonder what that person would say.
Right. Yeah. We're going to contact that employer.
Brought up his upbringing. He is a worker. He's always been a worker. He's far from being lazy. And the only thing he's ever wanted since February 26th was to find his son.
Right.
And he has not come out and attacked people. He's not come out.
No, that's true.
You know, got involved in all the drama, and he's never changed what was important to him, which was finding his son. And to this day, he continues to be involved in that process, whether it be personally following up on leads, whether it be, you know, meeting with law enforcement, whether it be, you know, going out and handing out flyers or taking flyers to people that are handing them out, whether it be taking water to searchers that are out searching. He is actively involved and has been, even when he was hurt.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, when he had the neck surgery, he was still driving around, handing out flyers, doing things that he could do to support the people that were out there. He's never stopped.
I know he hasn't.
Because
he's a broken
the other
man.
thing I will tell
He
you,
couldn't drive.
well, he is. And the other thing I will tell you, and even the other side cannot dispute this. You can go back and look at every interview the man has ever done, and you're not going to find changes in stories. You're not going to find inconsistencies. You're not going to, you're not going to find any of that.
Not when it comes to the 25th or the 26th. There's nothing there. I mean,
mad respect.
He didn't do it. I mean, it's that the man has done everything possible to clear his name for the public, unlike what Mr. Edgar won't even say specific dates when he was at home from the beginning of February up until the morning Sebastian went missing. We can account for Katie. We can account for Chris. We can account for Seth. One person we can't, and he won't.
Well, we can account for Sebastian, Katie, and Seth. Not Chris.
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. He won't say.
So, and here's a rhetorical question for you and your audience. Did they go search the landfill where Seth's trash was dumped?
We don't know that.
I have a question.
No, we don't.
What city in Kentucky was the landfill in?
Hopkinsville. It's about 30, 45 minutes north of where Seth lives.
Is that near Glasgow or whatever?
No, it's about an hour and a half away.
What's it called?
Hopkinsville.
Oh, Hopkinsville. Thanks.
No, they did not. No, they didn't.
Are they worried about lights in Seth's neighborhood?
No, they're not.
Are they worried about a trash truck in Seth's neighborhood?
No, they're not.
Ow, what the fuck?
At some point, whether you are an actual true crime person or a content creator or even just a channel that does nothing but hate and drama.
Oh my God. We don't need your advice. We don't need your advice, asshole.
Regardless of what they say, Seth has never been a suspect. There is a major difference in the fact that nobody.
What the fuck he said he was?
Yeah, he begged Vinnie Politan to get him cleared.
That's why there was a whole freaking Betty held that thing.
Rally.
Yeah,
at the sheriff's department.
And he said out of his own fucking mouth, I'm a suspect.
And Tony stood there, wouldn't even hold a dang sign, just stood there like a bump on a lazy ass log. And just watched right next to
and all you guys are suspects. The wording there is very key. You notice that Sumner County has never said all these guys are suspects. They simply say that nobody's been cleared. So, the facts are the facts. They don't change. They're not going to change. And one thing I can promise you and your audience is that they will bring those that are responsible to justice. I believe that in all my heart. Seth believes it in all of his heart. And the communication that we're getting right now and the understanding of where they're at in the case and their confidence level, I believe wholeheartedly that those that are responsible will be brought to justice.
Which is what everyone should want. Everyone.
And you know what? If you're right, you're right. If you're wrong,
yes.
I'm done. I'm done. These people are full of shit. I'm tired of listening to them. I don't want to listen to them. I don't. I am exhausted with this shit. I am. I'm so sick and tired of looking at Justin.
Oh, I know.
Pointing at us, acting like we've done something. We've not done a damn thing wrong. We are simply looking still for your kid, Seth. If you could pay attention to that. I hate this bullshit. I cannot stand it. It pisses me off.
I agree. I was where you were a few days ago. I was like, I'm so sick of their, but then we started talking about, this other angle, and you
No,
know.
and we've come up with some good things, but like,
I mean,
listen to
this doesn't
bullshit
frustrate me. Like, I don't get frustrated by him because I know he's
Hey,
full of
talk me
shit.
down.
Like, I don't
Talk me down from
expect,
it.
well, I mean, don't expect anything other. I mean, every
Yeah.
time you listen to him, you know it's going to be the same rhetoric, right? It's been
Well, I
like
don't
that.
listen to him. I'm just,
It's hard to
Jesus,
listen to stupid, I know.
Well, I mean, just
Can I tell you something? The
Yeah.
one thing that bothers me the most is you guys actually, you have not had faith in law enforcement for 10 months, right?
Right.
Do you really think that they did that good of a job searching? If you haven't had faith in them, you can't possibly think that they did a good job searching.
Right.
So why are you so just
Why the
hell-bent
about
on,
face?
well, it's more like, what is that statement? It does no good to search for him in the immediate area. How do you know that if you haven't had faith in law enforcement? And it bothers me, that statement, until I think about one possibility. If in fact they know, and I believe Seth would have an idea, if they truly believe that Sebastian ran away on his own and he is found laying in those woods, Big Sean's grifting comes to a real quick halt.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I don't mean to just lash out. I can't. These people just fucking piss me off. I can't listen to them. I mean,
they're hard to put. I mean, he's pretty intolerable.
Well,
I'll give you that.
I mean, you're welcome. You don't have to stay up and listen to it.
Yeah.
But, I mean, obviously, I listen to everything that Tony says because they contradict themselves. They fuck up. They slip. I mean, I don't get frustrated by him. I know he's bullshit, and I expect
well, for
bullshit.
some reason tonight, I feel like it's
Well, you
targeting
don't.
what
Well,
we've
I
been
mean,
doing.
if you don't want to listen to it, you don't have to.
No, I know,
Well,
baby. I'm not saying
I'm going to say one thing. Big Sean, you know what? I know what being lazy is about, and I can tell you're lazy because I'm lazy too. That's why we fat as fuck. But you better know one thing, sir. My big ass fiance, my big fiance is off work all week, and you better know something, that this big fat bitch is going to be in the woods looking for your son. Period.
And I got some time on my hands too.
And I do too. I mean, I want to come and search. I'm sorry, Jay. I didn't mean to interrupt things. I just,
You don't have to be sorry, but I mean, if it's getting to you that bad, I mean, I don't want you to stay up here and aggravate yourself. You know what I mean?
I'll be back in the morning. I'll be like, okay, what's going on with this?
Yeah, I mean, everybody has their tipping point where they can't take any more fucking TikTok Tony. I get it. I totally get it.
I think that's who triggered me. I think I already said in the past, like, I could never be around that man. And for him to sit here and talk and speak, and I mean, shit,
I know.
I can't do it.
I get it. Trust me, I do, honey. I get it.
Hell, Bullhorn's still up. She's on with Sleepy J. I mean, I went to get back on something, and she's got her
still up?
The Bullhorn
At 2:30 a.m.
Yep.
Shut the front door.
I shoot you not. I'm sending you the proof right now that at least, unless Sleepy J fell asleep and left her pinned comment up.
Good Lord above. All right, let's keep going. I want to get through this bullshit.
Okay, I'm sorry, Jay. I'm sorry. I'm gonna be quiet.
You're okay, honey. I get it. I get it. Trust me. Get a dartboard with his face. Maybe that'll help.
I recommend a damn it doll, but you know.
But one thing that we should come together on is that those that are responsible should pay for this.
Abso-freaking-lutely. Yes.
I agree.
Absolutely.
Is there anything else that I can clear up for you, my
people
friend?
have been asking, has Seth been working? He has been working for the last, 2 or 3 months?
Coming up on 3 months.
Yeah.
3 months?
That's another fucking
what?
Okay.
That's a new one.
What's he been working on? Like work, Tony? You want to go there? Do you want to go there?
Yeah.
You know how to contact me. Your people know how to contact me. If you want to go there, game on. Let's go. But buckle up, Buttercup. I got a heel, and I'll go
She
live
said buckle up,
all
Buttercup.
night long and keep you up. Because I know you watch my lives when I stay up and go all night long from my heel. And dial.
You are a fucking trip, girl.
I cannot stand these. Tony has come on the scene, and this stuff is supposed to intimidate me. As a matter of fact, you know what? I'll give you a little hint. It does the opposite. It just makes me go a little bit harder for your ass. So, just saying. Fire me up a little more. Keep going, Tony. Sorry.
You're fine.
Yeah. He just.
I guess we all needed to get some rants out tonight, huh? Let it out, ladies.
Didn't cut it out there.
Back to work because
Fucking
it's
triggered.
not anybody's business. But common sense says this: if you know anything about disability, you get a portion of your income. Seth is not a man with a lot of means. Most people that know him know that. He
Sure.
needs the money that he makes to survive. He is still actively paying API for the hard expenses that are incurred in her work.
Can I just say something? Seth's truck has been broke down for how long? How long was it broke down for?
So Seth's truck was broke down for, I want to say 6 weeks, maybe longer.
Yeah, like it was done. Like motor or something wasn't.
The white truck
get broke down.
Oh,
When
well,
did
maybe,
this
just maybe you should have fixed your truck instead of buying a motorcycle, son.
Well, you know what? Maybe that advertisement that was wrapped around
Alexander Shannara can help.
When was it broke down?
I don't know. Let's see if they say it.
Isn't it?
The
Like
motor blew on the way back from one of the court cases that we supported Betty.
Yeah.
What?
That bitch broke your shit is what happened.
Yep. That's some bad juju right there.
That
It
is
broke
some.
down.
That's
Woo!
Something for Betty.
It was
Yep.
either that or the braids.
The motor blew on the way back from court with Betty.
Hold on. I remember. Wait, was that the one that the truck? Like,
Wasn't there a little accident?
Yes. Jay,
After
and
court?
that was the same thing after court, and it
And
was
they-
having to be towed.
Yeah, and Seth was like, "No, it's not my truck."
I know. I remember that because that was Why do I remember that? I have no clue, but yes, my memory is that good.
Wow.
I forgot that too, though. Damn.
From one of the court cases that we supported Betty.
Yeah. He didn't put it out there like he didn't put it out there, poor, pitiful me or anything like that. He never said anything. None of us said anything. You know what I mean?
And the man was paying $400 a week for a rental car.
$400 a week for a rental car. And that's exactly right.
Now hold up. Hang on. This is the reason why Bullhorn Betty came on and was talking about paying for her vehicle to be repainted and all that stuff.
How much was that? $400, wasn't it?
Yes.
The
Which
paint
was
job?
yes. So okay.
What?
This is when they're about to throw her under the bus.
Wait.
It wasn't.
Yeah, Betty wanted. Okay.
Yeah,
about
she
the
got
same
a $400
time Sean's
paint
truck
job.
blew up. Betty was needing a new paint job for her car, Black Beauty, because Black Beauty apparently you can find paint jobs for $400. Now I don't know who the hell's you can't even spend $400 on spray paint, much less a paint job for your car. But $400 was the amount that she was quote unquote quoted for this said paint job for Black Beauty.
That's for real. I remember it.
And she had to be there by the next morning to get it done, or the price would change. And I was like, oh.
What?
Yep.
Yes.
That sounds like a rental car to me.
Well, I don't know. I think she got it repainted, but it don't change
You
the trash
do?
that's not stuff.
I don't know.
Why do you guys think she actually had it repainted? Did she show it
I
off?
I don't.
No, she didn't show it, but she just said
I mean,
that
if you
it
actually
looked.
had it painted, wouldn't you show it? I mean, just
I would
Not
think so.
her.
asking
She's
for a
crazy.
friend. Yeah, but
Well,
if you actually had it done, why wouldn't you show it?
Especially if you collected money from your audience, right?
Mm-hmm.
but
Mm-hmm.
but she don't do that.
Well, probably
She doesn't
because
do
she's
that.
lying, right?
Exactly.
so that he could get back and forth to work.
Yep. And do what he needed to do, go where he needed to go to continue.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So, the man has been through it.
He sure has.
Like him, love him, or hate him, but the man is innocent.
Yeah, well, yeah,
Through it,
that's what I'm
and
saying.
wants his son back.
Like him or not, I guarantee you, he had nothing to do with this. You can.
Oh no, and I think in the heart of hearts of the people,
Everyone knows that. Everyone knows that.
they know that. And,
Yeah.
and this is like situations in life when you realize that you're on the wrong side of things. Sometimes you counteract that with attacking the right side, and that's what's going on here. I mean, there's desperation. You've got CP coming on a Creators Live fighting with somebody that supported him. It's just a mess, and the volume.
Fighting with someone because of something he told them, and the creator was telling the truth about what he told him.
100%, and I commend. And I know we don't want to talk about creators' names. I'll call him EP.
Right.
But I commend him for asking the tough questions. I commend him for holding him accountable.
See, I told you, he's their little poster boy now.
Yep.
And I would expect the creators that we work with to hold Seth accountable if he had said something that wasn't true or wasn't consistent. And if you remember, the thing that got ET fired up is he called CP out for releasing baloney information behind the scenes.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he called him out for.
Mm-hmm.
And, he tried to say it was him, it was Seth. Well, I can tell you, we have not released 1 ounce of baloney information. We haven't, and we won't. And we have not, you're one of the creators that we've worked
Absolutely
closely with. We do not dictate what you guys do. We do not push your narrative. We don't do any of that.
Never. I would look at you sideways. I would look at Seth sideways if somebody told me what to put out on my channel. You know what I mean? Like,
they're such blatant liars. It's not even funny.
I have a message that I would like you
fucking
to push out
packets.
to your audience. I do exactly what I did
well,
tonight.
you
and
just say, throw me a link or call. That's what you say. Let you say it. Nobody can say it better than you.
And you know that we've worked with Betty longer than we've worked with anybody else.
What is
Betty
Clay
can tell you
saying?
the same thing. You guys talk.
What?
What did
What
Clay
is
say?
it? What's he
Oh,
saying?
I didn't hear him.
I said, Justin, you let him up there and just let him lie, don't you?
Yep. As long as Tony's fucking lips are moving, Justin will let him be on the fucking panel. He doesn't give a fuck.
Hey, the reason his camera's off too is because he can't keep a straight face knowing that he's this dude's. That's the only. He loves the camera. He's never met a camera he doesn't like. I mean,
look at Nicole, Brittany. Do you want to call into Justin's live or email him? We support you. No one should have to live in fear.
Oh gosh.
Don't you think she would have already emailed him? Like, Justin, oh my God.
But Chloe, do you really think that?
Never.
We've allowed her to do what she does.
There's no need. He was at work. There's nothing to push other than find Sebastian and hold those who did this accountable to law enforcement. Keep his name out there. If you can help, help.
Here we go.
It's really that simple.
There is no.
I just got a screenshot what Brittany says. 2 men and 2 women knocking on doors asking for camera footage info for that night. It's creators and BS from what I can tell. I've gotten emails from people and have no clue how they got my email.
Oh my God.
Hold on. They're knocking on your door and now they're.
I can tell you this. They ain't talking about Me, Cletus, Crabtree, because there ain't no other woman that walks around with us. Are you talking about dogs' PIs that are here in Tennessee? Maybe?
You mean CNC?
She's talking about the fairy people she saw in the fucking trees. Come on.
I wonder if they're going to answer Star's question. Can someone explain the packet? LOL. I missed that one. I'm waiting for the answer on that one.
Dang.
She's wearing a pearl necklace too.
And I'm not going to sit here and say that any parent is perfect, whether it be Seth, whether it be CP, KP, myself, my wife,
Sure.
anybody.
Right.
But I can tell you that everything that Seth's done regarding his son, which, by the way, he raised the first 6 to 8 years he was alive.
Yep.
Everything he's done has been.
I don't like that. Did you guys catch that?
6 to 8?
Yep. And that's not true.
6 to 8 years he was alive.
Yep.
Everything he's done has been around trying to provide a better life for his son. And what a lot of people get lost in is the fact that Katie had primary custody of him, which, most of the time the mothers will get that.
No, they won't.
Katie and Chris decided they wanted to move to Tennessee to be closer to Chris's family.
Did you say hold on?
Yeah. Tony, do you know Sebastian is dead?
Right. That's what I was saying.
Wait, you
The
just
first
said that.
6 to 8 years he was alive. Yeah, that's why I stopped it.
That's fucking weird to me, dude. I don't know why you're talking that way.
Mm-hmm.
Just keep talking. I like it when he talks, to be honest.
Here, listen to that again.
And is the fact that Katie had primary custody of him, which, most of the time the mothers will get 6 to 8 years done regarding his son, which, by the way, he raised the first 6 to 8 years he was alive.
Yep.
Everything he's done has been around trying to provide a better life for his son. And what a lot of people get lost in is the fact that Katie had primary custody of him, which, most of the time the mothers will get that.
The mothers.
Katie and Chris decided they wanted to move to Tennessee to be closer to Chris's family. Well, the only way Seth could continue to see his son is he had to move from California to Tennessee.
Right.
So anywhere they had to move, you can look at where Seth lived. There's a reason he lived where they lived. He moved every time they moved to see that boy 2 days every other week.
What is he talking about?
That's not what Seth said at all.
Yeah.
No.
He moved every time? Thought he was homeless. I'm confused.
Me too.
That's love.
Yep. I mean, he moved. Edgar didn't do that.
Well, no, not at all. You didn't see him moving into Mexico.
No. And truthfully, that's, that was so, Katie could be with him and Seth, that's the best for any kid, if there's a split home. And that's what he did.
If I didn't know everything I know now, I would make the same statement regarding Katie and Seth that I would make about any other split family. I believe that unless there's an unfit environment, that it is always best for a child to have the mother and the father in their life, regardless of how they feel about each other.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So, that's my strong belief, and I made the statement the other night that, there are toxic marriages where a child's in a toxic environment, and if the marriage splits up, then they can be in two strong environments instead of one toxic environment. And I commend the people that have had to do that to give, their child two positive environments.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think anything ill of anybody that needs to split up because, the relationship is toxic. But knowing what I know now, I can't say that because there was one environment that was his happy place, and there was one environment that he was in that was not a great environment for him.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
So, Is there anything else I can clear up for you or your audience if you want to wait a minute? You want
Sure.
to let somebody ask? If somebody asked a question,
Is there any
is
questions?
there going to be an arrest coming soon? That.
Here's Brittany again. I just got through explaining why I'm nervous to speak out like that at ICU. And it's just gotten more and more toxic. I can't even stay home at this point. I just wanted people to know.
That is not something that if I knew I could answer. And I can tell you this, I'll make this statement one more time. I am 1,000% confident that those that are responsible will be brought to justice. I believe that with everything I know and everything I feel.
And, like I said, when Seth, I know Seth, right? And I knew once he said because I knew it wasn't easy for Seth to change like that. You know what I mean? Like for everything.
Well, Seth did a 180-degree turn
Right.
in the way he felt about Sumter County.
Right.
And the reason is that we went from not getting any communication, and you have to remember when Seth was out there just searching random areas, a lot of that was because he was uneducated. He was not getting information from them that would lead him to search a certain area or to not search a certain area. So he was doing what any loving father would do, and he was just going out and, searching anywhere he could search.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
You're
we start
alive.
getting communication.
Nope.
We went from not getting any communication to getting a mountain of communication. And, now he understands where the case is at. He's at peace with that. And, he is on the same page I am, that he's 1,000% confident that those responsible will be brought to justice. And we don't believe that they are lacking information or evidence. We don't believe that they're not working hard. We believe that they are working overtime to get this case solved.
That's really good to know. That's really encouraging. Like said Lawyer just said, very encouraging. It's
somebody asked why I believe that KP won't talk to Seth. I think that you could probably answer that. When you've got someone that acts as a gatekeeper. I don't know if this is true or not true, but I know it's been put out there that she has pleaded the fifth and is not talking to anybody anymore. I would venture to say that has something to do with the same reason that she's not going to talk to Seth in private. I think that most of the people that understand the history of their relationship, Seth probably still knows her as well or better than anyone.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah,
And
there's nobody
I
that
don't
knows
think
you like
that-
someone you've been, you've been married to or, made a child with. You know what I mean? It's like
Exactly.
He wishes he did. That's the thing.
There's no world where CP is going to allow them to have a private conversation.
Yeah, I think that's very guarded.
And here's the other thing for all the hate channels that are out there that will replay this and listen to it. Since you are in communication with the other side, let me throw this out there to you.
Okay.
I can reach out personally to Nancy Grace.
Mm-hmm.
Please
I've got her phone number. I've got her producer's phone number.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't we just reach out to Nancy? And why don't we have Nancy set up a live polygraph for all three of them?
Oh my God.
That's a great idea.
I can tell you that my
live
guy
polygraph?
will be 100% in on that. So
What is it,
let's
Maury?
do a public polygraph live with an FBI polygrapher. And then
This is a
everybody
joke.
can go sit down and shut up, or they can
No.
they can do what they want to do. But I can speak for Seth when I tell you that we are all in for that, and Nancy would do it in 2 seconds.
Whatever.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I don't care about Nancy.
Absolutely.
So I'll leave
No, she
you
wouldn't.
guys with that. we are open and willing, and we'll jump on the show with Nancy and do that without even thinking about it.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
This is the dumbest thing
Well,
I've ever
because
heard.
in, you know,
Yeah.
like I always say in crime, people who have nothing to hide nothing.
That's the
And the
weirdest
truth
dumb
is, we'll let them pick the polygrapher. If they don't like Nancy, they can pick the polygrapher.
That works. That works.
I don't
It doesn't have to be ours. It doesn't have to be something we control. We'll just show up and tell the truth.
Yep.
Why don't he come up here?
Yeah.
Why
That
don't
way,
Okay.
you know.
Why set up anything with Nancy Grace? Why don't
Yeah.
Seth just take one with the TBI or FBI or whatever? I mean,
Exactly.
what we've been told is Chris and Katie have. Hell, Seth's own mama said Katie took two.
Right.
Why's all this push for Nancy Grace? Like,
And then
what?
she disappeared.
It's all for show. It's all for show. You know,
One thing I want to point out too is I figured as much that they would come out and have something to say, but this is the second time that they've come out after something was put out on them. And it's the second time that the Rogers Homestead of Family Values has been brought up and then they've responded. But it's also the second time they have not addressed that for one fucking second. And I find that really interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Or the packets. No, I was waiting for the packets to be answered by anybody. But the thing is, it's funny because Tony brings up these things, like these scenarios, like these challenges to, you know, knowing dang well, one, that it's stupid as hell, like to do that. Just like you said, take the one with the police department. That's the only one that really matters. And everything's not for show. Sebastian's case isn't for show, Tony, by the way. And for ratings, but that's all it is for you. But you're too much of a you only set up scenarios that you know will never happen. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Like he knows that's
it's
not
always
gonna
far-fetched shit.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like I know, and then he wants to sound like a big Billy badass because I'm setting up this big old. No, you're setting up something you know that will never happen.
And that's the reason why he won't talk to Jay. He won't talk to certain people. He's only going to talk to just
people he thinks he can manipulate.
Exactly.
And
well, he would have talked to me if I would have gotten on the phone with him, but I refused to get on the phone with him. So he finds the ones that are naive.
Yeah.
And will spew his bullshit or just want the fucking views and want to be in on something.
Or just dumb. I mean, that was the dumbest freaking statement. Like, what was that supposed to sound like a
live polygraph? Like, I don't know. He's in some fucking fantasy world.
We're
why don't you take some truth serum while you're at it? Like,
right.
What is this dude over here?
That's the fucking Lore Lodge. That's who he was reviewing.
Oh, I used to have respect for that guy, and then that went down.
I thought he was I thought he was Tool from fucking day one. I never listened to one of his damn videos, nor will I ever. Let me just make that clear.
I was just impressed by the editing. I thought his edits, he does.
Yeah, he probably has someone doing it for him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I realized.
Well, I think he deep dived really good. Yeah. But then on this case, I was like, dude, how are you going to come out and pretend to be someone who's all about looking at a case, but you get tired of listening to interviews?
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's not a true crime YouTuber. He tells fantasy stories about folklore. Yeah. It's all rhetoric. He was brought in on the rhetoric train somehow.
I gotta retract my statement. I listened to him. I don't mean that I believed him. I was just listening to him. But yeah.
I gotta drop. I'm tired.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm about to fall out.
Yeah. All right. But good night, guys. I'm gonna finish this freaking call with Tony.
I'm gonna listen.
Yeah, I'm gonna listen.
I'm gonna listen, Jay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I can't. My mind.
You're fine. Just get down and listen and chat.
Yeah. Just listen.
Bye, everybody.
Bitching.
Bye. Good night.
Up here. Good night.
Good night.
Go to bed.
Well, since you're not going to show the monkey again tonight, my wife's still irritated at you about that. But
She's asleep.
She's asleep. So if you don't have anything else for me, I appreciate you as always, our friendship, your audience, and I'll continue to be in the chat with you guys. But again, we appreciate your support. We appreciate your prayers. We've got a lot of gifts that were sent to Seth over the holidays. We appreciate that. We're trying to track down who some of those people are so that we can thank them publicly for that. But we appreciate you guys. You have a great evening.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you for calling in. Appreciate you. All right, bye-bye.
That was so predictable, Tony.
Yeah, lame. What I'm going to do, UA, is put this on higher speed. I want to see if Brittany keeps chatting in here.
I'm curious about that too. It's funny, like Brittany seems awfully concerned, and Ginger, also, can you stop looking at my TikTok page? You know I can see that, right? It's funny because these people that are the mods for them, they really also, like, I don't even do like the stuff that I do on there except for when I'm live, and then they of course like really pay attention and watch from the hallways and stuff. It's like they go and look to see what I'm doing over on there, that side. But
I haven't seen her in a while.
their house of cards on TikTok has all like literally fallen to like.
Really?
Well, yeah. I mean, Chasing Drinks either they've lost their audience over there or something.
Chasing Crime, she's still around?
Well, that or she's too busy chasing drinks, but, you know, she's, you know, let's see when the last time Chasing Drinks did anything. Yeah,
that's
the hallways
crazy.
are when you're blocked and you have a burner, so you just watch from the hallway. Or you don't want to see them in chat because they block every single thing.
Who the fuck is this up here?
And then, but you also have a.
Wait, hold on.
Wait, who is that?
Hold on, let me slow that shit down. Hold on.
Yeah, let's go back to regular speed for this one.
Who's the ostrich in the undies?
Well, I will tell you. I have a feeling.
But I think it was a accumulation of all of that. You know, Edgar wasn't going to be able to get full custody with the things that were out there. And, you know, I think that things were going south with him and KK because of the CPS report. And so, you know, I think that she was paranoid. And I think that when you look at these cases like Leilani Simon, and, you know, I don't know how many have watched the Joe Clyde Daniels, and I refer to that because they're so similar.
Okay, I thought it was someone else at first.
Yeah.
All right, girl. I'm going to hit the hay, too. I am freaking tired. Like, all of a sudden, it just hit me.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Thank you so much.
No
I really
problem.
appreciate you.
No problem.
Dude, I thought
Enjoy
that
your
was
night,
Bobby
Tony.
at first.
I did. I thought it was a possibility because they kept trying to get Brittany to call in, but Bobby realizes that her voice is a little too recognizable. That's
Yeah.
why.
Do you think that was her? Because I don't think she knows
No.
Leilani Simon and all that stuff.
No, that wasn't her. Believe me, I know that woman's voice, like, but no, that's not her. She wouldn't, and she's not gonna use any of that stuff. Like, she's too scared to call in, especially if she was listening to the stream, and you know.
Right, for sure. No, I get it. She would have called in instead of spouting off in chat. You know what I mean?
Right. But anyways, I'm gonna keep them busy maybe a little bit later.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thanks again, and I'll talk to you.
No problem. And everybody have a good night. Thanks for staying with us. But I wanted, yeah, thanks for staying with us because I think they're obviously really scared. Like, we got Betty up at all hours of the night. We got Sleepy J awake, apparently.
You know what I don't like? Well, I mean, it kind of gives you guys some clues, but the way he said, that there's really no reason to be searching around that house. It makes me feel like maybe he's close. Like he doesn't want them. You know what I mean? It's just weird.
Right.
It just hit me weird, but it's late, so.
Yeah.
Thanks again, UA.
Have a good night, everybody.
You too.
Thank you, Jay, for having me.
Always a pleasure. Good night.
Bye.
Well, 4 days in a row of deep dives. I am taking the day off tomorrow. Sunday fun day. No computers, no screenshots, no bullshit. Day off tomorrow. Although I will probably pop in every now and then. It's a lot, you guys. Absorb what we've talked about. Come to your own conclusions. Don't harass anyone that we talk about. This is all theories, speculations, just based on what we know, what we've heard, what we've seen. Don't show hate to anyone. Discussions are okay. Going real life is not. Just remember that. Never condone that kind of shit. Never, ever, ever. But we do like to shake the bushes and talk about things, especially when people put themselves front and center over and over and over again. Between her and war and something about a new station. Y'all, I can't take any more in today. Yes, today is Sunday. You're right. No stones left unturned. All right, guys. I'll see you on the flip side. I'll see you Monday. Actually, Monday, we are going to do Monday Live over on J is for Justice. Dusting off J for J after these deep dives. And we're going to be going into a deep dive on the case of Michael Monkey Vaughn. There's some new stuff to talk about. And putting all that together, we'll go over that on Monday. Good night, everyone. Sweet dreams. Even you, TikTok Tony. Sweet dreams, boy. Whoops. Whoopsie daisies. I forgot I wasn't on StreamYards. All right, good night. Good night, Cooters. It's late.
I might go forever, go for eons. Front like you don't be on. Pull off in the Tesla, Elon. When I was a kid, I was a phenom. When I was a kid, I was a beast. I pull up, then I be gone. See ya.
God almighty.
See ya. See ya. Be gone. See ya. See ya. See ya. Be gone. Thumbing through the blues, no BB King. Back to back shit, so just looking for the ring. I wake up, I brush my teeth. I wake up, I bought 2, 3. I wake up like, ooh, that's me. Brand new car, like, ooh, that's clean. Tracksuit pants, don't wear no jeans. I'm athletic, counting up 100 like calisthenics. Talking about a bag, you got bad credit. New MX, we don't use debit. Calling, brand new deals, keep calling. Tell them bring them through, need all them. 4 whole kids still ballin'. I just get up and I zoom. I don't need proof, I'm the proof. I be way up at the moon. I'm looking down on you. Ain't nigga, I'm proud of you. Stack money a mile or two. I might go forever, go for eons. Front like you're on, you don't be on. Pull up in the Tesla, Elon. When I was a kid, I was a phenom. When I was a kid, I was a beast. I pull up, then I be gone. See ya, see ya, see ya. Be gone. See ya, see ya, see ya. Be gone. I'm on a run and you better know. I'm in the know and you better know. I'm here to stay and you better know. I'm at the table, I never fold. I'm at the table, I'm up again. I'm at the table, I'm here to win. Don't cook a record, don't come again. Please, I just need what I need. I collect for my seeds. Would've thought my name Tree. I pick up then I leave. In my pocket I be. I don't like to be seen. I just get up and I zoom. I don't need proof on the proof. I be way up with the moon. I'm looking down on you. Hey nigga, I'm proud of you. Stack money a mile or two. I might go forever, go for eons. Front like you're on, you don't be on. Pull up in the Tesla, Elon. When I was a kid, I was a phenom. When I was a kid, I was a beast. I pull up, then I be gone. See ya, see ya, see ya. Be gone. See ya, see ya, see ya. Be gone.
Jennifer loves horses. Hi, Jennifer.